Chapter 1743 A Fight to the Death. Since you have recognized me, all the more you have to die. Emperor God Shuai's eyes were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent. He was someone from the Acheron Palace, and this was a secret that no one knew. However, at that time, Jian Wushuang knew about it. Die! Boom! A frightening aura rose from Emperor God Shuai's body, and the whole universe turned into a sea of blood that was filled with countless skeletons in an instant. As for Emperor God Shuaigu, he was the emperor who ruled the sea of blood. He was holding his crimson trident with one hand tightly. Similarly, the trident was filled with a great amount of vigor, and the void shook wildly. After that, the crimson trident attacked again. This time around, when the crimson trident attacked, it increased in size at the same time, and it looked like a trident that could destroy the world. Comparing powers, it was many times stronger than before. Upon seeing that, an unprecedented amount of madness glowed within Jian Wushuang's eyes. His ancient god body was standing in the void proudly. At that moment, his right hand slapped his own forehead again. It should be known that of the 6 ancient god stars in the space between his eyebrows, he had already destroyed 3 of them previously. The star destruction skill was a secret skill used by ancient gods to allow them to go all out. If only 1 or 2 stars were destroyed, it would be easy to restore them. However, if 3 stars were destroyed, it would be more difficult to restore them. However, slap! 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 Sounds that sounded like constellations bursting could be heard repeatedly. At that moment, the 3 remaining ancient god stars in the space between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were destroyed at the same time. In addition to the 3 stars that had been destroyed previously, Jian Wushuang had destroyed all 6 stars. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had given his all. He wanted to fight to the death. Come! A furious roar came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth, and it reverberated across the big universe. With all 6 stars destroyed, Jian Wushuang's ancient god power rose again to a completely new level instantly. Such a stage, combined with Jian Wushuang's stage 2 ultimate real god's divine power, made his divine power similar to that of a normal emperor god. Rumble. A great amount of divine power moved about, and it gathered at the index finger of Jian Wushuang's right hand. At that time, the index finger of his right hand had completely become a crystal jade, and the crystal jade was dark gold in color. Ancient God's 7th finger! Vault of Heaven's finger! Jian Wushuang opened his mouth, and he was extremely imposing. All of a sudden, the index finger of his right hand, which had completely changed into a crystal jade, was pointed. The instant it was pointed out, the void in front of him burst open and a space vortex which covered tens of thousands of miles appeared from it. The space vortex was twisting everything in the universe, and even the dark storm at the side twisted mercilessly. Rustle. More than half of the space storm, which originally covered the triangular island, was twisted instantly. The ancient god's finger, which was one of the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills, contained a total of 9 fingers, and every finger was more shocking than before. Just the 6th finger, the sun corrosion finger, was already earth-shaking. For the 7th finger, it would be very difficult for even 7-star ancient gods to use it under normal circumstances. Similarly, Jian Wushuang could not use it previously. It was not until all his 6 stars were destroyed and that his ancient god power rose greatly like never before that he could use the 7th finger for real. The Vault of Heaven's finger. A finger that could destroy the Vault of Heaven. A giant, dark golden finger came out from the space vortex which covered tens of thousands of miles, and it clashed head-on with the incoming crimson trident which had expanded crazily right away. With the clash, there were no violent booming sounds like before. However, the instant both attacks clashed, millions of miles of the surrounding void were torn apart into pieces. For example, the dark storm which had already been hit to the point that it almost fell apart was torn into pieces at that moment. In addition, the whole triangular island was completely exposed. In the void, 2 shocking powers were still opposing each other crazily. However, all of a sudden, boom! A great amount of aura descended from the void on top abruptly. Emperor God Shuai's expression changed. After that, he raised his head abruptly and saw that the vault of heaven on top had undergone some changes for some reason. The vault of heaven had already changed into an extremely beautiful world. The world contained mountains, rivers, birds singing, and the fragrance of flowers. The most eye-catching thing was the 9 lofty continents that existed within the world. For the 9 lofty continents, each of them was extremely huge and vast, and the supreme aura that it emitted caused even Emperor God Shuaigu to be slightly fearful. This is a Chaos Divine Treasure? Emperor God Shuai's eyes shrank. Chaos Divine Treasures were the most powerful and valuable treasures in the eternal chaotic world. Even almighties and real gods did not have the right to possess them. For example, many Sur-gods, which included some Sur-gods with weaker abilities, did not have the right to possess a Chaos Divine Treasure. As for Emperor God Shuaigu himself, he possessed a Chaos Divine Treasure, and it was the Crimson Trident in his hands. The trident was extremely powerful, and with its power, Emperor God Shuaigu could be said to be someone powerful among the Emperor gods. However, the trident was merely an attack-type divine weapon. Among many kinds of divine weapons, attack-type divine weapons were no doubt worth the least. However, the extremely beautiful continent which had appeared on top had caused Emperor God Shuai's eyes to become scorching hot. It's indeed a Chaos Divine Treasure. Moreover, it's a kind of Chaos Divine Treasure that is extremely special, and it is worth so much that it is shocking. Emperor God Shuai shook. He knew how valuable Chaos Divine Treasures were. For his trident, he had paid a huge price for it. He had obtained it by luck after experiencing many life and death situations when he had entered a battlefield deep inside the second lair. Even though it was only an attack-type divine weapon, it was still enough to make many almighties envious of him. However, for the Chaos Divine Treasure that Jian Wushuang took out, looking at its worth alone, it was worth at least 10 times more than his Crimson Trident. Haha, this is really not a wasted trip. Emperor God Shuaigu was extremely excited. His eyes, which were looking at Jian Wushuang, became filled with even more murderous intent. You wish to kill me and snatch my treasure away? Jian Wushuang could see through Emperor God Shuai's thoughts completely, and he grinned hideously. That will depend on whether you can survive this. Mountain River map. Mountain River as palm and 9 province as seal. Jian Wushuang uttered every word with a pause, and every word contained a special demonic power. In the vast vault of heaven, within the world of the picture scroll, which contained a total of 9 lofty continents, one of the continents was as if it were completely alive, and it freed itself from the world of the picture scroll. After that, it descended slowly. Rumble. The universe shook and all beings trembled with fear. This power, even if it were Emperor God Shuaigu, when he saw the continent that was descending, his eyes became filled with fear. 9 province of the universe, Qin province as the seal. First seal, split the heavens. Boom! The lofty continent descended completely. Mountain River map, the first seal of the 9 seals of 9 province had descended. In a split second, all the living creatures in the world submitted themselves. Chapter 1744, Life and Death in a Split Second. Haha, interesting. There was excitement shimmering in Emperor God Shuai's eyes. He noticed the terrifying power contained in the lofty continent. Not only was he not afraid, he was filled with excitement. The stronger the power of the lofty continent represented, the more amazing the Chaos Divine Treasure was. And he definitely has to get a hold of the Chaos Divine Treasure. Secret skill of bloodthirst, ternary in one breath. Emperor God roared, and there were 3 huge, lofty shadows of exotic beasts. The 3 shadows were unique, but they shared a similarity. They were all soaring with rage. The Crimson Trident in his hand let out 3 different powers simultaneously. Suddenly, the power burst out. Heaven and earth were instantly silent. In the unprecedented silence, the lofty continent that was descending from the sky collided with the Crimson Trident. Rumble. Heaven fell and the earth was raised. The huge triangle island below Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Shuaigu started falling and immersed under the sea. The island vanished into thin air along with the dark storm. The four figures in black robe were in the void far away. They felt the collision of two terrifying power, and the four Sir Gods revealed a terrified expression. However, just as Jian Wushuang exchanged blows with Emperor God Shuaigu using Mountain River map, at the bottom of the sea in the vast Buddhist Demon Sea, a young man's consciousness, which was asleep for God knows how long, suddenly woke up with a start. This is the aura of Nine-Province Continent. Nine-Province Continent that was refined and made into treasure many years ago. It was in the hands of Seven-Star Black Sect, and it was named Mountain River Map. Seven-Star Black Sect's Mountain River Map appeared here? Haha, God is helping me. Go, kill all of the non-entities and bring back all their treasures. An ancient voice spoke and a black shadow departed from the deep ends of Buddhist Demon Sea at an unbelievably fast speed in the direction of Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Shuaigu. They remained in the void above the Triangle Island, but the Triangle Island had already vanished into thin air. The two terrifying power were clashed vigorously and shook the earth. But suddenly, the three rays of crimson light burst out like three bloody suns that swept out all hindrances. The lofty continent that descended from the scroll-painting world, although it was magnificent, cracked into three parts under the massive hit of three bloody suns and shattered completely. The sight made Jian Wushuang's expression grow distressed. He didn't perform Mountain River Map often, but every time he performed it, it never disappointed him. But then, the first seal of Mountain River Map that he had performed with his all was broken apart by his enemy. Emperor God Shuaigu lives up to his name. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but compliment. However, he didn't feel hopeless. 9 province 9 seals, and he was merely performing the first seal then. One should know that his divine power was great, and he had already broken 6 ancient god stars. Then, he was already qualified to perform the second seal. The last trump card! Jian Wushuang's eyes were flashing and he fixed his gaze upon Emperor God Shuaigu. At the next moment, the vast power of stars instantly swept out from his body. Secret Skills of Star Palace was finally cast. Secret Skills of Star Palace, River Mountain Map, Star Destruction Skill were all his biggest trump cards. He wouldn't perform those techniques hastily. But then, Jian Wushuang spared nothing. 9 province of the universe, you province as the seal, hack the earth. Terrifying divine power billowed. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook vigorously. From the sky in the beautiful scroll painting, there was another lofty continent that descended. The lofty continent was much bigger than the first. It was much loftier and more imposing. It was far beyond the first piece of the continent, far stronger. 9 province 9 seals, first split the heavens, secondly hack the earth. One was supposed to be stronger than another seal. Most importantly, the second seal was backed up with the power of stars. Jian Wushuang performed the second episode of Secret Skill of Star Palace with all his strength. In an instant, the order of Heavenway seemed to be breaking apart. Under the hacked earth seal, Emperor God Shuaigu, who had been smiling madly, finally stiffened. In the distant void, the 4 Sir God experts turned pale. Even though they were far away, they could feel the power contained in the Hack the Earth seal. The power struck fear in them, and they were shivering hopelessly. It's impossible for him to be that strong. Emperor God Shuaigu's hair instantly stood, and his face distorted in agony. Hong! 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 Emperor God Shuaigu's body let out 3 roars. Then, he spat a mouthful of blood. His blood wasn't red but a scalding gold. The mouthful of scalding gold blood fell onto his crimson trident. Then, the crimson trident instantly became unusually violent. Drive weapon with blood, slaughter a god with 100 ghosts. Secret skill. Ternary splits heaven and earth. Hong! A terrifying power suddenly exploded from the crimson trident. Emperor God Shuaigad had boundless divine power, and energy flow out of his body. Obviously, Emperor God Shuaigu gave his all to kill. A loud roar that sounded like it was outside the highest heaven struck fear into them. The 3 tips of the crimson trident flooded with crimson light. The crimson trident suddenly increased in size. It was originally the size of an ordinary divine weapon, but it grew in size by tens of thousands of times and became an unbelievable mountain. The three resplendent yet enchanting crimson lights burst out and hit the lofty continent that descended brutally. Life or death depends on this hit. Jian Wuxuang looked determined, and there was unprecedented insanity on his face. He already flashed all his trump cards and skills he had to brew his strongest hit. If the hit were to kill Emperor God Shui Gu, he would be able to live. On the contrary, if Emperor God Shui Gu were to survive the hit, he would definitely die. Emperor God Shui Gu was as mad as he was. He obviously knew of the situation as well. Their lives and deaths were decided by the last hit. It was either life or death in a split second. In the void, the crimson trident that grew to the size of a mountain collided with the lofty continent that descended. Bang! The space-time instantly paused, the yin and yang crisscrossed, and the universe fell apart. A black hole that covered the expanse of 1,000,000 miles appeared from nowhere. The black hole swallowed everything in the universe with no mercy. The four Sir Gods afar revealed an unprecedentedly terrified expression in that moment as they could feel the horror of the black hole. If they weren't far off, the black hole could totally strangle them to death. Chapter 1745. Very dissatisfied, the space black hole which spread across millions of miles disappeared and the universe regained its peace gradually. Everything had come to an end. Jian Wuxuang was standing at the void, and he had a ghastly pale expression. The level of the mountain river map was too high. If he had only unleashed the first move, it would still be all right. However, Jian Wuxuang had unleashed the second move at all costs. Although he had unleashed it forcefully, it still placed a huge burden on his body. The current him only felt that all his internal organs were damaged and he was in extreme pain. However, Jian Wuxuang couldn't care less about his own injuries. His eyes were glowing brilliantly and he was staring persistently at the void in front of him. He was looking at the position that Emperor God Shui Gu was in previously. When he saw the void and that Emperor God Shui Gu's body was still standing there, his body shook fiercely. Not dead? Jian Wuxuang clenched both his fists, and he was filled with an infinite amount of dissatisfaction. He had already given it his all by unleashing all his trump cards as well as techniques and staking everything on one attack. However, in the end, Emperor God Shui Gu was still not dead yet. As expected of an Emperor God expert, Jian Wuxuang laughed with grief. Jian Wuxuang, run away quickly! The king of venomous worms' fierce roar echoed in Jian Wuxuang's mind. However, Jian Wuxuang was in agony. When did he not wish to run away? If he were able to run away, he would have done so a long time ago. If not, why would he stay behind and stake everything on one attack to fight it out with Emperor God Shui Gu? The most important thing was that it was impossible for him to run away. His abilities were not too bad, and if he were to use the secret skill of dragon blood, his speed would surpass many Sir Gods. However, in front of an Emperor God, his speed was considered insignificant. He also knew that Emperor God Shui Gu had always been proficient in speed to begin with. Moreover, the Crimson Trident in Emperor God Shui Gu's hands could lock onto time and space. Hence, this would absolutely not give him any opportunity to escape. Under such circumstances, there was no way for him to escape. There was no way previously. At present, there was no way as well. In front of Jian Wuxuang, Emperor God Shui Gu was indeed not dead. However, he looked extremely miserable. The crimson robe on his body was filled with blood, his face was deathly pale like paper, and his aura had decreased greatly. It was obvious that he was seriously injured as well. However, under such circumstances, Emperor God Shui Gu was neither terrified nor furious. Instead, he was extremely excited and delighted. Ha! Jian Wuxuang, I really did not expect you to actually have such a nature-defying treasure. You are merely a real god. To allow a real god to unleash such frightening power to the point that it almost killed me, this treasure is 100 times more valuable than my trident. No, it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I am very grateful to you for giving me such a wonderful treasure. Hence, I will let you die immediately. Emperor God Shuai-gu was roaring madly, and the crimson trident in his hands glowed with a dazzling scarlet color. He then moved his legs and approached Jian Wushuang slowly. Is this the end? Jian Wushuang muttered, and his eyes were filled with hopelessness. The king of venomous worms, who was in his body, went silent as well. The king of venomous worms knew that Jian Wushuang had already reached his limit. He had already unleashed all his moves and trump cards. In addition, the star power, as well as the power he gained from destroying all his 6 ancient god stars, were completely depleted from using the seal back then. If the current him were to face Emperor God Shuai-gu again, he would not have any power to resist. However, all of a sudden, wait! The king of venomous worms gave a shrill cry. Jian Wushuang's eyes also shrank fiercely, and he looked at Emperor God Shuai-gu. All of a sudden, the black and boundless sea surface behind Emperor God Shuai-gu rose. A black shadow then appeared out of thin air, and it was right behind Emperor God Shuai-gu. Emperor God Shuai-gu seemed to have noticed it as well, and he turned his body immediately. After turning his body, his eyes became filled with shock. What he saw was a large, fierce-looking mouth that had already opened. The fierce-looking mouth contained 2 sharp, cold, and long protruding teeth. Moreover, the big mouth was right in front of him, and it headed toward him. No! Emperor God Shuai-gu roared extremely loudly like never before. Although he tried to struggle with all his might to escape, he was still unable to. When the fierce-looking mouth closed, Emperor God Shuai-gu's body disappeared completely, and what replaced him was a huge, pitch-black head. The head was filled with black scales, and it looked like a dragon as well as a snake at the same time. In addition, there was also 1 horn on its head. This is a flood dragon from the ancient past. A terrified and astonished voice came from the king of venomous worms. The king of venomous worms was a full-foot plenilin, which was a supreme existence of the plenilin clan. However, when it saw the pitch-black enormous monster in front of it, it was horrified from the bottom of its heart. A flood dragon from the ancient past. An extremely frightening existence. As soon as it appeared, there was no room for Emperor God Shuai-gu to struggle at all, and he was killed right away. Such a scene was seen clearly by Jian Wushuang and the 4 Sir Gods who were in a void not too far away. At once, the 5 of them became extremely frightened. Run! Run away quickly! There is no room for Emperor God Shuai-gu to struggle at all. This is too frightening. The 4 black-robed Sir Gods did not hesitate at all, and they turned around to escape madly at once. All of them had also unleashed their speed to the best of their abilities. However, the moment they moved, the giant head of the flood dragon which had appeared from the sea surface also turned around at once. At the same time, it opened its big mouth again. Buzz! Shockingly cold air spread across the area and covered the whole universe in an instant. It had also covered the 4 Sir Gods. Originally, the 4 Sir Gods were escaping with all their might. Moreover, the 4 of them had split up. However, all of a sudden, the 4 of them stopped moving in midair. The 4 of them opened their eyes wide, and they were filled with an infinite amount of fear. However, a layer of frost had already covered their bodies, and the frost spread continuously. In the end, the 4 of them were turned into ice sculptures. When a simple air current passed by, the 4 ice sculptures broke into pieces at once and dissipated across the universe. With just one face-off, not even a fragment of the 4 Sir Gods who had besieged Jian Wushuang previously remained. After that, the giant head of the ancient flood dragon looked at Jian Wushuang fiercely. The pair of eyes on its head, which were glowing with a thin layer of gray light, then locked on to Jian Wushuang hastily like 2 electric arcs. Murderous intent also flashed past its eyes. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang did not see how the flood dragon moved at all. However, the flood dragon had already appeared in front of him. At the same time, it opened its fierce-looking mouth again, and its target this time around was Jian Wushuang. Just like Emperor God Shuai-gu, Jian Wushuang did his best to escape. However, at the instant the flood dragon opened its mouth, Jian Wushuang realized that the space and time that he was in had been completely sealed off. His body was also frozen, and he could not move at all. He could only look on as the head of the flood dragon headed toward him. Am I going to die? Jian Wuxuang murmured. Since I am about to die, it is better for me to die in the hands of this ancient flood dragon rather than at the hands of the experts of the Acheron Palace. However, it's a pity that I have not found Ling Rushuet and rescued Shuangyi yet. In addition, I have also not found out about Master's real identity, and am going to die just like this. How dissatisfying! Chapter 1746 Armageddon Bang. The shockingly loud bang wasn't the noise from Jian Wuxuang being eaten by the ancient flood dragon, it was the noise of a fierce hit on the flood dragon's head. It then immersed itself under the sea. What? Jian Wuxuang, who was originally hopeless, opened his eyes widely and watched everything that happened before his eyes in shock. He saw a blurry figure in the void before him. The figure was about 10,000 zhang tall. It was enormously huge. Although he couldn't see the appearance clearly, he reckoned that it should be an elderly from the outline of the figure. But who was the elderly? When did he appear? Roar! An angry roar that sounded like a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth vigorously. It stirred up billowing waves in the entire surface of Dark Sea region, and the ancient flood dragon revealed itself. Its huge body was not only one size bigger than King of Venomous Worm, the huge head was extremely ferocious, while its faint gray pupils were covered in coldness and murderous intention, and it was looking at the huge shadow that was 10,000 zhang tall. Hee, little thing. You do not deserve to make me take action personally. Let the one behind you come out. The blurry shadow that embodied an elderly let out a hearty laugh. His laughter was heard from all directions and it contained a unique magic power. As his voice stopped, crack! In the vast void, there was suddenly a huge black hand that pierced through. It was huge and towering like a boundless mountain. Then, a shadow that was 10,000 zhang tall stepped out of the black hole and stood opposite the blurry elderly in the distance. The moment the black shadow appeared, the ancient flood dragon that was giving out a chilliness immediately became tame. Obviously, the black shadow was the master of the ancient flood dragon. These. What are all these? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. He knew clearly that the ancient flood dragon could kill an emperor god easily, and it was not something he could match evenly. But then, there were suddenly two blurry shadows that were 10,000 zhang tall, and much scarier than the ancient flood dragon. The two shadows were obviously substantiated with consciousness but not their original bodies. However, as they stood there, Jian Wuxuang felt that besides Long Qi and his master that he had come across in the independent space in the 8th lair back then, there was no one in the whole world that could win against him. But why would the shadows of the superb existences suddenly appear in Buddhist Demon Sea? Jian Wuxuang was quivering in fear and he stayed behind the shadow of the elderly. He didn't dare to move an inch. King of Venomous Worms in his body was frightened and remained silent too. One-star man, you old man, you are awakened too! The blurry shadow said under black armor while the ancient flood dragon stayed by his side. His deep voice reverberated in Buddhist Demon Sea and it stirred stormy waves all over Buddhist Demon Sea. Haha, in the same region, as you are awakened, how can I continue to stay asleep? The blurry shadow that the elder took the form of, also known as the One-Star Man, burst out into a hearty laugh. So what if you woke up? I'm killing these few non-entities, what does it have to do with you? The shadow in black armor asked coldly. You can kill anyone else but the young man behind me has Mountain River map and he knows the secret skill of 7-star, he definitely shared a relationship with 7-star Black Sect. Do you think he'll let you kill him? One-Star Man laughed. You want, and I can't kill him? The shadow in a black armor let his murderous intention bellow. As he finished his sentence, he took a huge stride forward. With just one step, Jian Wuxuang felt as though he had traversed two different eras. The shadow in black armor appeared in front of the blurry shadow that the One-Star Man took the form of. Then, he simply punched. On the other hand, One-Star Man waved his hand casually. Bang! There was a loud bang and the universe broke apart. The huge sea that covered an expanse of tens of millions of miles instantly sunk in, and it sunk all the way down to the bottom of the sea. It even revealed the reefs in the seabed. There were countless tsunamis, and every single wave was more than 1,000,000 zhang high as it dispersed in all directions madly. Jian Wuxuang was right in the middle of the tsunami, and he felt the tsunami shattering everything like breaking dead wood. It stirred a commotion up in his heart as well. Merely a brief hit had caused such unbelievable power. Just how strong were the two people that were fighting? The experts of great emperor level and eternal chaotic world were nothing? Jian Wuxuang muttered. Plus, the two of them hadn't come in person but merely in the form of shadow that they had substantiated temporarily. Bang! 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 The roars spread over continuously, and every roar came with boundless waves. The vigorous battle between the two made the universe seem to pale into insignificance. If one wasn't the level of Great Emperor, he couldn't even think of getting involved in such a vigorous battle. Just like Jian Wuxuang, forget about getting involved, he couldn't even open his eyes when he was in the boundless tsunami. He could only feel the boundless power explode madly. "One-star man, you really want to go against me?" An angry voice roared through the universe. "Haha, so what if I go against you? It's not like we never fought before. Not only do I want to keep this young man alive, I also want to provide him with an opportunity to let him grow stronger faster." One-star man's voice was loud and clear. "Young man, look closely." Jian Wuxuang, who was in the boundless tsunami, forced his eyes open. As he opened his eyes, he happened to see a huge hand. A huge hand that seemed to press the entire sky, the entire universe. The huge hand was gray, and it was blurry. Besides the boundless divine power that it contained, there was another kind of energy. The energy was the power of reincarnation. Constellation Theurgy. Extermination Palm of Reincarnation. Rumble. The huge hand descended magnificently. Jian Wuxuang was dumbfounded at the sight. He stared at the huge hand, and the huge hand continuously appeared in his head and continuously magnified in size. In the end, it was completely sealed in his memory. Hong! The power of the huge hand exploded, and the shadow in black armor knelt down from the slap. The shadow dispersed slightly. *****. A roar with boundless rage spread, and the shadow in black armor substantiated again. "Black Scale, kill that boy!" The shadow in black armor roared while the ancient flood dragon that was fighting alongside him suddenly let out a chilly gleam. Then, the chilliness turned into an air current and froze the void. Then, it bypassed One-Star Man's huge shadow and shot at Jian Wuxuang. "Be careful!" One-Star Man roared. Jian Wuxuang's face changed. Chapter 1747. The power of a throw. Jian Wuxuang had seen with his own eyes that when the ancient flood dragon had released cold air from its mouth, the cold air had annihilated the four Sir Gods instantly. The cold air from the mouth of the ancient flood dragon was heading toward him. As its speed was too fast, Jian Wuxuang had no way of dodging it, and he also did not have the ability to dodge it. The cold air covered his body instantly, and at that moment, it was as if the cold air wanted to freeze his body, mind and consciousness completely. He then trembled with fear from the bottom of his heart. "Humph!" Jian Wuxuang snorted coldly. In such a situation which was of great concern to life and death, Jian Wuxuang remained extremely calm like never before. His divine power rose madly, and it was as if a volcano had erupted. His divine power then blocked the corrosion from the coldness. The coldness was extremely powerful, and it destroyed Jian Wuxuang's divine power easily. However, Jian Wuxuang had a great amount of divine power. Jian Wuxuang was an inverse cultivator, and he had also achieved the limit of Stage 2 Ultimate Real God, where he had already precipitated a total of 99 Ultimate Divine Power Water Droplets. With 99 Ultimate Divine Power Water Droplets, the amount of divine power that he possessed was many times more than that of an Emperor God. With such a great amount of divine power appearing continuously to replace the dissipated divine power, it hindered the coldness madly. At the same time, it was also depleting the power of the coldness continuously. "I must block it at all costs." Jian Wuxuang closed his eyes tightly, and he was roaring furiously in his heart. At the same time that his ultimate divine power was blocking the corrosion from the coldness, his divine power was also being depleted at a shocking speed. Such a rate of depletion was even faster than when he had unleashed the secret skill of dragon blood with his full power. After just a short amount of time, he had already depleted 90% of the ultimate divine power in his body. Finally, the coldness dissipated gradually. Jian Wushuang's body, which was close to being completely frozen, also turned back to normal slowly. I have blocked it. Jian Wushuang was panting heavily, and he still had lingering fears. It was 90% of his divine power. Although he had such a vast amount of divine power, he had still depleted 90% of it in one go to block the coldness. However, if it were someone else, for example, for the 4 Sir Gods who were killed by the coldness of the ancient flood dragon, their divine power would be less than 1/100th of Jian Wushuang's divine power. Hence, they would absolutely be unable to block the corrosion from the coldness. If it were an Emperor God, he would be unable to block it as well. Only Jian Wushuang could block it with his vast amount of divine power. Even though that was the case, under the corrosion of the coldness, his internal organs had sustained great damage like never before. In addition, his body and mind were totally exhausted. He then spit out a big mouthful of blood. His aura had become extremely weak, and it was at rock bottom. He's actually not dead? The black-armored shadow could not help but be surprised. As for the ancient flood dragon under him, it gave a roar, and it seemed to be furious. The one-star man heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Little kid, this battlefield is not a place that you can stay at. Let me send you out of here first. Don't resist." After speaking, a big hand from the giant shadow of the one-star man was swung out, and it headed toward Jian Wushuang straight away. Jian Wushuang naturally did not resist. Even if he wanted to resist, he did not have the ability to do so. In no time, he was grabbed by the one-star man's big hand. After that, "Go!" The one-star man gave a cry, and his big hand exerted a great amount of strength, as though he was throwing a lance, and he threw Jian Wushuang out. A frightening amount of strength burst forth. Jian Wushuang then swept past the void and created a ray of light in his path. In a split second, he had disappeared from the battlefield. Upon seeing that, the black-armored shadow could not help but be extremely furious. "Old man, today, I shall have a proper fight with you." A furious voice could be heard from the black-armored shadow. "Haha, we are both shadows substantiated by consciousness, and we are also under many restrictions. Who is afraid of whom?" The one-star man was not fearful in the slightest. 2 earth-shaking experts continued to have an intense battle in the Buddhist Demon Sea. In no time, the whole Buddhist Demon Sea was on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh! A flittering light flew by at an extremely frightening speed. The violent sound of him sweeping past the sky was accompanied by an infinite amount of strong winds. Hence, Jian Wushuang was unable to open his eyes at all. The speed was too fast. It was countless times faster than the speed that Jian Wushuang had escaped with when he had unleashed the secret skill of dragon blood with his full power. It should be known that his current speed was not unleashed by him. Instead, the speed came from the one-star man throwing him out. He even had no idea when he would stop. Thus, he could only resign himself to fate. Time passed by, and close to 7 minutes' time had passed. However, Jian Wushuang's body had still not come to a stop yet. At that time, he was already extremely far away from the battlefield from before. At the void at the edge of the Buddhist Demon Sea in the 6th lair, there were 3 shadows moving about slowly. This is the edge of the Buddhist Demon Sea. The Buddhist Demon Sea is a great forbidden area of the 6th lair. While it is all right for us to travel at the edge, we must absolutely not enter it. A hale and hearty grey-robed old man explained. "I have heard of the Buddhist Demon Sea before as well. It is said that if a real god were to enter the Buddhist Demon Sea, he would definitely die. However, Sir God Qianlan, with your abilities, it should not be a problem for you to travel inside." The young man with slightly pale skin mocked. "Haha, don't flatter me. I am certain of my own abilities. For the Buddhist Demon Corps, if there is no need to, it is better to not go in randomly. The hale gray-robed old man who was Sir God Qianlan from the Soaring Heaven King Palace laughed. As for the pale-skinned young man, he was real God Han Quan of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. As for the last person, he was another real god of the Soaring Heaven King Palace who was in the real god ranking list, and his name was Real God Yun. One Sir God and two experts from the real god ranking list. With such a lineup in the sixth lair, as long as they did not look for trouble by going into a forbidden area like the Buddhist Demon Sea, they could probably go anywhere they wanted. Then, whoosh! All of a sudden, a sound of something sweeping in the sky could be heard. Moreover, the sound was getting louder and louder. Eh? Sir God Qianlan and the two other people looked at the source of the sound immediately. They then saw a flittering light being shot out from the Buddhist Demon Sea with a shocking speed by chance. The flittering light was moving at an extremely fast speed and it swept past the void beside the three of them in an instant. This is... Sir God Qianlan and the two other people opened their eyes wide. What a fast speed! What is that flittering light from just now? Real God Han Quan said, dumbfounded. The speed of the flittering light was too fast. It was so fast that all of them, including Sir God Qianlan, did not manage to get a clear look at what exactly it was. With such a fast speed and that it came from within the Buddhist Demon Sea, no matter what it is, we should follow it and take a look. Sir God Qianlan and the two other people started to move immediately. They followed the direction where the flittering light was shot to, and headed over quickly. If the flittering light had maintained its frightening speed, with just the three of them, they would definitely be unable to catch up to it for their whole life. However, after the flittering light left the Buddhist Demon Sea, its speed began to decrease at once. In no time, the flittering light came to a complete stop at a piece of void. After the flittering light dissipated, a shadow appeared. This shadow was Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1748. Enemies on a narrow road. Jian Wushuang had just stopped moving and he immediately groaned. Ugh! Then, he spat a mouthful of blood. He had forcefully performed the second seal of 9-province seal, hack the earth, earlier, and it was overloading his body so his divine body was damaged. Then, the ancient flood dragon attacked him with chilliness to the point where his organs turned bad and his divine body was heavily injured. Then, he was thrown out by One-Star Man. Although he did that to save him and let him leave the battlefield, the power he had used was terrifying. During the process, his injury went from bad to worse. By then, he was in a miserable situation. Jian Wushuang resisted the sharp pain from his body as he looked around. After he looked around, his eyes dilated in shock. This is... outside of Buddhist Demon Sea? Jian Wushuang found it unbelievable. One should know that the triangle island that had sunk and disappeared which he was on, although it wasn't the inland sea of Buddhist Demon Sea, was quite deep in the open sea. With Jian Wushuang's travel speed, from the triangle island to the outside of Buddhist Demon Sea, he would at least require 1 to 2 years' time. But then, it was just one throw. The power of one throw threw him out of the battlefield, and out of Buddhist Demon Sea directly. What kind of power was that? Which level of technique did he perform? One-Star Man. Jian Wushuang remembered the name clearly. He knew that the reason why he could escape by the skin of his teeth was because of the assistance from One-Star Man, otherwise, he would have been eaten by the ancient flood dragon long ago. I wonder who the senior is. Judging from his looks, he seems to be related to 7-Star Black Sect and the person that was fighting with him. He might be an enemy of 7-Star Black Sect. Jian Wushuang muttered. Regardless, this favor has been engraved in my mind. One-Star Man had saved him, and he had even given him an opportunity. The palm that he performed sealed in Jian Wushuang's brain. The palm would provide Jian Wushuang with immeasurable help. Jian Wushuang was still in deep thought, but suddenly, there were 3 flowing lights traveling over from the void afar. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. When he saw the 3 figures clearly, there was a chilly gleam in his eyes. Among the 3 persons, Jian Wushuang knew 2 of them. Sir God Qianlan and Real God Han Quan, the 2 experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, Both of them had had conflicts with him in the 8th lair in the past. Jian Wuxuang had gained fame by stepping on the two experts' shoulders. Then, outside of Buddhist Demon Sea, both parties had crossed paths again. Enemies on a narrow road. Jian Wuxuang looked cold. The three figures hailed and looked at Jian Wuxuang, who was floating quietly in the air. Sir God Qianlan and real God Han Quan quivered at the sight. Jian Wuxuang! Sir God Qianlan clenched his fists. It's him! Real God Han Quan revealed a terrified expression. In the battle in the 8th lair back then, Jian Wuxuang had injured Sir God Qianlan badly and captured real God Han Quan. In the end, Soaring Heaven King Palace had paid a great price in exchange for him. Sir God Qianlan was angry with Jian Wuxuang while real God Han Quan was fearful of him. Although real God Han Quan was also a real god and an expert in the first few places on real god ranking lists, he had no courage to fight Jian Wuxuang. The flowing light that burst out from Buddhist Demon Sea earlier, could it be him? Sir God Qianlan muttered. Sir God Qianlan, let's go. Real God Han Quan said fearfully. Sir God Qianlan nodded faintly. He had fought with Jian Wuxuang before, and he had suffered a great loss. If there wasn't any reason, he naturally didn't intend to fight with Jian Wuxuang again. But just as the two of them turned to leave. Hold on! Real God Yun at the side, who had never spoken earlier, called them. Sir God Qianlan, real God Han Quan, didn't the two of you realize that Jian Wuxuang's aura seems to be very weak? Real God Yun said. Weak aura? Sir God Qianlan and real God Han Quan looked at Jian Wuxuang carefully. The two of them looked, and they were surprised. It was true. Jian Wuxuang then, his aura was weak. To be exact, his aura was extremely weak. They could even feel that Jian Wuxuang's aura might possibly vanish any time. What happened? Sir God Qianlan creased his eyebrows. He just came out of Buddhist Demon Sea. Did he run into any danger in Buddhist Demon Sea and get severely injured? Very likely. Real God Yun nodded and smiled. When he came out of Buddhist Demon Sea earlier, he didn't fly out on his own but in an uncontrollable condition. It was as though he was thrown out. If I'm not mistaken, he definitely ran into some kind of trouble in Buddhist Demon Sea and got severely injured. As for his power, it definitely decreased tremendously. Sir God Qianlan, this is a chance hard to come by for us. Sir God Qianlan's face grew cold when he heard that. The feud between Jian Wuxuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace was deep-rooted. Jian Wuxuang had made Soaring Heaven King Palace suffer a great loss, and they had even become a laughingstock once. Such deep-seated grudge Soaring Heaven King Palace naturally wasn't willing to let it slip, but because Jian Wuxuang was extremely powerful and he had Lineage of Star as his backer, it wasn't easy to kill him. But then, they were in the 6th lair, there was no one from Lineage of Star who could come to the rescue, and Jian Wuxuang was severely injured. This chance was truly hard to come by. Such a great opportunity, we shouldn't miss it. Sir God Qianlan clasped his hands together, and there was light shimmering in his eyes. Han Quan, Yun, the two of you retreat to a place far away. Don't let Jian Wuxuang get any chance to catch the two of you. Yes. Real God Han Quan and Real God Yun nodded. With the previous lesson of Real God Han Quan's experience, the two real gods naturally retreated to somewhere far away as they were going to launch an attack. As the two real gods retreated, Sir God Qianlan walked towards Jian Wuxuang slowly. Jian Wuxuang, how do you do? Sir God Qianlan flashed a malicious smile. I see. It's Sir God Qianlan from Soaring Heaven King Palace. We just fought not too long ago. I never thought we were going to see each other so soon. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly, and he looked like he couldn't be bothered. Why? Your previous injury recovered so quickly? Humph! Sir God Qianlan humped coldly. He had been severely injured by Jian Wuxuang, as he had been careless, and it had established Jian Wuxuang's name. To him, it was a humiliation. I was careless last time. As we have met again today, I'd like to regain my name. Sir God Qianlan's voice was bright and clear. He flipped his wrist and a red rod appeared in his hand while a fierce aura soared from Sir God Qianlan's body. Want to fight? Jian Wushwang smirked and waved his hand. Then 2 rays of golden light suddenly lit up. Chapter 1749 Endless Trouble in the Future. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of brilliant golden light stopped beside Jian Wushwang, and they were the 2 Hongjun golden swords. The 2 Hongjun golden swords were emitting an infinite amount of cold light, and it looked as if they could attack any time. If you wish to fight with me, you had better be prepared to die. Jian Wushwang was filled with a great amount of murderous intent. Upon seeing the 2 Hongjun golden swords, the corners of Sir God Qianlan's mouth became distorted. Back then, in the 8th lair, Jian Wushwang had used 1 Hongjun golden sword to suppress him. At present, there were 2 of them. This Jian Wushwang, could it be that he was not injured at all? Sir God Qianlan started to hesitate. However, his expression changed abruptly. No, that's wrong. If he was not injured, he would definitely not say any unnecessary things to me. Instead, he would control the 2 Hongjun swords to kill me right away. Even though he did not do it straight away, he still took out the 2 golden swords. Hence, is he making an empty show of strength in order to intimidate me? After Sir God Qianlan thought to himself and understood what was going on, an enormous amount of flames of fury appeared in his eyes. He was almost intimidated by Jian Wushwang for real. Little kid, die! Sir God Qianlan gave a furious roar, and the crimson rod in his hands swept past the area abruptly. Countless crimson waves appeared in the void at once. They then swept past the area and gathered to form a gigantic crimson rod shadow that was hundreds of feet wide instantly. The crimson red shadow was extremely huge and it attacked Jian Wushwang immediately. Oh no! Jian Wushwang's expression changed at once. Sir God Qianlan's guess was right. He was indeed making an empty show of strength, and his objective was to get the people in front of him to retreat in the face of difficulty. As for fighting for real, his injuries were really too serious, and he probably could not even unleash 10% of his abilities. Moreover, his divine power was almost completely depleted as well. In such a state, even a chaotic real god could serve as a threat to him, let alone Sir God Qianlan. Seeing the crimson rod shadow was heading toward him, Jian Wushwang used his full power at once and controlled 1 Hongjun golden sword to attack. The Hongjun golden sword unleashed an impressive amount of power and clashed with the rod shadow head-on with lightning speed. Bam! With a loud sound, the Hongjun golden sword moved at an even faster speed. As for Jian Wushwang, his body shook vigorously and he spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession. His aura, which was already extremely weak to begin with, fell to rock bottom at that moment. Ha! Jian Wushwang, you are really making an empty show of strength. Upon seeing that, Sir God Qianlan laughed loudly and his eyes became filled with a vast amount of murderous intent. Damn it! Jian Wushwang gritted his teeth tightly. In the Buddhist Demon Sea, he had experienced 4 waves of attacks from the Acheron Palace successively, and he even fought a fight to the death with Emperor God Shuigu. Later on, he was attacked by the ancient flood dragon. And finally, he had escaped by the skin of his teeth. However, he totally did not expect himself to actually encounter the experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace next. Sir God Qianlan was merely a normal Sir God. If Jian Wushwang were at his peak, he could kill him easily. However, at present, a man who had lost his position and influence was subjected to indignity. The assassination by the Acheron Palace as well as the Flood Dragon have been unable to kill me. Hence, how can I die in the hands of the Soaring Heaven King Palace? Jian Wushwang roared within his heart, and the remaining divine power in his body emerged again. Jian Wushwang, stop acting tough. Leave Sir God Qianlan to me and run away quickly. A deep voice echoed in Jian Wushwang's mind abruptly. At the same time, the skin on Jian Wushwang's body also started to wriggle madly. King of venomous worms? Jian Wushwang's heart became disturbed. Sir God Qianlan is a Sir God expert. Can you take care of him by yourself? With my current abilities, although I am not an opponent for Sir God Qianlan, I can still keep him busy for a period of time. During this period of time, you must run as far away as possible. As for me, there's no need for you to worry. The life force of a full-foot plenilun is so strong that it is beyond your expectations. Hence, a mere Sir God will be unable to kill me. As soon as his words left his mouth, countless tentacles came out of Jian Wushuang's body. The king of venomous worms' huge body also appeared in the void again. Rustle! The countless tentacles were like flittering lights, and they headed toward Sir God Qianlan with lightning speed, stopping him in his tracks as a result. What the hell is this? Sir God Qianlan revealed a stunned expression. However, even more anger emerged from him. Piss off! Boom! With a loud sound, the huge crimson rod shadow destroyed hundreds of tentacles instantly. Some of its power also spread to the king of venomous worms' body, causing the king of venomous worms to groan. However, at the next moment, even more tentacles attacked madly. King of venomous worms, I shall leave this to you. Jian Wushuang looked at the king of venomous worms deeply, and his eyes glowed with a shrill light. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I, Jian Wushuang, shall remember the debt today. In the future, if I don't eliminate the Soaring Heaven King Palace, my name, Jian Wushuang, will be written in reverse order. Just wait and see. Jian Wushuang's ice-cold voice resounded across the universe. He had already made use of his remaining divine power to escape quickly. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was running away, Sir God Qianlan as well as real God Han Quan and real God Yun, who were both behind him, wanted to give chase. However, they were stopped by the king of venomous worms. Damn it! Where did this worm beast come from? Since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. Murderous intent sprang up in Sir God Qianlan. The power of his crimson rod then rose greatly, and many rod shadows attacked the king of venomous worms crazily. After undergoing a transformation, the king of venomous worms had awakened his close-quarters combat abilities. Moreover, it was a full-foot plenilun. Hence, it could just about serve as a threat to a normal almighty. However, after the successive great battles in the Buddhist Demon Sea, the king of venomous worms did not get off with light injuries either. At present, his abilities had not recovered to their peak. Furthermore, he was fighting with Sir God Qianlan alone. Therefore, he would definitely be in a huge disadvantage. However, as his body was enormous and that his life force was exuberant, he only started to escape after fighting with Sir God Qianlan for close to a quarter of an hour's time. Sir God Qianlan had also given chase for a long time. However, he still allowed the king of venomous worms to get away in the end. At a dark void in the sixth lair, Sir God Qianlan, real God Han Quan and Sir God Yun were gathered together. In addition, they had ugly expressions. We have actually missed this golden opportunity. Sir God Qianlan clenched both his fists tightly, and he was filled with dissatisfaction. It's all thanks to that worm beast from before. If not for it obstructing us, Jian Wushuang would definitely have died. Real God Han Quan snorted coldly. The worm beast from before was very frightening, Real God Yun said with a low voice. It was very frightening. Moreover, it was not just frightening in terms of its close-quarters combat abilities. Most importantly, it had a frightening life force and ability to recover. With such a suppression by Sir God Qianlan where he injured the worm beast continuously, he still had not managed to kill the worm beast. Instead, he could only look on as it escaped in the end. That worm beast merely has a powerful life force. However, this is not important. The most important thing is... Jian Wushuang. Sir God Qianlan squinted his eyes. This time around, we attacked him when he was seriously injured. If we had managed to kill him, then there would be no problem. However, since he's not dead, the Soaring Heaven King Palace will have endless trouble in the future. Chapter 1750. Palace Master escorted in the dark void at the border of Buddhist Demon Sea. Jian Wushuang, who was fleeing, finally stopped on a dark ground. I can't continue to run anymore. Jian Wushuang looked around himself. It's because I am at the border of Buddhist Demon Sea. It would be difficult to run into any star demon. But if I were to continue to run forward, there's an 80% chance that I will run into one. Star demon. Star demons in the 6th layer. Besides the 4-horned star demons that were extremely rare and only lived in the dangerous place, almost nothing else could pose a threat to Jian Wushuang. However, it was when Jian Wushuang was at his zenith. To Jian Wushuang then, even a crimson 3-horned star demon was vital. He didn't dare to move around in the 6th layer then. It was most crucial for him to quickly recover his situation. My injury is too serious and my power has reached an all-time low. It will be impossible for me to recover in a short period of time. Plus, the 6th layer isn't a place to recover. Jian Wushuang muttered and immediately took out a token to send a message to Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, Palace Master has already arrived in the 6th layer. I will send your location to him. He will be with you in no time. Besides, Hall Master Gu Xian has already escaped from Buddhist Demon Sea. Hall Master Yuan replied. Palace Master came? Jian Wushuang stunned. From what he knew, the Master of Star Palace had always been meditating in seclusion. Plus, the meditation then seemed to be extremely important. Hence, even when Jian Wushuang had become a Hall Master and threw a banquet, the Master of Star Palace never appeared. But then, Palace Master was already liberated from seclusion. The moment he found out that you were assassinated in Buddhist Demon Sea, he immediately rushed over. Hall Master Yuan said. I see. Jian Wushuang was touched. Jian Wushuang, just wait for a moment. Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately sat down. He flipped his hand and there were a bunch of elixirs in his hand. The elixirs were extremely precious. Even a Sir God would value them highly. However, Jian Wushuang ate all the elixirs as though he was eating beans. He took in more than 10 of them in one go. Then, he continued to treat his injury as he waited. Very soon, a maroon figure got closer to Jian Wushuang. The maroon figure belonged to King of Venomous Worms. He was connected to Jian Wushuang by heart and blood. They could feel the existence of one another. Then, King of Venomous Worms immediately snuck into Jian Wushuang's body. King of Venomous Worms, are you okay? Jian Wushuang asked. I got injured and I need some time to recover, but it's nothing major. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief when he heard the news. The time flew past. Jian Wushuang waited for 10 days in silence. Then, the Master of Star Palace and Hall Master Gu Xian arrived. When Jian Wushuang saw the Master of Star Palace and Hall Master Gu Xian, he was finally at ease. Jian Wushuang, your injury. The Master of Star Palace squinted his eyes. He could feel that Jian Wushuang's aura was extremely weak. I am badly injured, but I am alive. Jian Wushuang smiled weakly. What happened in Buddhist Demon Sea? Where's Lei Chao? Hall Master Gu Xian asked. Let's talk about this when we return. Jian Wushuang said. The Master of Star Palace nodded faintly. Then, the 3 of them returned to Lineage of Star. Although Jian Wushuang was badly injured, he consumed some elixirs and recovered some divine power during the 10 days when he was waiting for the Master of Star Palace and Hall Master Gu Xian. He could afford to simply fly. With the Master of Star Palace escorting personally, the journey back was smooth. The 3 of them arrived in Lineage of Star very soon. In the lair of Lineage of Star, in a lofty palace. The Master of Star Palace was seated on the uppermost of the palace while Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian sat on their respective seats. As for Hall Master Nie Yun, he remained in the 5th lair and never came out. In the lofty palace then, it was dead silent. The 4 experts looked at the dead body in the middle of the hall, and their faces looked icy. The dead body was naturally Lei Chaos. Lei Chao, I killed him myself. Jian Wushuang's voice was deep and there was pain in his eyes. The 3 of them heard him but never intended to reprimand Jian Wushuang. I also know about soul control technique. Once a person is soul controlled, they don't stand a chance to shake it off. It basically means the person is dead. With you killing him, it is simply giving him a true relief. If I were you, I would have done the same, the Master of Star Palace said. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian nodded solemnly. Lei Chao was an expert of lineage of star. Before Jian Wushuang rose up, he was the number one among real gods in lineage of star. They shared a great relationship. Lei Chao had died and they were all in pain. However, if they were Jian Wushuang, they definitely would do that same as Jian Wushuang to give Lei Chao relief. Bury him. To outsiders, tell them that he ran into danger and accidentally fallen when he wandered in the sixth lair, the Master of Star Palace said. Yes. Hall Master Yuan nodded, and he waved to keep Lei Chao's body into Qian Kuan Ring. Everyone reigned in their agony, and the Master of Star Palace looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, tell us what happened in Buddhist Demon Sea, the Master of Star Palace said. Jian Wushuang nodded, then he started telling the ins and outs of the story. He didn't hide anything about his experience in Buddhist Demon Sea. He talked about everything that he should. From the beginning when he had first arrived at the Triangle Island where Lei Chao was, to the first killer move he encountered, which was the assassination carried out by the ugly-looking lady. He also shared his judgment. When they heard of the first and second killer moves that Acheron Palace had prepared, the three of them still remained calm. However, the moment they found out about Acheron Palace's third move, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian stood on their feet. The five powerful Sir Gods teamed up and set up the killing formation of 9 cuts. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xin's eyes were wide. They knew about the killing formation of 9 cuts too, and it was set up by 5 Sir Gods. Under normal circumstances, anyone lower than an Emperor God stood almost no chance to stay alive. However, Jian Wushuang had forcefully dissolved the killing formation of 9 cuts and killed one of them. Such power! Even the top Sir God wouldn't be able to do that. After I broke the killing formation of 9 cuts and killed Lei Chao, I met another person. The person was the 4th killer move that Acheron Palace prepared for me. Jian Wushuang continued. He was in a crimson robe and he was using a crimson trident. He was already in the realm of Emperor God. Emperor God? Then, even the Master of Star Palace looked shocked. An Emperor God using a crimson trident? It's Emperor God Shuaigu. The Master of Star Palace pounded the table and stood up in anger. There was murderous intention in his eyes. As for Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian, they were terrified and they were also raging with anger. Chapter 1751. Seclusion. Emperor God Shuaigu was a famous and great expert in the eternal chaotic world. In the past, the Sanctuary Alliance had always thought that Emperor God Shuaigu had a weird personality, and he was unwilling to be constrained by the Sanctuary Alliance. However, it was only at that moment that they knew that Emperor God Shuaigu was actually someone from the Acheron Palace. As for the Acheron Palace, in order to get rid of Jian Wushuang, a real god, not only did they employ 5 Sir Gods to deploy the killing formation of 9 cuts, they also employed Emperor God Shuaigu to take action personally. They were really ruthless. As for later on, Jian Wushuang also gave a simple explanation regarding what he experienced later on. Of course, he had merely talked about some of his own trump cards briefly. Upon hearing that Jian Wushuang had had an intense battle with Emperor God Shuaigu and that he also did his best to keep himself alive, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian could not help but admire him. When he reached the end where the ancient flood dragon appeared, swallowed Emperor God Shuaigu with one gulp, killed the 4 Sir Gods and attracted 2 extremely powerful experts to fight a great battle in the Buddhist Demon Sea, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian and even the Star Palace Master were stunned. That legend is actually real? The Star Palace Master murmured. That legend? Jian Wushuang could not help but look at the Star Palace Master. A long time ago, there was a rumor in the eternal chaotic world. It is said that when the ancient past and the first era crumbled, countless experts died during the great battle. However, at the same time, there was a portion of experts who did not die in the great battle. Instead, they entered a state of eternal deep sleep. As for the places that they are in deep sleep in, some of them are in the forbidden areas of the First Era's battlefield, while some of them are in the ancient battlefield. These experts who are in deep sleep possessed exceptionally powerful techniques, and even great emperors are afraid of them. For example, the boundless purgatory in the second lair, which is known for its mighty name, is said to be a place of deep sleep of an extremely powerful expert. The Star Palace Master said earnestly. Boundless purgatory? Hall Master Gu Zin's throat could not remain calm. Going to the second lair was the same as going to one's death if he were to travel there without the fighting capabilities of an emperor god. For the boundless purgatory, Hall Master Gu Xian had only heard of it before. As for Jian Wushuang, he could remain calm. After all, back then in the 8th lair, he had also come across an expert who was in deep sleep. He knew very well that the eternal chaotic world was not as simple as it looked on the surface. Jian Wushuang, according to what you have said, it seems like there are 2 experts in deep sleep in the Buddhist Demon Sea. However, due to the clash between you and the Acheron Palace, those 2 experts were awakened by chance, and this resulted in the great battle which occurred later on. The Star Palace Master said. Among the 2 experts, one of them said that I am definitely connected to a sect known as the 7-Star Black Sect. Thus, he took action and saved my life by sending me out of the Buddhist Demon Sea. Jian Wushuang said. 7-Star Black Sect? Hall Master Gu Xian was stunned, as she had never heard of such a sect before. I know about the 7-Star Black Sect. The Star Palace Master opened his mouth and said, The 7-Star Black Sect is a powerful sect back in the ancient past. However, as the ancient past collapsed, this sect naturally disappeared along with their long history. As for him saying that you are related to the 7-Star Black Sect, it is considered normal. Because the secret skill of Star Palace that you have cultivated have come from the 7-Star Black Sect. As I was fortunate, I happened to chance upon this secret skill's inheritance. What? Hall Master Gu Xian was stunned. However, she understood immediately. The secret skill of Star Palace was frightening, extremely frightening. Due to the existence of the secret skill of Star Palace in the lineage of Star, many powerhouses were afraid of the lineage of Star. As for such a kind of secret skill, under normal circumstances, even great emperor-level experts would be unable to create it. Thus, Hall Master Gu Xian had suspected whether this secret skill was created by the Star Palace Master a long time ago. However, the Star Palace Master had never spoken about it before. At present, the Star Palace Master had taken the initiative to admit it. This is what has happened. After listening to Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian and the Star Palace Master gasped. They knew very clearly how dangerous Jian Wushuang's experience this time around was. At the same time, they had become even more fearful of the Acheron Palace. Jian Wushuang, for you to be able to escape by the skin of your teeth this time around, apart from the fact that it was due to your powerful abilities, it was also partially due to luck. As such, you must absolutely be careful in the future. The Star Palace Master warned. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head earnestly. One would only learn from their own mistakes. With the narrow escape this time around, Jian Wushuang had a better understanding of the Acheron Palace, and he revered the world even more. Thus, he would naturally be more careful in doing things in the future. After all, he absolutely did not want to experience the same thing twice. All right, since your injuries are very serious, you had better go back and recuperate first. The Star Palace Master said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. As his injuries were very serious, he would be unable to recover in a short amount of time. Hence, he had already made up his mind to stay in the lineage of Star for a while to seclude himself in recovery. In a secret room that was covered heavily by seals in the Sword Star, Jian Wushuang was sitting down with his legs crossed. Jian Wushuang, this time around, you survived the assassination that was planned carefully by the Acheron Palace. Moreover, you caused the Acheron Palace to suffer great losses. If this piece of news were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in the eternal chaotic world, and your reputation will improve greatly. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. I was just lucky. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently, and he was not arrogant in the slightest. He knew very clearly that luck had made up a huge portion of the reason why he was able to stay alive. Looking at the methods that the Acheron Palace had employed, even Jian Wushuang himself could not help but gasp in admiration. The Acheron Palace would not take action easily. However, when they took action, it was indeed extraordinary, and it forced Jian Wushuang into a hopeless situation right away. If not for him being fortunate, and coming across the expert deep inside the Buddhist demon sea, he would definitely be dead. Forget about the Acheron Palace. However, after that, I was hunted down by Sir God Qianlan of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. That is the true humiliation. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and a vast amount of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The Acheron Palace had hatched a detailed plan to kill him, and the methods that they had employed had caused even Jian Wushuang to exclaim in admiration. Even if he were killed by them, he would not feel any grievances. But what about the Soaring Heaven King Palace? They had attacked him when he was seriously injured. This caused Jian Wushuang to be even more furious. If not for the King of Venomous Worms taking action and stopping Sir God Qianlan, he would have probably died at the hands of Sir God Qianlan. That was a true oppression, and he would have died an unworthy death. Soaring Heaven King Palace! Jian Wushuang was overflowing with murderous intent. There's no rush. When my abilities recover completely, I shall take my time to play with them. However, Jian Wushuang also knew that his injuries this time around were too serious. Hence, it would be impossible for him to recover his abilities completely in a short amount of time. Moreover, if it were only injuries in his body, it would be all right. However, the most important thing was that he had paid a huge price to fight a fight to the death this time around. In particular, all his 6 ancient gods' stars were destroyed. His ancient god's cultivation base had fallen to rock bottom, and the process for him to recover would not be easy. I shall do it slowly. During this period of time where I have secluded myself in recuperation to recover my abilities, I can also absorb all the demon cores that I obtained back then and go for Stage 3 Ultimate Rio God. In addition, there is also the palm that the one-star man left behind in my head. That is also a great opportunity. Chapter 1752 Removal. In terms of ultimate divine power, after Jian Wushuang had consumed 9 Taiqing ancient panaceas, the ultimate divine power in him was already extremely close to completion. There was only a very small part of divine power left. From Jian Wushuang's viewpoint, he only needed to absorb all the demon cores that he got from Soaring Heaven King Palace, and it should be sufficient. By then, when his divine power had reached completion, he would be able to achieve the 3rd stage of Ultimate Real God, and his power would increase tremendously. Then, he needed to rest in seclusion to recover from his injury. Besides, he needed to precipitate the 6 ancient god stars again, which would definitely require an extremely long time. During the process, he could absorb the demon cores to increase his divine power. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang let out a breath and started to meditate. Just as Jian Wushuang was resting in seclusion, in an extremely faraway territory, on a large dark land, a cold, dark palace towered. In the palace, a man in a black robe knelt politely. There were many statue-like soldiers in black armor that gave out cold auras around themselves. Jian Wushuang has already returned to Lineage of Star. An ancient yet hoarse voice suddenly rang in the palace, and the voice sounded like it was coming from all directions. Yes, someone saw that he entered Lineage of Star with the Master of Star Palace, with the Master of Star Palace escorting him personally. The man in a black robe said politely. Humph! A cold humph suddenly spread. Roar! 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 The soldiers in black armor in the palace let out angry roars simultaneously, and their voices shook the earth. Such a meticulous plan that was said to be well conceived didn't kill Jian Wushuang? What do I need all of you for? The hoarse voice spread with boundless pressure. The man in a black robe who knelt down couldn't help but shiver. How about Shuaigu? And Moing? Where are the few of them? A hoarse voice asked. Master, besides, when Jian Wushuang first fell into the trap and Emperor God Shuigu sent a message, there was no other news from them. I continuously tried to get into contact with them, but there was no reply until now. The man in black robe replied. The lofty palace was suddenly in silence. Although Buddhist demon sea was dangerous, time and space wasn't sealed off. Hence, they could still communicate with one another. But then, Jian Wushuang had already returned to Lineage of Star and the people from Acheron Palace didn't reply. There was only one possibility. Dead? Shuigu, Moing and the men that we've sent out have all died. The hoarse voice continued to speak, but there wasn't anger like before. Who is it? Who could kill them? Jian Wushuang? Impossible. No matter how ridiculously strong Jian Wushuang is, he is only a real god. His power is at most comparable to real god Wu Bai's. The 5 Sir Gods from Acheron Palace and even Emperor God Shuigu himself, Jian Wushuang didn't even stand much hope to stay alive, let alone killing Shuigu, Moing, and the others. He definitely does not have the capability. If it wasn't him, who would it be? The Master of Star Palace? The owner of the hoarse voice reckoned that only the Master of Star Palace and Lineage of Star had the power to kill Emperor God Shuigu and the 5 other Sir Gods. Master, according to our information, the Master of Star Palace had been meditating in seclusion. Before Jian Wushuang was assassinated, he never left to the 6th lair. It was impossible that he could reach it in time to save Jian Wushuang. The man in a black robe who knelt down replied politely. If it wasn't the Master of Star Palace, who would it be? Would it be any experts of Sanctuary Alliance who happened to be wandering in Buddhist Demon Sea? No way, I roughly know the locations of the top experts of Sanctuary Alliance. There wasn't anyone in the 6th lair. If it wasn't the experts of Sanctuary Alliance, the thing that caused their deaths would only be the natural danger in Buddhist Demon Sea, or maybe some ancient existence in the depth of Buddhist Demon Sea got involved. But why would the ancient existence suddenly be awakened? The owner of the hoarse voice muttered. Then, he let out a sigh after a long while. Forget it. As the mission has failed, it is useless to look into it. Send down my command. Remove Jian Wushuang from the must-kill name list. Remove Jian Wushuang from the must-kill name list? The man in a black robe who knelt was stunned. Master, will we not assassinate him in the future? 5 Sir Gods teamed up and set up the killing formation of 9 cuts, plus an Emperor God who was extremely close to the top who performed and carried out a meticulously planned assassination. In the end, they hadn't killed him, but the whole army was wiped out. Regardless of the reason, it proved Jian Wushuang's power. If we were to want to kill him again, we will have to at least send out the top of the top who is comparable to the Master of Star Palace, or even an Emperor God stronger than him. And even so, it will not be definite. After all, there was an assassination. Jian Wushuang will definitely be more cautious. To be able to kill him, there is only one way, which is for the great Emperor himself to kill him personally. However, there are only 2 experts who are Great Emperor level in Acheron Palace, and their identities are extremely unique. They definitely won't take action to assassinate a genius of Sanctuary Alliance. In other words, we, Acheron Palace, have already missed the best timing to kill Jian Wushuang. In the future, unless there is to be a fight against Sanctuary Alliance, or a good opportunity, we shouldn't try to assassinate him. The hoarse voice reverberated in the lofty palace. It didn't go away for a very long time. Leave. Yes. The man in the black robe immediately left. In the lofty palace, the remaining cold soldiers in black armor continued to stand there like statues. But suddenly, there was a creepy shadow that appeared on the uppermost throne from nowhere. The person was in a white robe and his face was blurry. Jian Wushuang. A faint voice was heard from the blurry shadow in a white robe. You are extremely talented, far more talented than real God Wu Bei. You could totally become an almighty in the future, and stand shoulder to shoulder with a great emperor. You might even stand a chance to reach the level of the strongest person in Sanctuary Alliance. If it was like before, we of Acheron Palace would definitely kill a top genius like you, regardless of the price we would have to pay. But now we can't. You should be glad that you were born in a great period. We of Acheron Palace have something more important to be done at this period. We have no time, nor money, nor energy to spare to take care of you. However, the period will pass. In no time, the period will pass. In 100,000 years, at most. Jian Wushuang, you have 100,000 years to grow. 100,000 years later, we of Acheron Palace will go all out. By then, even if you become great emperor, you'll die, without a doubt. Ha! The blurry shadow in a white robe let out a burst of strange laughter. It didn't go away for a very long time in the lofty palace. Chapter 1753, the 7th level. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had already been in seclusion for 500 years. In a secret room in the Sword Star. King of venomous worms, your speed of recovery is really slow. Even though it has already been 500 years, you have still not precipitated a single ancient god star. Jian Wushuang complained. It will be soon. At most, it will take another 100 years for the first ancient god star to be restored. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang, you should be content with your current situation. Do you think that it is so easy to restore the ancient god stars? Fortunately, I have already transformed into a full-foot plenilin and my speed of recovery is many times faster than before. If not, under normal circumstances, when all 6 ancient god stars of a 6-star royal ancient god are destroyed, even with a plenilin helping you to recover with its full power, it would at least take tens of thousands of years for you to recover to your peak. Tens of thousands of years? Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue in admiration. He had heard from the king of venomous worms a long time ago that the cost of using the star destruction skill was extremely high for ancient gods. If not for them giving their all, the ancient gods would absolutely not use it easily. Moreover, even if they were to use it, under normal circumstances, they would only destroy 1 or 2 stars. Only lunatics would destroy 6 stars in one go. It was only because of the fact that Jian Wushuang was forced into a situation where he had no choice but to destroy 6 stars in one go. King of venomous worms, with your speed, how long will it take to restore all 6 stars? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask. It will not take long. It will probably take about 7,000 to 8,000 years of time for me to restore them. Jian Wushuang, do you think that you have the right to complain? These 6 stars do not require you to precipitate them slowly. Instead, it is purely dependent on me working desperately hard to restore them. Even with this, are you still not satisfied? The king of venomous worms said with dissatisfaction. Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. Plenilins were born together with an ancient god. To ancient gods, plenilins were extremely important. They did not merely help in terms of recovering divine power and injuries. Moreover, even the destroyed ancient god stars were dependent on the plenilins to restore them. If the ancient gods were to rely on themselves to restore the ancient god stars, it would not be as simple as tens of thousands of years. Instead, it might even take hundreds of thousands of years. As for the 500 years that Jian Wushuang had been in seclusion, it was the king of venomous worms who had done his best to help him restore the destroyed ancient god star. As for Jian Wushuang, he had placed most of his attention in that one shocking palm in his head. That palm was the opportunity that the super-expert, one-star man, had bestowed upon him in the Buddhist Demon Sea. Extermination Palm of Reincarnation. This palm contained an infinite amount of reincarnation power. To Jian Wushuang, this palm was so profound that it was impressive. During the past 500 years, he had been doing his utmost best to comprehend the palm. However, he had only managed to scratch its surface. However, even though he had only scratched the surface, he was still over the moon. Extermination Palm of Reincarnation. This palm seemed to contain the whole reincarnation doctrine. Jian Wushuang murmured. He then closed his eyes again, and the shocking palm appeared in his head again. Jian Wushuang also continued to comprehend. As he comprehended, he absorbed the pure power that the demon cores contained at the same time. Hence, he lost no time in doing both things at the same time. After all, it was very easy to absorb the demon cores as he only needed to leave a small bit of his consciousness outside. Time passed by slowly. In a flash, another 1,500 years passed. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang had closed his eyes and he was sitting down with his legs crossed. However, from his right palm, a vast amount of reincarnation power had emerged. Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had already achieved the top of the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. Hence, he could control a great amount of reincarnation power. At that moment, Jian Wushuang swung his right hand, which contained a vast amount of reincarnation power, toward the void in front of him. He had unleashed this movement according to the way of using the shocking palm in his head. After comprehending with great effort for 2,000 years, although he was unable to fully comprehend the real secrets within the palm, he could already just about use the move itself. Every time that he swung his palm, Jian Wushuang did not use his divine power. Many palm prints that contained reincarnation power were unleashed, and it would shake the void every time it was unleashed. Jian Wushuang was practicing repeatedly. During this period of time, it was unknown how many times he had repeated the same movement. However, all of a sudden, buzz! A palm print materialized completely at the void in front of Jian Wushuang, and it was sent out with a great amount of power. Rustle. Although it did not contain any divine power, the palm still created many ripples in the void and it almost broke open the void completely. Jian Wushuang's eyes, which had been closed tightly, finally opened and a delighted expression emerged from his eyes. There's finally something. Jian Wushuang was over the moon. Over the past 2,000 years, he had been studying and comprehending the shocking palm in his head intensively. All he wanted to do was to grasp how to use the palm for real. However, after practicing many times and studying intensively for a long period of time, he was still unable to bring forth the hidden secrets in the palm in the end. Hence, he was totally unable to do it the same way as the palm, where he would combine a great amount of reincarnation power perfectly and unleash a frightening amount of power. Against that, Jian Wushuang could not do anything. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to learn how to use the palm. At the very least, it was impossible for him at that moment. Hence, he could only mimic it. He would mimic the palm to the best of his abilities. He would mimic the way it was used and also mimic some special secrets that the palm contained. After studying intensively for hundreds of years and practicing for countless times, he had finally managed to imitate it with some difficulty. As soon as he imitated it successfully, Jian Wushuang realized that the conditions were ripe and his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine achieved a whole new level. Putting it another way, he had opened up a new door. The 7th level of the Doctrine Palace. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He could feel that the amount of reincarnation power that he could control had risen like never before. Such a kind of improvement was a transformation in terms of quality, and it was completely different from before. For him to have such a change meant that his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had made a breakthrough. He had reached the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace from his original level of being at the top of the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. Although it seemed to be only one step between these two levels, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. It must be known that even if one were extremely talented in comprehension, the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace was still at the level of a real god. As for the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace, it was the level of an almighty. My comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine have both achieved the top of the 6th level already. Moreover, I am more proficient in comprehending the space-time doctrine. Hence, I originally thought that even if I were to make a breakthrough in the future, my space-time doctrine would definitely be the first one to make a breakthrough. However, I did not expect my reincarnation doctrine to actually make a breakthrough first. Jian Wushuang laughed. Since his reincarnation doctrine had made a breakthrough to achieve the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace, his abilities would skyrocket. At the very least, his attack power would achieve a new level. However, if his space-time doctrine were to make a breakthrough, it would probably influence his abilities to a greater extent. No matter what, it's a good thing for me to have made a breakthrough. Moreover, I have barely managed to mimic that palm. Let me have a try. Jian Wushuang was excited and he raised his palm again. This time around, his palm did not only contain a vast amount of reincarnation power. Instead, it also contained a small bit of divine power. In a split second, he swung his palm. Chapter 1754. The Third Stage of Ultimate Real God Hong. Then, the void before Jian Wushuang shattered like a piece of paper. He felt the power contained in his palm and Jian Wushuang revealed a smile. I reckon that my palm could only give play to 1/100th of a one-star man, or maybe even 1/10,000th of his power. Even so, it is extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang was shocked. The degree of the scariness of the palm that the one-star man had left in his head was far beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. Even if it was only 1/100th or 1/10,000th of the power, it was still considered an extremely powerful unique skill. My palm is also driven by the power of reincarnation. Its name will be Reincarnation Palm then, Jian Wushuang muttered. Just then, Jian Wushuang was stunned. This feeling. There was excitement in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Haha, in these 2,000 years, although I only absorbed some demon cores occasionally, the accumulated divine power is extremely vast. Now I can finally precipitate the 100th drop of ultimate divine power droplet? Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and he could feel the changes in his body. In the ocean of divine power, there were originally 99 drops of ultimate divine power droplet floated there. But then, an enormous amount of divine power billowed and it started to precipitate the 100th drop of ultimate divine power droplet. The speed of precipitation was shocking. Jian Wushuang didn't need to do anything, everything happened naturally. In a short while, the 100th ultimate divine power droplet was finally completed. It succeeded! Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement. The 100th ultimate divine power droplet marked the completion of divine power. Jian Wushuang had reached the limit of real God stage. The moment it was precipitated, Jian Wushuang immediately felt his divine power and divine body start to transform at a shocking speed. Such a transformation was much bigger compared to the transformation when he had leveled up to the second stage from the first stage of ultimate real God. His divine power was increasing madly in strength and quality. For instance, if Jian Wushuang's divine power strength before could merely shatter a 10,000 gene rock, he could easily break a tens of thousands of gene rock as his divine power grew stronger. A tens of thousands of gene rock. And his power continued to grow at a shocking speed. The same applied to his divine body. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and fully focused on the transformation of his divine power and divine body. The time flew past and half a day passed. Jian Wushuang's transformation finally slowed down. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes shot open and there was a burst of light. I'm finally at the third stage of ultimate real God. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand and there was suddenly an explosive strength that burst out. In Jian Wushuang's perception, the terrifying explosion of divine power was at least 100 times stronger. One should know that his previous divine power explosion was already at Sir God level. This breakthrough brings about a drastic change in me, Jian Wushuang muttered. At the second stage of ultimate real God, divine power and divine body could be compared to an ordinary Sir God's. Once he reached the third stage of ultimate real God, his divine power and divine body was at the level of Emperor God. Sir God and Emperor God, both were almighties. It looked like it was just a different realm, but in actual fact, the difference was vast. When he was in Buddhist Demon Sea, Jian Wushuang had dealt with 5 Sir Gods and they had even set up the killing formation of 9 cuts. But he had relied on his trump cards to break the killing formation of 9 cuts and killed one of them. After he met Emperor God Shuaigu. However, Emperor God Shuaigu alone had made Jian Wushuang go all out. He stopped at nothing. He had even performed the secret skill of Star Palace, but he couldn't match him evenly. That was the difference between Emperor God and Sir God. The difference was first displayed in divine power and divine body. The divine power and divine body of an emperor god was 100 times stronger than an ordinary Sir God's. Secondly, an emperor god's comprehension towards power of heaven way definitely already reached the standard of the 8th level of Doctrine Palace. Sir God was merely on the 7th. The difference in the aspect was shockingly huge too. It led to the power of emperor god that could suppress a Sir God like breaking a piece of dead wood. As for the difference between an emperor god and a great emperor, it was even more ridiculous. Then, Jian Wuxuang had reached the 3rd stage of ultimate real god. At least in terms of divine power and divine body, he was already even-handed with an emperor god. Merely relying on such ferocious divine power, he could wipe out all Sir Gods theoretically. Back then, real god Wu Bei was considered extremely strong among Sir God because he had reached the 3rd stage of ultimate real god. It's a pity that his comprehension towards heaven way was too low, Jian Wuxuang said. Real god Wu Bei knew that his comprehension towards heaven way wasn't high. He had only comprehended one power of heaven way, and he had barely reached the standard of the 6th level in Doctrine Palace. He was very far away from the peak of the 6th level. Many real gods on real god ranking list had a higher level of comprehension towards power of heaven way than him. Hence, even though he had fierce divine power and a divine body, real god Wu Bei could only suppress an ordinary Sir God. If he were to run into any top Sir Gods, he might not be the Sir God's match. However, Jian Wuxuang was totally different. His comprehension of heaven way was far higher than real god Wu Bei's. His comprehension of reincarnation doctrine itself already reached the 7th level in Doctrine Palace, which was on par with an almighty. Besides, he had many tricks and secret skills that real god Wu Bei couldn't compare to favorably. Forget about the others, merely the fact that he possessed the 4 ancient god unique skill and 3 ancient god secret skill was already sufficient for him to let out his fighting power flawlessly. With that, he was confident to wipe out any Sir Gods. In addition to that, there was the Hongjun Golden Sword, Mountain River Map, secret skill of Star Palace, and other trump cards. Jian Wuxuang was confident to fight a battle with an ordinary Emperor God. Even if he were to run into experts like Emperor God Shuigu, he could match evenly even if he didn't go all out. My power has increased too greatly. Jian Wuxuang smiled, but he quickly calmed down. I reached the 3rd stage of Ultimate Real God, which is the peak of Ultimate Real God. Next, it will be the 7th step of inverse cultivation and to become an almighty. However, I haven't gotten the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill yet. Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows. Inverse cultivation skills were very rarely seen. The first 5 steps were easy, but from the 6 steps onwards, it wasn't easily obtainable by any ordinary people. Jian Wuxuang was lucky that he had run into the birth of real god Wu Bei's cave dwelling, and he had obtained the 6th step of inverse cultivation skill from him. As a result, he had reached the 3rd stage of ultimate real god. However, the 7th step after the 6th. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, even real god Wu Bei didn't get it back then. If Jian Wuxuang wanted to become an almighty, he had to first obtain the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. Chapter 1755, Come Out of Seclusion. I remember that back then, real god Wu Bei has said before that he knew where the training method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator was. However, it's a pity that that person is very reserved and old. Hence, real god Wu Bei did not even have a chance to interact with him. Jian Wuxuang said. For such a reserved expert, he must be someone who can shake the world, and the palace master should know about him. After coming out of seclusion, I will have to go and ask him. After thinking about that, Jian Wuxuang calmed his mind down completely. After that, he continued to comprehend the shocking palm in his head. There is a unique method to use this palm, and it includes a method to use the reincarnation power as well. Although it's a palm skill, it can only be applied to sword principles. Jian Wuxuang closed his eyes. No matter what shocking moves he possessed, he would never forget that he was a person who studied the sword. Sword principles were his root. For example, learning how to use the reincarnation palm by mimicking and studying the shocking palm was only for the sake of paving a way for him to study his sword principles. It was only by studying the palm in his head thoroughly that he could slowly develop it, and create a sword principle that belonged to him. Jian Wushuang continued to comprehend, and the king of venomous worms also continued to restore his ancient god stars. It was extremely difficult to restore the ancient god stars, especially if all 6 stars were destroyed. Even with a full-foot plenilun like the king of venomous worms helping him to restore the ancient god stars with its full power, it would still require a very long time. Jian Wushuang had been prepared for it for a long time. Time passed by quickly. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had been in seclusion for a total of 7,800 years. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang was still sitting down with his legs crossed. In the space between his eyebrows, there were originally 5 ancient god stars. At present, the 6th dark golden ancient god star had started to precipitate slowly, and such a kind of precipitation carried on for more than half a month before the ancient god star had completely precipitated out. "It's finally done!" The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head, and its voice was filled with fatigue. "King of venomous worms, thank you very much," Jian Wushuang said gratefully. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he was also glad that he had a battle companion like the king of venomous worms who could fight side by side with him. Over the time the king of venomous worms lived inside his body, the king of venomous worms had given him a lot of help. Even though he already possessed the fighting capabilities of an almighty, and he was not considered weak among the almighties, the king of venomous worms was still able to help him considerably. Be it the intense battles in the Buddhist demon sea back then, or the experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace who he helped to stop, the king of venomous worms had assisted him greatly. For example, for the past few years, the restoration of his ancient god stars and the recovery of the injuries in his body had all been dependent on the power of the king of venomous worms alone. If he did not have the king of venomous worms, he would have died many times. Moreover, the injuries in his body as well as the destroyed ancient god stars would also not have taken such a short period of time to recover. There is no need to stand on ceremony. If you really want to thank me, please make a breakthrough and become an almighty as early as possible. I am excited just thinking about an inverse cultivator at the level of an almighty," the king of venomous worms said. Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. "With the seclusion this time around, my injuries and abilities have completely recovered. Moreover, I have made a breakthrough to stage 3 ultimate real God, and the comprehension of my reincarnation doctrine has achieved the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace. Furthermore, I have managed to come up with the reincarnation palm by comprehending and studying intensively. In terms of my sword principles, they have also improved considerably. I can say that my gains are really huge. The only thing that I feel is that it is a pity that my comprehension of the space-time doctrine is still at the top of the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace," Jian Wushuang muttered. The space-time doctrine was closely related to the Hongjun golden swords and moon-picking skill. As soon as it made a breakthrough, it would affect his abilities as a whole greatly. However, it was a pity that such a breakthrough was not something that he could achieve even though he wanted it. For example, for the comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine, he was fortunate enough to obtain an opportunity that was bestowed upon him by the one-star man. By comprehending the shocking palm which contained an infinite amount of reincarnation power in his mind, he came to a realization and made a breakthrough as a result. However, in terms of the space-time doctrine, he did not come across any opportunity. Since my gains are extremely huge, I am satisfied. It's time for me to come out of seclusion. Jian Wushuang laughed. On that very day, Jian Wushuang, who had secluded himself in the secret room for a total of 7,800 years, finally came out of seclusion. For the battle in the Buddhist demon sea back then, only a few people who were the higher-ups of the lineage of Star knew about it. However, they did not make this information public. Hence, when Jian Wushuang secluded himself and came out of seclusion, it did not cause any huge commotion. In a cave which was completely composed of special gems, Jian Wushuang and Hall Master Yuan sat together, and there was good wine and delicious food in front of them. Jian Wushuang, congratulations. Not only did you recover from your injuries, your abilities have increased greatly as well. Hall Master Yuan laughed. When Hall Master Yuan saw Jian Wushuang for the first time after he came out of seclusion, he could tell that Jian Wushuang was extremely different from before he had secluded himself. After asking him, Hall Master Yuan came to know that Jian Wushuang had made a huge breakthrough during his seclusion. Before your seclusion, you could destroy the killing formation of 9 cuts that was formed by 5 Sir Gods teaming up. But now, your abilities are definitely stronger. Which level have you really achieved? Hall Master Yuan could not help but ask. I should be invincible among Sir Gods. Even if I were to come across a normal Emperor God, I should be able to fight with him head-on. Jian Wushuang laughed. Invincible among Sir Gods? Hall Master Yuan's eyes brightened up at once. He knew what kind of person Jian Wushuang was. Since he had dared to say that, it meant that he was absolutely sure of it. That's great. There's finally another super-existence who can intimidate the eternal chaotic world in the lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan was over the moon. In the eternal chaotic world, an almighty was already considered someone with great authority. However, to a top, big powerhouse like the lineage of Star, only Emperor God-level fighting capabilities could intimidate everyone. As for Sir Gods, they still did not have the right to do so. Previously, the lineage of Star had only had the Star Palace Master, the only Emperor God. However, due to the secret skill of Star Palace, the Star Palace Master was a huge deterrent. However, putting the Star Palace Master aside, the lineage of Star only had 2 Almighties, and they were Hall Master Shi Yun and Hall Master Gu Xian. Moreover, they were only Sir Gods. To other big powerhouses who were similar to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, such Sir Gods were not much of a deterrent. However, with the emergence of Jian Wushuang, a top expert who was invincible among Sir Gods and could also compete with Emperor Gods, it was also enough to intimidate everyone. To the lineage of Star, it was something significant. Hall Master Yuan, I came to find you as I wanted to ask you a question, Jian Wushuang said abruptly. Tell me more about it. Hall Master Yuan laughed. You also know that I have achieved the highest level of a real god, and if I were to take another step forward, I would be going for Almighty. However, to make a breakthrough to Almighty, I first need to obtain the training method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator. Hence, do you know who possesses this method? Jian Wushuang asked. Although Hall Master Yuan was not an Almighty, his identity was very special. The big and small matters in the lineage of Star, as well as many matters of the Sanctuary Alliance, were all taken care of by him. Comparing judgment levels, his level of judgment was not inferior to a normal Emperor God. Therefore, he would know who possessed the 7th step of an inverse cultivator. The training method of the 7th step of an inverse cultivator? Hall Master Yuan squinted his eyes. After muttering to himself for some time, he nodded his head slowly. Indeed, I know who possesses this method. However, it will be extremely difficult for you to obtain the training method from him. Chapter 1756. The Strongest Man, Emperor Bai. Who is it exactly? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but ask. He was also very curious about in whose hand the inverse cultivation skill was. One should know that real God Wu Bei was also an arrogant Sir God when he was at his zenith. Plus, he had a white blaze fruit tree and also a certain capital. However, real God Wu Bei didn't even stand a chance to see the expert. Who exactly was the exceedingly great person that real God Wu Bei couldn't see even though he wanted to? Jian Wushuang, you have been in Sanctuary Alliance for so long. You should have a certain understanding of the Almighty's and eternal chaotic world, right? Hall Master Yuan asked. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. How about Great Emperor? Hall Master said. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He knew about the Almighty's and eternal chaotic world, that was the truth. For instance, he could immediately recognize Emperor God Shuai Gu the moment he used his divine weapon. However, He only knew some of the Sir Gods and Emperor Gods, and he only had a brief understanding of them. As for great emperors, Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the great emperors. Would the seventh step of inverse cultivation skill be in a great emperor's hand? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, and he isn't any ordinary great emperor. Hall Master Yuan continued. Jian Wushuang, you know that Sanctuary Alliance is a definite overlord of eternal chaotic world, and the ones in the highest position in Sanctuary Alliance are the super experts at great emperor level. Do you know how many great emperors there are in Sanctuary Alliance? Jian Wushuang shook his head. 13 of them. Hall Master Yuan read out a number. Jian Wushuang was surprised. It wasn't because he found the number huge, but there were too few. One must know that Sanctuary Alliance gathered all forces in eternal chaotic world and solo experts in the 10 sanctuaries. Just how few there were. Among the 13 great emperors, there are masters of the 10 sanctuaries. For instance, Purple Moon Great Emperor of Purple Moon Sanctuary, Colored Glaze Emperor of Colored Glaze Sanctuary, East Royal Emperor from East Royal Sanctuary. Besides the 10 sanctuaries, there are 3 other great emperors. Although the 3 great emperors didn't conquer any sanctuaries, their individual powers are enough to shake one. Among the 3 great emperors, one of them is Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai also has another title. He is the strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance? The title was definitely highly valuable. Hall Master paused and continued. Regardless of Sir Gods or Emperor Gods, there is a distance of power in between. Same applies to great emperors. Among the 13 Emperor Gods in Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai is no doubt the number one. His power was widely recognized long ago. Many years ago, at the beginning when Sanctuary Alliance first established, Emperor Bai launched an attack before. He did it in front of the experts, and he killed another great emperor with a thunderous method. Killed another great emperor? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Jian Wushuang, you should know that when one reaches great emperor level, he will be the strongest existence in eternal chaotic world. Since the collapse of ancient times and the First Era, eternal chaotic world has never had anyone stronger than a great emperor, while all the great emperors have the ability to split heaven and earth. They possess unbelievably strong power, and their defensive skills are impressive. Under normal circumstances, as both parties are great emperors, even if they couldn't be evenly matched, they should be able to stay alive. Just like the other 12 great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, it would be difficult even for the strongest to kill the weakest. It is almost impossible. Only Emperor White has the capability to kill a great emperor, and with ease. Tell me now. Does Emperor Bai qualify to be the strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Of course he's qualified. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He could kill another great emperor. That itself showed Emperor Bai's power. Hall Master Yuan, as you brought up about Emperor Bai, would the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill be in the hands of this Emperor Bai? Jian Wushuang asked. You're right. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, Emperor White should be the only one in eternal world that has it. Because he is the one and only inverse cultivator at the almighty level in eternal chaotic world. Hall Master Yuan said. What? Jian Wushuang stood up and he looked surprised. Emperor Bai is an inverse cultivator? Yes. Hall Master Yuan nodded. Since the Second Era until now, there were some inverse cultivators, but most of them died during inverse cultivation tests. There are only 2 people who passed all inverse cultivation tests and reached the 6th step of inverse cultivation, who are Real God Wu Bei and Emperor Bai. Of course, you're the 3rd one now and you have already surpassed Real God Wu Bei. If you were to improve further, you might be able to stand side by side with Emperor Bai. It is also because Emperor Bai is an inverse cultivator. That's why he is so ridiculously powerful and terrifying. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, and he was astonished. It was true. Inverse cultivators were ridiculous. He was merely on the 6th step, the 3rd stage of ultimate real God, but he was confident in being evenly matched with an ordinary Emperor God. If he were to improve further, reach the 7th step of inverse cultivation, and become an almighty, his fighting power would easily reach the great emperor level. If his comprehension of Heaven Way were to enhance slightly and reach the level to be compared favorably with an ordinary great emperor, he would be able to kill a great emperor of the same level with ease at his advantageous position as an inverse cultivator. Emperor Bai had obviously reached that level. Jian Wushuang, it's needless for me to tell you how amazing Emperor Bai is. His title as the strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance should reveal that. Emperor Bai is also an ancient existence. His antiquity is far beyond your imagination. There are even rumors that said that he is an expert from the first era. Such an ancient almighty doesn't have any relatives or disciples and is unrestrained. Although he carries the name of Alliance leader in Sanctuary Alliance, he never bothered about the internal affairs. Forget about real God Wu Bei, even the Emperor gods in Sanctuary Alliance, and the great Emperor experts on the highest position hardly see him. It is said that among the other 12 great emperors, only 2 of them have his communication token. In other words, even great emperors find it difficult to look for him. Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn after he heard that. He definitely had to look for Emperor Bai if he wanted to get the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. However, it wasn't easy to look for him. Chapter 1757 Demanding the Payment of a Debt. It was not easy for even great emperors to find Emperor Bai, let alone Jian Wushuang. Moreover, even if he were to find Emperor Bai due to his nature-defying luck, would Emperor Bai give him the method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator for free? After all, as soon as Jian Wushuang obtained the method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator, there was a high chance of him becoming an almighty-level inverse cultivator in the future. Moreover, there was also hope for him to achieve a level similar to that of Emperor Bai. If Emperor Bai had some selfish motives, he would definitely not give the method to Jian Wushuang, and allow Jian Wushuang to pose a threat to his position. Looks like I can only rely on opportunities in the future to obtain the training method of the 7th step of the inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, due to real God Wu Bai's warning from before, Jian Wushuang had long prepared himself for such results. Oh right. Hall Master Yuan, there's another matter which concerns the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom, Jian Wushuang said abruptly. The monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom? How is the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom related to you? Hall Master Yuan said with surprise. It's like this. When real God Wu Bei gave the training method of the 6th step of an inverse cultivator to me back then, I promised him that I would kill the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom on his behalf if I were to possess the abilities to do so, Jian Wushuang said. Since I have made a promise, unless I have no abilities or no way to do so, I will not go back on my words. Jian Wushuang would not make promises easily. However, he held promises in high regard. Back then in Wu Bai's cave, since he had promised real God Wu Bei, he would always hold it firmly in his mind. Previously, he had not had enough abilities. However, things had changed. I see. Hall Master Yuan understood and said, The monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom is a ruler of many holy kingdoms, and his reputation is not small within the eternal chaotic world. Moreover, he is a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. As for his abilities, he is a top Sir God expert. With your current abilities, if it were 1-to-1, it would be possible for you to kill him. However, the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom's background is not simple. Background? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Regarding the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom's abilities, he already knew about it previously. However, he did not know about the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom's background. Hence, he was asking Hall Master Yuan to get to know some background of the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom. Jian Wushuang, just now, I told you that within the Sanctuary Alliance, apart from the masters of the 10 sanctuaries, there are 3 other great emperors. Putting Emperor Bai aside, among the 2 remaining great emperors, there is a great Emperor Zi Su. Among the 13 great Emperor Zi, you can be considered one of the top 5. Moreover, the relationship between the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom and Great Emperor Zisu is not normal. It is said that when Great Emperor Zisu was still a real god, he owed the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom a favor. After that, he became a great emperor, and the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom has been serving under him ever since. If you wish to kill the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom, you have to get past the level of Great Emperor Zisu, Hall Master Yuan said. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang was stunned. Previously, he had known that the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom had a great background. However, he did not expect his background to actually be so deep-rooted. With such friendship with a great emperor, and that Great Emperor Zisu owed him a favor, if he were to come across any danger, Great Emperor Zisu would definitely come to rescue him personally. Moreover, if he were to avenge real God Wu Bei by killing the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom, there would be a high chance of Great Emperor Zisu coming personally to kill him. Seems like I will be unable to take revenge for real God Wu Bei for another short period of time. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had promised to help real God Wu Bei take revenge. Moreover, he would only do so when he had the abilities, and he had to also be in a situation where he was sure that he could stay alive. However, at that moment, it was obvious that his abilities were not enough. At the very least, I must wait until I have enough things to capitalize on that I can face Great Emperor Zisu. Then, I will be able to take action against the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom for real. Jian Wushuang murmured. Jian Wushuang, it is impossible for you to kill the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom now, and I believe that you would not be so stupid. Hall Master glanced at Jian Wushuang and continued speaking. Since your abilities have fully recovered, what do you plan to do next? Next? Jian Wushuang could not help but raise the corners of his mouth. I want to demand the payment of a debt. Demand the payment of a debt? Hall Master Yuan was stunned. The Soaring Heaven King Palace? That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head earnestly. To begin with, there is a huge grudge between me and the Soaring Heaven King Palace that is unresolved. Moreover, outside the Buddhist demon sea back then, they almost killed me when I was seriously injured, and I remember this debt extremely clearly. Hence, I must absolutely think of a way to get them to repay me. It's easy to say that. However, the abilities of the Soaring Heaven King Palace are not normal. Do you have the confidence to deal with them? Hall Master Yuan said with concern. Don't worry. Since I dare to demand the payment of a debt, I naturally have absolute confidence. Jian Wushuang laughed. Hall Master Yuan, you definitely have a better understanding of the Soaring Heaven King Palace than me. Please tell me what kind of experts the Soaring Heaven King Palace have, as well as some of the trump cards that they possess. With this, I will be more prepared. Jian Wushuang knew about some experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, he did not know all of them. No problem. Hall Master Yuan said immediately. According to the information that the lineage of Star has collected, there are a total of 11 Almighties in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Among the Almighties, 9 of them are Sir Gods, while the remaining 2 are Emperor Gods. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang's eyes could not help but shrink. The Soaring Heaven King Palace was a top powerhouse of the eternal chaotic world as well, and it was no wonder that their ways of doing things had always been so unreasonable. It seemed that they were unreasonable due to their absolute abilities. An Almighty was strong enough to be called someone with great authority in the eternal chaotic world. However, the Soaring Heaven King Palace actually had a total of 11 of them. It should be known that a similar top powerhouse like the lineage of Star only contained 3 Almighties. By including Jian Wushuang, who possessed the fighting capabilities of an Almighty, there were only 4 of them. Compared to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, they were indeed lacking a lot in terms of numbers. If not for the Star Palace Master, with the Soaring Heaven King Palace's abilities, they would probably be able to suppress the lineage of Star completely. For the 9 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, there are some with strong abilities, as well as some with weak abilities. In particular, there are 3 of them who stand at the top of the Sir Gods. As for the 2 Emperor Gods, they are Emperor God Tian Ling and Emperor God Tian Shao. These 2 Emperor Gods are the oldest existences in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. At the same time, they are also the two founders of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Among the two of them, Emperor God Tianling is the stronger one. Emperor God Tianling has been famous for a long time, and he became famous a lot sooner than our palace master. Moreover, his abilities long ago achieved the peak of an emperor god, and he is slightly stronger than the palace master. In the eternal chaotic world, he is also a well-known super expert, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang frowned. The current him could compete with emperor god experts head-on, and if he were to encounter emperor gods at a similar level to emperor god Shuaigu, he would not be fearful at all. However, if he were to encounter a top emperor god, he would not have absolute confidence. Fortunately, Hall Master Yuan said again, Emperor God Tianling is proud and ambitious. Ever since he achieved the peak of being an emperor god, he has been trying every means to go for great emperor. Moreover, it would definitely be impossible to make a breakthrough to great emperor if he were to rely on his own training. Therefore, there is a need for him to look for opportunities. As such, for many years, Emperor God Tianling has been traveling in the second layer, and he will only return once every hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 1758 Treasure Auction. Oh? Jian Wushuang was interested. If Emperor God Tian Shao were to be wandering in the second layer, he had no scruples. How about Emperor God Tian Shao? Jian Wushuang asked. Emperor God Tian Shao has been in a commanding position in Soaring Heaven King Palace all this while. He hardly wanders in the lairs or dangerous places, while his power is far weaker than Emperor God Tianling's. Emperor God Tianling is on the top among emperor gods, while Emperor God Tian Shao is merely intermediate among emperor gods. Intermediate? How about if he is compared to Emperor God Shuaigu? Jian Wushuang asked. He should be weaker compared to Emperor God Shuaigu. However, Emperor God Tian Shao has two chaotic divine treasures. In particular, there is one defense armor. Hence, you can't belittle him either, Hall Master Yuan said. Two chaotic divine treasure? One of it is even a defense armor? Jian Wushuang was surprised and astonished at the abundant treasure that Emperor God Tian Shao had. One should know that Emperor God Shuaigu only had one chaotic divine treasure, which was the Crimson Trident. Besides the higher-ups, Soaring Heaven King Palace is a top force that is powerful in eternal chaotic world. After all, you shouldn't belittle the trump cards that they hold. If you fight with them head-on, you should be cautious, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. I understand. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as he already made up his mind. Although Emperor God Tian Shao had two chaotic divine treasure, he alone couldn't make Jian Wushuang worried. As for the other Sir Gods, he couldn't be bothered. He needed to be concerned about the trump cards that Soaring Heaven King Palace had. Jian Wushuang, I have to remind you that Soaring Heaven King Palace is much stronger than Lineage of Star. Although, due to the Master of Star Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace didn't have the guts to declare war against Lineage of Star. If we of Lineage of Star were to take the initiative to taunt them and corner them, it would be a different story. So, if you want to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace, you can only do it alone. We of Lineage of Star can't help you on the surface. Of course, when it reaches a crucial moment, such as your life being threatened, I will tell the Master of Star Palace to get involved personally. Hall Master Yuan sounded solemn. You have boundless prospects, and you are significant to Lineage of Star. If you were to be in danger, we of Lineage of Star would definitely go all out to protect you, even if it means war against Soaring Heaven King Palace. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Ever since Jian Wushuang had fought with Soaring Heaven King Palace, Lineage of Star had never once had a conflict with Soaring Heaven King Palace in public. It had only been Jian Wushuang fighting with Soaring Heaven King Palace alone. It wasn't because Lineage of Star wasn't willing to assist Jian Wushuang, but because Lineage of Star was at a difficult position. If it wasn't necessary, Lineage of Star wasn't willing to get involved. The moment they got involved, they would definitely break apart with Soaring Heaven King Palace. By then, it would drag up too many affairs. After he got to know more about Soaring Heaven King Palace, Jian Wushuang immediately departed. one of the 10 sanctuaries, Colored Glaze Sanctuary. Colored Glaze Sanctuary was considered a more spacious sanctuary in the 10 sanctuaries. There was a total of 8 huge continents. Among the 8 continents, Soaring Heaven King Palace took up 2 of them. The 2 continents were where the lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace was located, also the deep-rooted Soaring Heaven Land. The other one was Sea Continent. The original overlord of Sea Continent wasn't Soaring Heaven King Palace but a strong force that could compare favorably to Lineage of Star. However, the force experienced an accident whereby their strongest Emperor God passed away as he wandered in the third lair. Without their Emperor God, the force naturally couldn't remain as the overlord of Sea Continent. Immediately, there was a war. As the force was destroyed, Soaring Heaven King Palace on Soaring Heaven Land got involved arrogantly and defeated the other forces in Sea Continent. Since then, Soaring Heaven King Palace had become the overlord of Sea Continent. Soaring Heaven King Palace had even left a strong power in Sea Continent as a deterrent to all enemies. The power was concentrated in the middle of Sea Continent where Soaring Heaven Mansion was located. As Jian Wuxuang came to take revenge, he definitely had to come to the territory that Soaring Heaven King Palace had conquered. Between Soaring Heaven Land and Sea Continent, Jian Wuxuang opted for the latter. Sea Continent, a huge bustling city that was floating in the air. The city's name was Sea City. On Sea Continent, it could be named as Sea City. Its importance could be well imagined. In the entire Sea Continent, only Soaring Heaven Mansion could be compared to the flourishing city favorably. In an exquisite restaurant in Sea City, Jian Wuxuang sat in his crimson robe and carried his sword on his back as he read the set of information that he had just received. Vientiane Tower Treasure Auction? Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Vientiane Tower was absolutely the #1 chamber of commerce in Eternal Chaotic World. They possessed boundless treasures and rare books. Vientiane Tower on every continent in 10 cultivation sanctuaries would throw a treasure auction every once in a while. The treasure auction was huge. Many forces and sects on the continent, including many solo experts, would participate. Jian Wuxuang had just happened to make it in time for Vientiane Tower treasure auction in Sea Continent. The treasure auction was going to take place in Vientiane Tower in Sea Continent 10 days later. I want to take revenge and I have to strike at the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, the experts are scattered all around Sea Continent. It won't be easy to find them. However, Vientiane Tower treasure auction is such a major event, even Soaring Heaven King Palace will definitely send influential experts to participate. This happens to provide me a great chance. As for how I want to do this, Jian Wuxuang was in deep thought, but there was suddenly a commotion outside the restaurant. Jian Wuxuang spread his soul power, and he saw a few figures flying over from the void afar. The few of them had ferocious auras that were already at the level of chaotic real god. The one who was leading was a top chaotic real god. The commotion outside the restaurant was stirred by their arrival. At the same time, Jian Wuxuang found out the background of the few figures via eavesdropping the conversations around him. Thunder Rolls Palace, a strong force in Sea Continent, but they don't have any almighty in commanding position. The leading one among them is the top chaotic real god, the master of Thunder Rolls Palace. Jian Wuxuang tapped the table with his finger as the corners of his lips lifted into a smile. When he saw the master of Thunder Rolls Palace, he already had a plan in his mind. Then, Jian Wuxuang immediately moved and got close to the few chaotic real gods from Thunder Rolls Palace. Chapter 1759 Fearlessness. 10 days later, the Vientiane Tower's treasure auction began as scheduled. Just like the past, the treasure auction this time around had attracted many powerful, big powerhouses from the Sea Continent. Moreover, as the overlord of the Sea Continent, the Soaring Heaven King Palace had also sent experts over. Furthermore, the experts that it had sent over did not have low positions. Real God Shuekong, I did not expect you to actually come to the treasure auction personally this time around. Haha, brother Shuekong, long time no see. I trust that you have been well since we parted? Greetings to Real God Shuekong. At the sight of the Vientiane Tower's treasure auction, The person who was flattered and escorted by everyone was a gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man was real god Shue Kong from the Soaring Heaven King Palace. He was not just an elder who had a lot of power in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Instead, his abilities were shocking as well, and it was rumored that he could compete with experts in the real god ranking list. Among the experts from the Soaring Heaven King Palace who came to participate in the treasure auction this time around, he was their leader. While being flattered by everyone, real god Shue Kong and some experts from the Soaring Heaven King Palace went to their independent rooms. When they sat inside their independent rooms, they could see everything that was occurring outside clearly. At the same time, they could also see the treasure exhibition stage. The auction treasures in the treasure auction of the Vientiane Tower have always been outstanding. However, I wonder what treasures will be auctioned off this time around. It's a pity that the Vientiane Tower's treasure auction has always had tight security. Even the Soaring Heaven King Palace has no prior knowledge on the treasures. Two real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were having a random conversation. However, at that time, real god Shue Kong snorted coldly. No matter what treasures are being auctioned off by the Vientiane Tower, as long as it is something that catches the Soaring Heaven King Palace's eyes, it shall be ours. Upon hearing that, the other experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace around him laughed. Indeed, with the Soaring Heaven King Palace's power and high-handedness, if a treasure were to catch their eyes during the treasure action, they would definitely be able to obtain it. In no time, the treasure auction began and the first treasure was up for bidding. The first treasure was a real god-level Chaos Divine weapon. Although it was armor used for defense, it did not catch the attention of the Soaring Heaven King Palace at all. On the contrary, experts from other powerhouses fought for the treasure for quite a period of time. Time passed by and many treasures went up for bidding. At the start, the Soaring Heaven King Palace was silent. Only the first 20 treasures had come out. Humongous White Sun Elixir. It's something that is quite rare. Real god Shue Kong muttered to himself, and he spoke loudly. 1,000 Doctrine Gems. Real god Shue Kong's voice spread across the area from the independent room that he was in, and the whole treasure action became quiet at once. The humongous White Sun Elixir was valuable, and it would be of some help to top chaotic real gods. For its price, not to mention 1,000 Doctrine Gems, if one were to come across someone who really needed it, even 2,000 Doctrine Gems would not be considered a lot. If it were someone normal who gave the price of 1,000 Doctrine Gems, someone else would definitely compete with him. However, at that time, the Soaring Heaven King Palace was the one who gave the price. In the treasure auction, many experts from each and every powerhouse or sect could not help but look at the independent room that real god Shue Kong was in. However, they shook their heads immediately, and it was obvious that they had already decided to give up on competing. 1,000 Doctrine Gems, calling once. 1,000 Doctrine Gems, calling twice. The expert from the Vientiane Tower who was hosting the bidding competition was shouting loudly. However, just as he was about to call for the third time, 1,100 Doctrine Gems, a deep voice could be heard abruptly. Eh? Experts from many powerhouses and sects in the auction looked for the source of the voice immediately. They saw that the voice also came from an independent room. The people in that independent room should be the people from the Thunder Rolls Palace. The Thunder Rolls Palace? A mere Thunder Rolls Palace actually dares to compete with the Soaring Heaven King Palace? Who knows? Perhaps there is someone in the Thunder Rolls Palace who really is in need of the humongous White Sun Elixir badly? Some experts started to discuss it. Although the Thunder Rolls Palace was a big powerhouse within the sea continent, there were sects which could rival, or were even stronger than, the Thunder Rolls Palace. Moreover, those sects were also interested in the humongous White Sun Elixir. However, since the Soaring Heaven King Palace had given a price, they naturally gave up. However, for the Thunder Rolls Palace to do this, everyone could only come to the conclusion that the Thunder Rolls Palace indeed had someone who needed the humongous White Sun Palace badly. In the independent room where everyone in the Soaring Heaven King Palace was, real god Shue Kong looked in the direction that the Thunder Rolls Palace was and laughed apathetically. The Thunder Rolls Palace has always revered the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and they would absolutely not dare to oppose us. Forget it. It's only one humongous White Sun Palace. Since they need it, we shall give it to them. Real God Shui Kong did not lose his temper, and he stopped bidding for the humongous White Sun Elixir. With that, the humongous White Sun Elixir fell into the hands of the Thunder Rolls Palace at a price of 1,100 doctrine gems. The treasure auction continued. In no time, another treasure caught the attention of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. 2,500 doctrine gems. Real God Shui Kong said right away. All the powerhouses and sects in the auction came to a mutual understanding and gave up on competing immediately. However, from the independent room that the Thunder Rolls Palace was in, a deep voice could be heard again. 2,600 doctrine gems! With that, Real God Shui Kong's eyes squinted. As for the experts of all the powerhouses in the treasure action, all of them were extremely surprised. For the humongous White Sun Elixir previously, perhaps someone in the Thunder Rolls Palace had really needed it. Hence, they had bid for it even though there was a risk of them offending the Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, at that moment, for the second treasure that had caught the attention of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, the Thunder Rolls Palace still wanted to compete for it. Would it be so much of a confidence for the Thunder Rolls Palace to happen to need both treasures that had caught the attention of the Soaring Heaven King Palace? 2,800 doctrine gems. Real God Shui Kong spoke again. However, that time around, his voice was a bit deep and low. 3,000 doctrine gems. A deep voice could be heard again from the independent room of the Thunder Rolls Palace. Real God Shui Kong's eyes finally turned ice cold. Thunder Rolls Palace, interesting. Real God Shui Kong murmured, and he stopped competing. As for the other experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace around him, their expressions were a bit cold as well. The treasure auction continued. The treasure auction was indeed held by the Vientiane Tower. The prices of all the treasures that they had taken out were extremely shocking, and quite a number of treasures had caught the attention of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Moreover, every time Real God Shui Kong of the Soaring Heaven King Palace gave a price, the Thunder Rolls Palace would compete with him by giving another price. Moreover, no matter how high the price that Real God Shui Kong gave was, the Thunder Rolls Palace would always give a price that was higher than his. The treasure auction was halfway done. During this period of time, there was a total of 12 treasures that had caught the eyes of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and they had also bid for them. However, for these 12 treasures, none of them fell into the hands of the Soaring Heaven King Palace in the end. Instead, all of them were obtained by the Thunder Rolls Palace. The Thunder Rolls Palace had only obtained those 12 treasures. In other words, the Thunder Rolls Palace would only bid for treasures that had caught the eyes of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. As for treasures that had caught the eyes of other powerhouses or sects, the Thunder Rolls Palace would not be concerned with them. What were they doing? In the treasure auction, the experts from all the powerhouses and sects were all extremely stunned. Some of them even cried out in alarm. The Thunder Rolls Palace is really fearless. Chapter 1760 Old Monster Qixing. There were so many forces and sects that participated in the auction, but Thunder Rolls Palace didn't bother with them. But whenever Soaring Heaven King Palace shouted a bid, they immediately joined and competed in bidding. They were obviously asking for trouble with Soaring Heaven King Palace. Thunder Rolls Palace, are they crazy? Crazy, they must be crazy. Thunder Rolls Palace must have increased in power tremendously, and they are getting carried away. Thanks. I think Thunder Rolls Palace is courting death. They openly provoke Soaring Heaven King Palace. If I were to be Real God Shui Kong, I would immediately destroy Thunder Rolls Palace right when the auction ends. There were people whispering to one another. The experts from various forces and sect were waiting to watch a show. Of course, there were also people whose eyes were dilated in curiosity. They faintly noticed that it wasn't as simple as it looked. The few experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace gathered, and they didn't look too good. Only the leader among them, Real God Shui Kong, flashed a bloodthirsty smile. It seems like we of Soaring Heaven King Palace has not launched an attack for many years and the outside world already forget how scary Soaring Heaven King Palace is. Even a non-entity has the guts to provoke us in public. Humph, Thunder Rolls Palace doesn't even have any experts on real god ranking list, let alone an almighty. Such a sect, Soaring Heaven King Palace can destroy them in an instant. Wait till the auction ends, we shall immediately take action. First, kill all the people from Thunder Rolls Palace who came to join the auction, one of the chaotic real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace said. No, it's not as simple as you think it is. Real god Shui Kong smiled maliciously. What does Thunder Rolls Palace have that gave them the courage to provoke Soaring Heaven King Palace? Their palace master isn't that stupid. If he dares to do so, he definitely has a backer. There are only a few of us. It's best that we don't act recklessly. How about this? Master Qixing happens to be nearby. Let me send him a message for him to make a trip here personally. With Master Qixing, no matter who Thunder Rolls Palace's backer is, he will be able to settle. The few experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace nodded heavily at his suggestion. They were confident in Master Qixing. Then, in the independent room that all experts were paying attention to, the few real gods from Thunder Rolls Palace stood. Their faces were as pale as sheets, and they were shivering in fear. Mister, the one that we offended is Soaring Heaven King Palace, the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace muttered. In front of the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace, there was a young man in a crimson robe carrying a long sword on his back. The person was naturally Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was enjoying his cup of tea leisurely. He smiled when he heard what the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace had said. Why? Master of Thunder Rolls Palace seems to be afraid? Of course I am, the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace said. Soaring Heaven Jing Palace is one of the biggest forces in Eternal Chaotic World. They have a total of over 10 almighties. Anyone sent could destroy Thunder Rolls Palace completely. On Sea Continent, Soaring Heaven King Place is king. Thunder Rolls Palace have always been respectful. The Master of Thunder Rolls Palace looked bitter. Soaring Heaven King Palace was a big figure to Thunder Rolls Palace. If it wasn't because Jian Wushuang had forced him to, he wouldn't have had the guts to provoke the former. But then, he had no choice. The few of their lives were in Jian Wushuang's hands. They couldn't even struggle. They could only obey what Jian Wushuang wanted them to do. Don't worry. Soaring Heaven King Palace isn't as scary as you imagined. Plus, if the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace were to barge in here, I would take care of them. As for you, just telling them you were forced by me will do. At most, apologize to them. There won't be anything major, Jian Wushuang said. The Master of Thunder Rolls Palace looked even more troubled. One should know that Soaring Heaven King Palace had always been barbaric. Thunder Rolls Palace had offended them so badly, even if there was a reason, it wouldn't be something that could be solved with an apology. Don't worry, follow my instructions. Whatever treasure Soaring Heaven King Palace wants, get it for me. Jian Wushuang continued to enjoy his tea. The Master of Thunder Rolls Palace gulped. Although he wasn't willing to, he could only follow Jian Wushuang's instructions. However, Soaring Heaven King Palace seemed to take the hint. The rest of the treasure, they never bid anymore. Hence, the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace naturally couldn't fight for it. Very soon, the biggest treasure auction on Sea Continent ended. The experts from various forces and sects walked out from Vientiane Tower. The moment they walked out from Vientiane Tower, they were shocked at the sight in the void before them. In the void outside of Vientiane Tower, there were over 10 figures floating. The figures had strong auras. The weakest was an eternal real god and most of them were chaotic real gods. Real god Shui Kong was in the crowd too, but he wasn't the leader of the crowd. The leader was an elderly with white eyebrows who was standing at the far front with a snakehead staff. He was standing there in silence while he squinted his eyes. The elderly with white eyebrows didn't give out any aura. He was the least eye-catching one among the figures. However, that person was the reason the experts at the scene looked terrified. It's old monster Qixing. Sir God Qixing from Soaring Heaven King Palace. He's an almighty. An Almighty came personally. Thunder Roll's palace is doomed. As expected, Soaring Heaven King Palace is not one who could be provoked as he wishes. An Almighty came personally and he could easily destroy Thunder Roll's palace. Outside of Vientiane Tower, countless experts stopped. They didn't leave and the scene became noisy. Whoever participated in that treasure auction knew that Thunder Roll's palace had taken the initiative to provoke Soaring Heaven King Palace. According to Soaring Heaven King Palace's manner of handling things, how could they tolerate that? At the treasure auction earlier, Soaring Heaven King Place didn't do anything as they were concerned about Vientiane Tower's reputation. But then, judging by the looks of it, the moment the experts of Thunder Roll's palace exit, they would immediately be killed by Soaring Heaven King Palace. Under the anticipation and attention of all experts, the few real gods from Thunder Roll's palace walked out of Vientiane Tower slowly. The person leading them was the master of Thunder Roll's palace, who looked bitter. The moment they walked out from Vientiane Tower, the master of Thunder Roll's palace felt dry in his throat when he saw over 10 figures and Sir God Qixing at the forefront before him. He suppressed his fear and said, "Thunder Roll's palace, Lei Tao, greets Sir God Qixin and everyone from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Lei Tao, in the eyes of your Thunder Roll's palace, is there Soaring Heaven King Palace?" Real God Shuakong looked down at him from above. The master of Thunder Roll's palace wanted to say something. Sir God Qixing's eyes suddenly opened wide and there was a flash of light. Chapter 1761 Killed with a flip of his palm. Get the person behind you to come out. Your Thunder Roll's palace does not have the resolve and guts to provoke the Soaring Heaven King Palace. A cold voice could be heard from Sir God Qixing. Although his voice seemed to be soft, it echoed within the minds of everyone present. Moreover, it created waves in their minds and they almost drowned in it. What a frightening move! Is this a Sir God? The people present cried out in alarm. After Sir God Qixing's voice was heard, a crimson-robed figure walked out from the Vientiane Tower normally. He was carrying a sword. When he appeared, he naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Sir God Qixing could not help but look at him. A real god! A mere real god can actually exert such a huge amount of pressure on me? Sir God Qixing's eyes shrank fiercely. After that, he looked at Jian Wushuang's looks and attire carefully. Crimson robe, carrying a sword and so young, you are Jian Wushuang. A voice which contained an infinite amount of coldness could be heard from Sir God Qixing, and this caused the sight to be in a huge uproar. Jian Wushuang! He is Jian Wushuang! The number 1 on the real god ranking list. The Jian Wushuang who had once competed against an almighty head-on, and even caused that almighty to suffer huge losses. So it's him. The scene was in a tumult. The weak could use the names of the strong to protect themselves. At that time, Jian Wushuang had a great reputation in the eternal chaotic world. Although he was only a real god, none of the almighties dared to underestimate him. No wonder the unimpressive Thunder Roll's palace dares to take the initiative to provoke the Soaring Heaven King Palace. It's because of you supporting them from the back. Sir God Qixing snorted coldly. His eyes then glowed with lightning and he looked at the Thunder Roll's palace master. Thunder Roll's palace, how fortunate you are! Sir God Qixing. The Thunder Roll's palace master said fearfully. For the matter this time around, the Thunder Roll's palace was threatened by Jian Wushuang, and we had no choice but to do this. If we have offended you, I, Lei Tao, ask for the forgiveness of Mr. Sir God, as well as all of you here who are from the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In addition, I will add on another 10,000 doctrine gems as a form of apology. The Thunder Roll's palace master was extremely sincere and respectful. However, such an attitude from him was expected of by everyone else. For this matter which concerns the Thunder Roll's palace, I will settle it with you after this. Sir God Qixing's voice was icy cold and he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you actually dared to come to the sea continent alone and also take the initiative to provoke the Soaring Heaven King Palace. You are really very courageous and I wonder, who lent you that courage? Was it the lineage of Star? However, it's a pity. In the sea continent, even if the soaring Heaven King Palace were to kill you, the lineage of Star would probably not dare to say anything. I have come here by myself. In addition, the grudge between me and the soaring Heaven King Palace is my own matter, and it is unrelated to the lineage of Star. Jian Wuxuang laughed indifferently. As for my motive this time around, I naturally want to give bad luck to the soaring Heaven King Palace, and you shall be the first expert of the soaring Heaven King Palace who I kill on my trip this time around. You are merely bragging. Don't think that just because you wounded Sir God Qianlan seriously back then, you can really be unafraid of Almighties. The abilities of the Almighties are not as simple as you think, and today, I shall let you have a taste of it. Sir God Qixing's eyes were ice cold. After his words left his mouth, a frightening aura which belonged to Almighties spread across the area and placed a huge pressure on the whole place. Countless experts, which was inclusive of many real gods present, almost suffocated under the pressure of the aura. While these people were extremely shocked, they looked at Jian Wuxuang with sympathy. Jian Wuxuang had a great reputation. However, his reputation was still stopped at the point where he injured Sir God Qianlan seriously. At that time, many experts in the eternal chaotic world only knew about that accomplishment of him. As for later on, when he killed His Highness Mu Hong at the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, and when he competed with Sir God Lu Yin in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu head-on, those pieces of news did not spread. As for the battle in the Buddhist Demon Sea, no one had seen it. Naturally, no one knew what Jian Wuxuang's current abilities were, and they thought that at that time, Jian Wuxuang could at most compete against Sir God Qianlan. As for Sir God Qixing at the scene, although he had not reached the level of a top Sir God, he was still slightly stronger than Sir God Qianlan. If he were to take action personally, would there be a possibility of Jian Wuxuang surviving? Little kid, die! Sir God Qixing attacked right away. He did not move at all. Instead, only the walking stick with a snake's head that he was holding on to hit the ground, and at once, a great amount of divine power emerged. At the same time, a vast amount of dark power appeared as well. Hazy black mist burst forth and covered the universe. Within the black mist, swish! All of a sudden, a gigantic black python that was 10,000 feet long appeared with a frightening amount of power. The black python pierced the void and caused the surrounding space and time to freeze completely. Moreover, in the areas that it passed through, the space cracked open. Seeing that the black python was heading over, many cultivators, including the real gods present, all revealed a terrified expression. These are the abilities of an almighty? It's too strong. There is almost no way to stop this power. This is the end. No matter what, Jian Wuxuang is only a real god. Even if he is the number one in the real god ranking list, he will definitely be unable to block this attack. Quite a number of people had already cried out in alarm. However, when Jian Wuxuang saw the black python which was heading over, disdain flashed in his eyes. Sir God Qixing's abilities are only as such? Too weak. Such a level of attack has no right to even make me draw my sword. It just so happens that I have comprehended a palm skill from the shocking palm that the one-star man has left me. Today, I can try using it to test its power. Jian Wuxuang murmured. When the 10,000-foot-long black python came to the void in front of him, some divine power emerged from the palm of his right hand, and it was filled with an infinite amount of reincarnation power. Boom! He attacked with his palm and the universe went silent. What the reincarnation palm contained seemed to be the perfect reincarnation doctrine. Rumble! A frightening amount of power burst forth, and the black python, which was originally filled with a great amount of power, and was wreaking havoc, madly dissipated with a shocking speed the moment it clashed with the palm print of the reincarnation palm. As a result of the attack, the giant black python burst open completely, and an enormous amount of divine power spread in all directions. As for the reincarnation palm, its power did not decrease at all, and it continued to head towards Sir God Qixing. What? Sir God Qixing opened his eyes wide. Even though he was looking at the giant palm print which was heading toward him, he could not pluck up any power to resist at all. The giant palm print covered him completely. Without even giving a horrible shriek, Sir God Chi Shing's body was completely smashed into blood mist, and only his walking stick as well as his Qian Kun ring remained. As for everything else, they had been turned into nothingness. Sir God Chi Shing, an almighty of the soaring Heaven King Palace. With the flip of a palm, he was killed. Chapter 1762 Big Trouble. Silence. In the void outside of Vientiane Tower, the entire sea city was in a dead silence. Stunned. Astonished. Everyone was lost for words in amazement. Sir God Chi Shing had revealed shocking power earlier, and every cultivator at the scene was amazed. However, in an instant, Sir God Chi Shing had been killed by Jian Wushuang with one palm. It was too much of a contrast, and everyone had yet to respond. Sir God Chi Xian was an almighty, and he was so powerful. To kill him with one palm, just how much more powerful was Jian Wushuang? How is it possible? The people from Soaring Heaven King Palace were dumbfounded and they stood there in shock. Real God Shuakong was staring with his eyes wide. Can't even withstand one hit. Jian Wushuang pouted. Then, he looked at Real God Shuakong and the others. Sir God Chi Xian died and it's your turn next. Jian Wushuang said, and there were two resplendent golden lights that soared up from both of his sides. The two golden lights were like two golden suns. They gave out a magical power. The moment they appeared, they burst out at a terrifying speed. The two Hongjun golden swords shuttled to and from the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace under the control of Jian Wushuang. Pissed. 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 The figures were pierced instantly with no mercy. The real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace looked terrified. Run! Hurry up and run! Jian Wushuang killed an almighty with one palm. The real gods didn't even think about counterattacking and started fleeing. However, no matter how fast they ran, they were much slower than the Hongyun golden sword. The difference was too vast. The two golden lights shuttled back and forth the void. They caught up with the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace who were fleeing and killed them with ease. In a short time, probably less than one breath time, the real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace who were running away were all killed besides real God Shuakong. But real God Shuakong was alive because Jian Wushuang had intentionally let him stay alive. Do you know why I kept you alive? Jian Wushuang put away the Hongjun golden swords and walked to real God Shuakong as though he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. Demon, demon! Real God Shuakong looked at Jian Wushuang with a horrified expression. Even since he had cultivated, it was his first time being so terrified. The person before him was too strong. He was so strong that it made him feel hopeless. Jian Wushuang stopped at about 10 meters away from real God Shuakong. He smirked. I kept you alive because I hope you can bring a message back to Soaring Heaven King Palace. Tell them that I remember very clearly the besiegement in the 8th lair previously and the attack at the border of Buddhist Demon Sea where I was badly injured. Now, it's time for me to settle our accounts. Sir God Chi Shing is only the beginning. Next, the massacre will continue. Tell them to clean their necks and be prepared to get slaughtered. Jian Wushuang spoke with a cold voice and he didn't lower his volume. Not only did real God Shuakong hear him, the surrounding cultivators also heard him clearly too. They gasped in surprise. Go back. Jian Wushuang waved at real God Shuakong. Real God Shuakong gulped, suppressed the fear in him, and turned around stiffly to leave. In a short while, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly at the sight. Then, his figure turned illusionary and vanished into thin air. Until Jian Wushuang left, Sea City that was in dead silence for a short while let out an uproar again. The countless cultivators in the entire Sea City were bubbling with excitement. One should know that they had witnessed an almighty's death with their own eyes and he had been killed with just one palm. It was difficult for them to even see an almighty normally, let alone watch one being killed. Besides, from their viewpoint, they reckoned that the battle between Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace was even more vigorous than their previous fight in the 8th lair. There's going to be big trouble. Everyone understood that. Forget about how the battle between Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace would develop. Jian Wushuang, a real god, he had killed Sir God Qixing, an almighty, with just one palm. The news itself could stir up a great commotion in the entire eternal chaotic world. The news naturally spread like wildfire. The entire eternal chaotic world was shocked at the news. It was bedlam in Thunderbolt Island. Countless experts were surprised and they found it unbelievable. It was an almighty. Plus, Sir God Qixing wasn't weak among Sir Gods. In the end, Jian Wushuang had killed him with one palm. Just how powerful was Jian Wushuang? At the peak of Sir God? Close to Emperor God? Or he could already compare favorably with Emperor God. He was only a real god after all. As they were in astonishment, experts from all forces were anticipating what was going to happen next. Jian Wushuang had barged into Sea Continent alone, and killed Sir God Qixing and many real gods in front of everyone. Not only had he embarrassed Soaring Heaven King Heaven, but he had also come into their territory. Soaring Heaven King Palace would definitely respond. Plus, Jian Wushuang had also said that Sir God Qixing was only the beginning. Then, there would be an even more ferocious massacre. There might even be other almighties who would die. Everyone was looking forward to it. But no one knew that just as the news spread, the main character of the story, Jian Wushuang, had already arrived at Soaring Heaven Mansion alone. Soaring Heaven Mansion was the supreme headquarters of Soaring Heaven King Palace on Sea Continent. Although it couldn't be compared to the true lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace on Soaring Heaven Land, it was definitely a taboo place that no one dared to provoke within Sea Continent. At least, Soaring Heaven King Palace had the power to intimidate all forces in Sea Continent. Jian Wushuang was already in the void outside of Soaring Heaven Mansion. I want to take revenge. I want Soaring Heaven King Palace to erupt. I want them to pay a heavy price. So I have to try my best to kill all their higher-ups, and the higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace will mainly gather in these two places. One is their old lair in Soaring Heaven Land and the other one is Soaring Heaven Mansion. Jian Wushuang smiled. To take revenge and attack a force, was there any other more satisfying way than barging into their supreme headquarters directly and kill a large number of their experts? The two supreme headquarters of Soaring Heaven King Palace, the old lair on Soaring Heaven Land, was the most important place and would be more powerful. With Jian Wushuang's power, he wasn't confident that he could break through. However, Jian Wushuang was extremely confident if it was Soaring Heaven Mansion on Sea Continent. I let real God Shui Kong bring back the news saying Sir God Qixing is only the beginning. They surely thought I would continue to stay in Sea Continent to seize an opportunity to kill more of their experts. They never thought I would charge into their supreme headquarters straight away. There was a glimpse of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Chapter 1763 Soaring Heaven Mansion. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was a giant city. A wise old man had brought his disciple outside the Soaring Heaven Mansion. My disciple, listen to this. When you enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion later on, you must be extremely careful in whatever you do. Even if you were to get in a disagreement with someone else, do your best to bear with it. One more thing. You must absolutely not break the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. If not, no one will be able to save you. The wise old man warned. Master, our Five Spirits sect is a big sect in the Sea Continent. Moreover, you are an elder of our sect. Hence, even if it were the Soaring Heaven King Palace, they would give you some face. Thus, is there a need for us to be so careful? The red-robed young lady who was the disciple of the wise old man said. You fool! How can our Five Spirit sect be compared to the Soaring Heaven King Palace? If the Soaring Heaven King Palace were to send out an almighty, it would be enough to destroy the Five Spirit sect. The wise old man said in a deep voice. In addition, the Soaring Heaven Mansion is a big base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace in the Sea Continent. Here, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has absolute power, and they are God. Therefore, who would dare to go against the rules that they have set here? Don't say that I am an elder of the Five Spirit sect. Even if the sect master or great elder were to come here personally, as soon as they break the rules of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, the Soaring Heaven King Palace will also take action and kill them without hesitation. They are that unreasonable? The red-robed young lady was shocked. At the same time, she could not help but ask, when will our 5-spirit sect catch up to the Soaring Heaven King Palace? Catch up to the Soaring Heaven King Palace? The wise old man became stunned for some time. After that, he shook his head and sighed lightly. The Soaring Heaven King Palace is a super powerhouse, and it is a great deterrent in the eternal chaotic world. Hence, it is a powerful overlord. Take the Soaring Heaven Mansion as an example. The Soaring Heaven Mansion is only a portion of the Soaring Heaven King Palace's power. Moreover, even though it has been in the sea continent for many years, no one dared to provoke it. Therefore, how much power do you think it possesses? Catching up to such a kind of super powerhouse, haha. Let's wait for an almighty to be born in our 5-spirit sect first before we think of this. As for now, we are too far away. As he spoke, the two of them came before the door of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Over there were quite a number of cultivators from each and every corner of the sea continent, and they were all queuing up to enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion. There's so many people. The red-robed young lady was looking at the long queue in front of her. The Soaring Heaven Mansion's first rule is that it forbids flying. If we wish to enter the mansion, we will have to enter through the door obediently. As a form of respect to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, no one dares to break the rules that the Soaring Heaven King Palace has set. The wise old man said. Impressive! The red-robed young lady exclaimed with admiration. However, just then, a crimson-robed figure came over quickly from the void behind them. Moreover, he swept through the void, over the wise old man and the red-robed young lady. Eh? The red-robed young lady revealed a surprised expression. Master, didn't you say that flying is forbidden in the Soaring Heaven Mansion? But this is weird. Even if it were experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace who need to queue to enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they would normally stop when they reach the entrance of the mansion. As for this person, the wise old man frowned. It was not just the two of them. Many cultivators before the Soaring Heaven Mansion who were queuing to enter the mansion had also witnessed the arrival of the crimson-robed figure. The crimson-robed figure ignored everyone and flew straight to the front. In the end, he was stopped by a giant formation which covered the Soaring Heaven Mansion. A formation? Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. Every powerhouse and sect had their own big protective formation. The formation was probably extremely powerful. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was equivalent to the second base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, it naturally had a big protective formation. Clang! The sword that Jian Wushuang was carrying on his back had left its scabbard. He has drawn his sword. Drawing his sword in front of the entrance of the Soaring Heaven Mansion? What is he trying to do? Who is this person? Many cultivators before the door of the mansion looked at Jian Wushuang with great surprise. They had absolutely no idea what Jian Wushuang was trying to do. It was only when divine power emerged from the body of Jian Wushuang, and a shocking sword essence spread in all directions that the expressions of the cultivators who were present changed. Jian Wushuang had already swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hands. Swish! A gigantic sword light which contained power that could destroy the world struck the big protective formation of the Soaring Heaven Mansion with fury directly. The sword has struck the big formation. He is actually attacking the big formation? Is he crazy? Many cultivators who were present were extremely terrified. Master, didn't you say that for many years no one dared to provoke the Soaring Heaven Mansion? The red-robed young lady asked her own master. Who knows? This person is probably crazy. Even though he is only a real god, he still dared to attack the big protective formation of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. He is really courting death, the wise old man said in a deep voice. However, just when his words left his mouth, boom! A loud booming sound resounded across the universe and frightening power spread across all directions like tidewater. The power was so great that many cultivators who were present became visibly moved and they revealed terrified expressions. The soaring heaven mansion's giant protective formation then shook madly. What? The soaring heaven mansion's protective formation is actually shaking? A real god only unleashed one stroke and it actually managed to shake the big protective formation of the soaring heaven mansion? The cultivators who were present found it unbelievable. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang was squinting his eyes. After that, his sword essence, which was already unreasonable and shocking to begin with, achieved a whole new level again. He unleashed the divine power in his body without holding back. The Blood Mountain sword in his hands was shaking and a great amount of reincarnation power burst forth. Reincarnation sword principle, first move! Buzz! Sword light was swung again, and this time around, the sword light was not as big as before. Instead, it was more dazzling. As soon as the sword light appeared, the dazzling light caused many cultivators, as well as the real gods who were present, to have no choice but to close their eyes. The sword light struck the big formation, and the big formation, which was already shaking crazily and was on the verge of collapsing to begin with, gave off a violent booming sound. The big formation then split open and fell apart completely. The big formation has been broken through? Everyone opened their eyes wide and they were looking at the scene with disbelief. The soaring heaven mansion had existed for many years in the sea continent, and it had terrorized all the powerhouses with fear. As such, it was a Leviathan-level super-existence. Moreover, the protective formation that it had deployed was extremely powerful, and it was said that even normal almighties were unable to break the big formation apart with force. However, at that moment, the big formation had been destroyed by a real god in 2 strokes. As soon as the big formation collapsed, the soaring heaven mansion was no longer covered up, and it was completely exposed in front of Jian Wushuang. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang wore a bloodthirsty smile. An ice-cold voice then came out of his mouth and reverberated across the area. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I have come to demand the repayment of a debt. Chapter 1764. Deliver himself to their doorstep in Soaring Heaven Mansion, in the hall located right in the middle. There was an independent space in the hall where lofty thrones towered. There were 4 of them in leading positions. The 4 of them gave out strong auras, far beyond the rest of the peoples. The 4 of them were almighties. Shui Kong, Qi Xing was really killed by Jian Wushuang with just 1 palm. A brawny man who was raging like an ancient beast said. His voice contained boundless murderous intention. Yes. Real God Shui Kong's face was twitching in agony. He looked terrified under the pressure of the brawny man. He killed Sir God Qi Xing and wanted me to bring back a message. He said that this is only the beginning. He wants the experts in Soaring Heaven King Palace, including everyone here, to clean our necks and wait. How dare he! The brawny man slammed his arm rest, and the throne he was sitting on immediately broke. He stood up and roared. Jian Wushuang really thinks that we of Soaring Heaven King Palace can't do anything about him? All the experts' faces grew grave, but most of them were astonished. He had killed Sir God Qi Xing with 1 palm. An almighty had died in 1 move. There wouldn't be many Sir Gods who could do that. Qing Fu, among the 4 of us, you are the strongest as you have already reached the peak of Sir God. If you were to fight with Qi Xing, do you think you could kill him instantly? An almighty asked. Everyone immediately looked at Qing Fu. Qing Fu was a young man in a green robe. Although he looked young, he was actually the most ancient one among all experts, and he was also the strongest. He had already lived for tens of thousands of years. To kill Qi Xing with 1 move? Sir God Qing Fu thought. If I were to prepare ahead and launch the strongest hit with my all, I couldn't kill Sir God Qi Xing directly. However, when Sir God Qi Xing fought with Jian Wushuang, he didn't prepare ahead of time but straight away send out his palm that break Sir God Qi Xing's attack and kill him. He might be even stronger than I am. The experts creased their eyebrows tightly as they heard what Sir God Qing Fu said. Sir God Qing Fu was already the strongest among them, but he wasn't confident that he could win against Jian Wushuang, let alone the rest of them. ***, how long has it been? Jian Wushuang has already improved to this level? The ancient, beast-like brawny man roared. The inverse cultivator is too scary. Jian Wushuang was so talented. Back when he was in the 8th lair, Soaring Heaven King Palace should have gone all out. We should have paid a price and killed him. It's already too late now. Let's think about what to do. Everyone started discussing in the hall, but they couldn't figure out any countermeasures. Jian Wushuang was too powerful, and he could kill an almighty with just one palm. Relying on his power, if he were to start massacre wantonly in Seed Continent, Soaring Heaven King Palace couldn't do anything about Jian Wushuang with their power on Sea Continent. I have already reported this to Emperor God Tian Shao. Emperor God Tian Shao will figure out a way. After all, Soaring Heaven King Palace has been the overlord for so many years. Our foundation and power isn't shakeable by Jian Wushuang alone. By then, Jian Wushuang will definitely have to pay a great price for his arrogance. Sir God Qingfu said. Everyone heard and nodded in agreement. They were obviously very confident in Soaring Heaven King Palace's power. Just then, Hong! There was a sudden loud thud. Along with the noise, a great power swept in. The cultivators in Soaring Heaven Mansion were shaken. The higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace in the hall were naturally frightened as well. Why? This movement. It spread from the protective array. Someone is attacking our protective array? The experts were first stunned, then instantly raged with anger. How dare he! As everyone cursed, large number of figures plunged out from Soaring Heaven Mansion. The 4 almighties in the lofty hall and the top chaotic real gods flew out. Before they could even leave Soaring Heaven Mansion to find out who it was, a sword light swung out. The sword light was too brilliant. Even with the protective array, everyone could feel how scary the sword light was. As the sword light descended, the protective array of Soaring Heaven Mansion collapsed completely. Then, a cold voice was heard. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I came to take revenge. The voice was deafening, and it constantly reverberated in Soaring Heaven Mansion. There was boundless coldness in the voice, and it struck fear into the hearts of many experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace. The higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace, including Sir God Qingfu, their faces grew grave when they heard him. Take revenge? Real God Shui Kong's eyes were wide. It's Jian Wushuang. It's him. Jian Wushuang? Many experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace were surprised. He has guts. Soaring Heaven King Palace was having a headache trying to seize a chance to kill him. He took the initiative and visited us instead? He's only a real god and he dares to barge into Soaring Heaven Mansion. He's courting death. An angry voice continued to reverberate. Let's go! Sir God Qingfu's glare was cold, and it contained boundless murderous intention. He waved and plunged to the source of the voice along with the higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace. The moment they reached the entrance, the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace was the figure in a crimson robe who looked unyielding in the void before them. He was alone and he held a crimson sword in his hand with billowing sword intention. He saw the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace came out together, but he wasn't afraid. Looking at Jian Wushuang in front of them, everyone from Soaring Heaven King Palace was filled with murderous intentions. Just like how the elder from 5 Spirits sect had mentioned at the mansion gate before, Soaring Heaven King Palace held sway over Sea Continent. Ever since they had built Soaring Heaven Mansion, there had been hardly anyone who had dared to provoke the dignity of Soaring Heaven Mansion over the years. Those who had were instantly killed by Soaring Heaven Mansion with thunderous skill, and their sect had been exterminated. It had always been like that. Due to the massacres over the years, Soaring Heaven Mansion had had definite authority on Sea Continent. But then, Jian Wushuang had come to Soaring Heaven Mansion alone and broken the Soaring Heaven Mansion's protective array. Jian Wushuang, alone with one sword, had delivered himself to their doorstep. It was also the first time someone had delivered themselves to Soaring Heaven Mansion doorstep since they were established. There is a road to heaven and you won't go, there is no door to hell but you barged in. Jian Wushuang, no matter how capable you are going to die, without a doubt. Chapter 1765 Flowers bloom and fade. I will definitely die. From just a few of you. Jian Wuxuang laughed nonchalantly and disdain flashed in his eyes. At that moment, although there was a total of 4 almighties standing in front of him, among the 4 of them, only Sir God Ching Fu who stood in front had the right to catch his attention. As for the other 3, they were merely normal Sir Gods. Hence, such a lineup was unable to make Jian Wuxuang feel worried. The 4 of us are enough to kill you. Sir God Ching Fu had a great amount of aura. After giving a furious cry, his body was the first to move. At the same time that he moved, a double-edged, giant axe appeared in his hands. While releasing divine power, Sir God Ching Fu held the giant axe with both his hands and raised it high in the air. Rumble. A towering axe shadow appeared out of thin air at the top of the void. The axe shadow then swung out, and it looked as though it could split heaven and earth apart. When the axe shadow was swung, the whole universe became dead silent. Everyone present was staring at the axe shadow persistently, and their eyes were filled with shock. As for Jian Wuxuang, he wore an indifferent smile. After taking a glance at the giant axe shadow which was heading toward him, he swung the sword in his hands immediately. He did not unleash a strong sword move. He merely swung his sword which was imbued with reincarnation power, and most importantly, his ultimate divine power. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant axe shadow shook violently and dissipated right away. Within the sea of dispersed divine power, an ice-cold sword light was still moving heartlessly, and it headed straight to Sir God Ching Fu. Sir God Ching Fu's expression changed greatly, and he placed his giant axe in front of his chest immediately. Clang! Another loud sound could be heard and Sir God Ching Fu's body was sent flying instantly. While he was flying, he rolled about continuously, and it was only after a long time that his body stopped moving. After stopping, Sir God Ching Fu's body shook and he spit out a huge mouthful of blood with a wah sound. His expression turned pale at once. When everyone from the Soaring Heaven King Palace saw such a scene, all of them turned pale with fright. Among the many experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace present, Sir God Ching Fu was one of the most powerful people and he was a top Sir God. Even though the experts from the higher-ups of the Soaring Heaven King Palace knew that Jian Wuxuang had unleashed shocking abilities to kill Sir God Qi Xing with one palm, they had still thought that Sir God Ching Fu could suppress Jian Wuxuang. Moreover, no matter what, he would still be able to fight with Jian Wuxuang head-on at the very least. However, when the both of them fought for real, with one face-off, Sir God Ching Fu had sustained serious injuries. Too strong. His power is too strong! Sir God Ching Fu exclaimed with admiration. He did not know that as soon as Jian Wuxuang had achieved Stage 3 Ultimate Real God, his abilities and body underwent a transformation and both of them had achieved the level of an Emperor God. In other words, in terms of power alone, he was not inferior to an Emperor God at all. Previously, in the Sea City, for him to be able to kill Sir God Qi Xing with a palm, apart from the fact that the reincarnation palm was already powerful to begin with, the most important thing was the suppression in terms of power. Emperor gods and Sir gods were one step away from one another. However, the difference in terms of their powers was like heaven and earth. Jian Wuxuang's abilities are too frightening and they are definitely not inferior to that of a real Emperor God. In a one-to-one fight, no one among us is his opponent. Quick, use that move! Sir God Ching Fu suppressed his blood and chi with force and shouted furiously. The 3 remaining Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace reacted. Together with Sir God Ching Fu, they unleashed a special handprint toward the ground below them. Big formation, rise! Rumble, the ground shook. At that moment, the whole Soaring Heaven mansion seemed to be alive. Crack, crack! Cracks appeared on the ground and green vines came out of them. There were a huge number of vines and they were spreading with shocking speed. In an instant they covered the ground of the whole Soaring Heaven mansion completely and brilliant green light illuminated the area. At the same time, a great amount of life emerged and the whole universe became filled with life. A formation? Jian Wuxuang was looking at the scene below him as well as the infinite amount of murderous intent around him. He raised the corners of his mouth immediately. Interesting. Jian Wushuang was not worried in the slightest bit. It should be known that back then in the Buddhist Demon Sea, even though 5 Sir Gods had teamed up and unleashed the killing formation of 9 cuts, they were unable to do anything against him in the end. Instead, they were defeated by him, and he had even killed 1 person on the spot. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's abilities were greater than before. The 4 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were standing on the ground which was covered by the green vines, and just like before, Sir God Ching Fu was standing in front. Moreover, their bodies were covered by the green vines and it looked as if they had fused with the big formation. With that, the only thing that was revealed were the eyes of the 4 of them. These 4 pairs of eyes were currently staring at Jian Wushuang closely, and they were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent. Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are very powerful. However, it's a pity that you are too arrogant. An ice-cold voice could be heard from Sir God Ching Fu. By staying somewhere in the sea continent, even if you were to kill the experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace wantonly, the Soaring Heaven Mansion will be unable to do anything against you with its power. However, it's a pity that you have taken the initiative to come to us. In the Soaring Heaven Mansion, with the aid of the big formation, the 4 of us can even fight against a real Emperor God. And you will die for sure. Die. Sir God Ching Fu's eyes glowed with a shrill light. Flowers bloom. Buzz. Amidst the uncountable number of vines, a brawny green vine appeared. The speed of that vine was extremely fast. When it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, it started to transform straight away. An exceptionally beautiful, giant green lotus flower bloomed, and it contained an unbelievable amount of aura of life. As soon as it bloomed, it covered the whole Soaring Heaven Mansion. Eh? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. When he looked at the green lotus flower below him, he did not feel that the green lotus flower was dangerous. At that moment, Sir God Ching Fu shouted again. Flowers fade! Boom! The universe shook. The Soaring Heaven Mansion, which was originally filled with life, was replaced by an infinite amount of dead energy in a split second. The innumerous number of vines on the ground below him started to wither immediately. At the same time, the gigantic green lotus flower withered. However, as the green lotus flower withered, it drew everything to itself fiercely. Naturally, Jian Wushuang was drawn in as well, and the green lotus flower became a flower bud. The flower bud withered at an extremely fast speed, and even its life was depleting madly. My life force is being depleted quickly? Jian Wushuang's expression changed fiercely. He finally understood the strange thing about the big formation. The formation possessed the ability to transform life into death. If I am unable to destroy this lotus flower completely and get out, even if it's me, my life will be totally sucked dry and I will die here. Jian Wushuang muttered. Although his body contained the king of venomous worms who could help him to recover, the king of venomous worms' recovery ability was obviously incomparable to the speed that his life was being depleted at. Chapter 1766 Thunderous Rout. Humph! A cold humph and a boundless divine power instantly exploded from Jian Wushuang. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's divine body magnified at a terrifying speed. 10 zhang. 100 zhang. 1,000 zhang. 10,000 zhang. A huge dark gold ancient gold body grew tremendously in size. In addition to the ravages of divine power, he forced the wrapped green lotus flower to break, and a hole appeared. Jian Wushuang held a sword in one hand and slashed at the hole. Then, the green lotus flower broke apart. What? The 4 Sir Gods in the formation looked shocked. The move that they had performed using the formation, even an ordinary Emperor God would find hard to shake it off. However, Jian Wushuang had resolved it so easily. Don't waste time with him. Let's use the strongest move! Sir God Ching Fu bellowed. All right. The other 3 Sir Gods nodded heavily. In the eyes of the 4 Sir Gods, there was a cyan shimmer, while boundless divine power flowed into the formation. Life force, continuous reincarnation. Last forever! Hong! The withering became full of vigor again, and the vines were gathering at an insane speed. Then, they formed an ancient green tree. The ancient green tree looked as though it had existed since ancient times. It constantly grew and extended to the sky. Just as the ancient green tree formed its shape, the extremely thick branch. Wow! A green branch swept at Jian Wushuang. Everyone on the scene looked surprised at the green branch. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock subconsciously. From his viewpoint, it equaled a Sir God's full hit. This is your final reliance? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. His huge ancient god body had shrunk to only 10 zhang tall, but he gripped Blood Mountain's sword tightly in his hand. Jian Wushuang's eyes let out a faint light, and boundless reincarnation power swept out. Reincarnation sword principle, the second move. There was a flash of murderous intention, and Blood Mountain's sword was suddenly swung out along with boundless reincarnation power. Reincarnation sword principle. Jian Wushuang had created it via his understanding of the palm one-star man had left in his head during the few thousand years when Jian Wushuang had been recovering in seclusion. Jian Wushuang had created a total of 2 moves for the sword principle. He had performed the first move earlier, and it broke Soaring Heaven Mansion's protective array. Then, he was performing the second move. Bang! The sword light with boundless reincarnation power hit the green branch and a terrifying power exploded. In an instant, it was dark all around. A boundless divine power suddenly swept out in all directions and everyone gulped in shock. Suddenly, Kacha! It was only a soft crack, but Sir God Qing Fu and the other 3 Sir Gods' eyes dilated in shock. Then, before their dumbstruck gazes, the green branch that they were driving with the formation cracked from the middle. Then, a sword light pierced the green wood and it broke into 2. The sword light quivered and continued to move in the direction of the 4 of them. Sir God Qing Fu harumphed coldly, and the life force instantly gathered in front of them and formed layers of defense. With difficulty, they managed to block the sword light. However, just then, 2 resplendent golden lights suddenly lit up and they appeared behind the 4 of them. *T! The 4 of their faces grew grave. Of course they knew about the golden lights. They were the 2 Hongjun golden swords that Jian Wushuang controlled. They had just withstood the sword light that Jian Wushuang had struck, and the 2 Hongjun golden sword had suddenly attacked them from behind. The 4 of them didn't respond in time. Pissed! Pissed! The resplendent golden light instantly pierced 2 heads. As for the remaining 2, they fled in panic. The formation of everlasting green that covered the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion collapsed. Hee, I thought the 4 of you teaming up would bring me joy. From the looks of it, you're only SOSO. Jian Wushuang smiled and the 2 golden lights twinkled next to him. In the void far away, Sir God Qing Fu and the beast-like man stared at Jian Wushuang. They had never expected that they would be defeated by Jian Wushuang when the 4 of them teamed up to form the formation of everlasting green. On top of that, Jian Wushuang had killed 2 of them. One should know that they were confident to even fight with an ordinary emperor god with the formation. But Jian Wushuang was only a real god. Since the formation of everlasting green collapsed, and the 4 Sir Gods were heavily defeated. Then, I told real god Shui Kong to bring you a message earlier for you to clean your neck. Now. There was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Swoosh! He suddenly moved and appeared among the surrounding crowd. The crowd were experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Many of them were real gods of Soaring Heaven King Palace, and there were many universe gods as well. However, Jian Wushuang showed no mercy. Die! He swept the sword across and a sword light was swung out brutally. A total of 13 real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace, along with 3 top universe gods, couldn't even react before the sword light swept past them. They were instantly killed. At the same time, 2 resplendent golden lights suddenly swept out and shuttled through the crowd. The power of Hongjun Golden Sword wasn't something real god or universe god could withstand. Plus, its speed was so fast, and there were 2 swords. Pissed! 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 There were continuous noises, and the void instantly turned into a living hell. No! Hurry up and run! Spare me! Don't kill me! The experts in Soaring Heaven King Palace gave out a blood-curdling scream simultaneously. Sir God Ching Fu and the beast-like brawny man in the void far away were furious at the sight. ****. The brawny man let out an angry roar and charged at Jian Wuxuang. Don't act on impulse! Sir God Ching Fu wanted to stop him, but the brawny man was in complete madness, and his eyes were bloodshot. Jian Wuxuang was terrified but thrilled at the brawny man's arrival. No matter how many real gods I killed, how could it be more satisfying than killing an almighty? Jian Wuxuang smiled and murderous intention filled his eyes. As the brawny man arrived, the two golden lights shuttling to and from the crowd suddenly changed their directions and aimed at the brawny man. Die! The brawny man wielded a saber and hit the two golden lights. Dang! A loud thud and the power of the first Hong Jun golden sword made the brawny man retreat and spit a mouthful of blood. Then, the second Hong Jun golden sword immediately pounded and pierced the brawny man's head. Then, the four Sir Gods in Soaring Heaven Mansion, Jian Wuxuang had already killed 3 of them. Chapter 1767 The Arrival of an Emperor God. Seeing that the brawny man was killed easily, although Sir God Ching Fu was in great sorrow, he felt even more helpless. Even with the formation of everlasting green that was unleashed with 4 Sir Gods teaming up, Jian Wuxuang was still able to break through it. At that moment, there was no power within the Soaring Heaven Mansion which could stop Jian Wuxuang. As for Jian Wuxuang, he continued his massacre, and even almighties were easily killed by him. Hence, the real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were even more powerless, and more than half of them were massacred after a short amount of time. Stop it! A furious cry could be heard, and it resounded across the universe. When Sir God Ching Fu, who had a ghastly pale expression and was filled with sorrow, heard the cry, he raised his head immediately, and his eyes shone brilliantly. He's here! He's finally here! Sir God Ching Fu clenched both his fists tightly, and he cried tears of joy. After the loud cry was heard, 3 figures which emitted shocking aura flew over hastily, and they appeared in the sky of the Soaring Heaven Mansion in a split second. Among the 3 of them, the person in front was a golden-robed man. The golden-robed man had a huge amount of aura, and it was many times more than the aura of anyone who was present. He was one of the 2 important people of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao. As for the 2 people behind Emperor God Tian Shao, they were the other 2 top Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wuxuang had gotten reliable information since a long time ago. He knew that in the Soaring Heaven King Palace, apart from the 2 Emperor Gods, there were 3 top Sir Gods, and Sir God Ching Fu was one of them. At that moment, the Soaring Heaven King Palace's Emperor God Tian Shao, as well as its 3 top Sir Gods, were all present. However, when they arrived, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was already stained with so much blood that a blood river could be formed, and it was filled with bodies. It was just like the Azura Hell. Among many experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace who were inside the Soaring Heaven Mansion, 3 of the 4 Sir God experts who were of a high level were killed on the spot, and only Sir God Ching Fu remained alive. As for the remaining real gods and universe gods, more than 70% of them were killed by Jian Wuxuang, and only a small number of them managed to escape. Upon seeing that, the 3 figures who had arrived were extremely terrified. In particular, the bodies of the 3 almighties were worrisome. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was the second base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Moreover, it was an existence which oversaw land, and it was extremely important to the Soaring Heaven King Palace. When they knew that Jian Wuxuang had appeared in the sea continent, and that he had also killed Sir God Qixing with a flip of his palm, the Soaring Heaven King Palace paid close attention to him. Previously in the base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao was discussing how to kill Jian Wuxuang. However, never did they expect Jian Wuxuang to take the initiative to charge into the Soaring Heaven Mansion before they could even take action. Moreover, after just a short amount of time, he had completely defeated all the power that the soaring heaven mansion had by himself and massacred everyone wantonly. Even though Emperor God Tian Shao had hurried over via a wormhole at once, he was still too slow in terms of speed. An unprecedented blow had already been dealt to the soaring Heaven King Palace. It was alright for those real gods and universe gods to die. After all, the soaring Heaven King Palace had a great background. Hence, losing some real gods and universe gods were considered nothing, as they would recover from it completely after some time of nurturing. However, it was different for Almighties. During this battle, Jian Wushuang had killed 3 of their Almighties. By adding Sir God Qixing from before, it was a total of 4 of them. It should be known that there was only a total of 11 Almighties in the whole soaring Heaven King Palace, and any of them was a super existence who could frighten everyone. However, in just a short amount of time, Jian Wushuang had killed more than 1/3 of them. Since the soaring Heaven King Palace was founded, when had they ever suffered such huge losses? Emperor God Tian Shao, you were really slow in coming here. Jian Wushuang stood while holding his sword, and he was looking at the 3 experts who had come proudly. Even though Emperor God Tian Shao had come personally, he was still not fearful in the slightest. Jian Wushuang, I swear that I will definitely skin you alive, tear open your bones, throw you into the 9th level of the soaring Heaven King Palace's prison, and torture you for millions upon millions of years so that it is possible for you to either live nor die. An extremely cold voice could be heard from Emperor God Tian Shao, and an unprecedented amount of murderous intent burst forth from him. Haha, skin me alive and tear open my bones? With just a few of you. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with contempt. Among the many Almighties of the soaring Heaven King Palace, only Emperor God Tianling, who traveled in the 2nd lair throughout the year, could make Jian Wushuang feel fearful. As for the other people, which included the Emperor God Tian Shao who was in front of him, they were unable to make Jian Wushuang feel fearful. Little kid, die! Emperor God Tian Shao did not say any unnecessary things, and an infinite amount of murderous intent burst forth from him. In an instant, the whole universe was as if it had entered a storm that was composed of murderous intent. As Emperor God Tian Shao's body moved, an ancient hammer which glowed with dim, green light appeared in his hands. The green hammer was emitting thick power, and it made Jian Wushuang squint his eyes as soon as it appeared. Emperor God Tian Shao is rumored to have 2 Chaos Divine Treasure. One of them is the armor that he is wearing, and the other should be the big hammer that he is holding. Jian Wushuang muttered, and he was not frightened in the slightest. Swish! Jian Wushuang's body moved instantly. Secret skill of Delay Yuan, star-destroying thunder! Emperor God Tian Shao gave a furious cry, and the ancient hammer in his hands emitted a great amount of green light. Rays of green light flooded the universe, and they became a giant shadow. The shadow was filled with thunderbolt power, and it was just like an unmatched thunder god. He was holding a big hammer with one hand tightly, and as the big hands moved, an infinite amount of thunderbolt power gathered. After that, the big hammer was swung out fiercely. Rumble! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. For the large number of cultivators who had already retreated extremely far away, when they saw the green big hammer being swung down, all of them were shocked and dumbfounded. This is the power of an emperor god! An emperor god, a real emperor god! Too strong, this power is too strong! Countless people cried out in alarm. Even Sir God Qing Fu, as well as the other 2 top Sir Gods from soaring Heaven King Palace, exclaimed in admiration. Although Sir Gods and Emperor Gods were only 1 step away from one another, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. For example, for the formation of everlasting green which was unleashed previously when Sir God Qing Fu had teamed up with the 3 Sir Gods who had already fallen, it could only barely compete against a normal Emperor God. However, such an Emperor God referred to those Emperor Gods who had just made a breakthrough, and their abilities were considered the weakest among the Emperor Gods. As for Emperor God Tian Shao, as one of the founders of the soaring Heaven King Palace, he possessed many powerful secret skills, and his abilities were considered extremely out of the ordinary among the Emperor Gods. In addition, he possessed 2 Chaos Divine Treasures. As such, he could definitely be considered someone powerful among the Emperor gods. With such a super existence taking action personally, Sir God Qing Fu and the two other Sir Gods became even more confident. No matter how strong Jian Wushuang is, he is still a real god in the end. Although an inverse cultivator is nature-defying, it does not mean that he is invincible. Hence, killing many Sir Gods while being a real god should be his limit. Therefore, as soon as he encounters an Emperor God, no matter what trump card he has, he will no doubt die. That's right. This Jian Wushuang is dead for sure. Since Emperor God Tian Shao has taken action personally, there will no longer be any room for him to struggle. Chapter 1768 versus Emperor God Tian Shao and Emperor God's attack was earth-shattering. The cultivators on the scene firmly believed that Jian Wushuang stood no chance of living. When Jian Wushuang saw the unrivaled Thor swung his hammer, he smirked while his eyes gave out a battle intention. Back in Buddhist Demon Sea, I flashed all my trump cards when I was fighting with Emperor God Shuaigu, but I still couldn't be evenly matched. But now I am different from before. An Emperor God does not strike fear in me anymore. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Today, let me see just how strong an Emperor God is. Fight! Jian Wushuang spat the word and a terrifying aura soared from his body. Jian Wushuang's ancient god body changed again. His muscular ancient god arm wielded Blood Mountain sword. The boundless sword intention swept out. Reincarnation sword principle, the second move. Hong! He slashed and the earth shook as though he was going to break the sky. Bang! There was a loud thud and Jian Wushuang's body quivered. He took 3 steps back and every single step was about 10,000 apart. The boundless divine power dispersed and countless palaces and pavilions shattered into dust. Emperor God Tian Shao took 1 step back as well. That 1 step was sonorous and vigorous. He stomped and the void below broke. Humph! Emperor God Tian Shao let out a cold humph. His body was covered in green lightning that crackled. Then there was a Thor shadow that soared from his body and roared. His roar shook the earth and a 1,000-mile-wide black hole instantly appeared from nowhere. In the black hole, the thunderous, huge hand extended its grip toward Jian Wushuang like lightning. The thunderous, huge hand contained terrifying power that could burst any Sir God's body with its grip. Jian Wushuang smirked in disdain and pointed with his index finger. Then, a boundless divine power revolved. It tore another huge hole in the void. From the hole, there was a huge, ancient hand that extended out. The hand concentrated all its power on 1 finger, and the point was terrifying. It was the 6th finger of ancient god, Sun Corrosion. The thunderous hand and the ancient finger collided. The 2 bolts of terrifying power pushed against one another, but the thunder hand was shaking vigorously, and looked like it was going to break. Bang! There was a loud bang and the thunderous, huge hand broke apart. Emperor God Tian Shao, I already took 2 of your attacks. Now it's your turn to take my own palm. Jian Wushuang let out a hearty laugh and took a huge stride forward. His huge stride brought about terrifying power that could destroy the universe. On Jian Wushuang's right palm, boundless divine power crystallized and he slammed. Reincarnation palm. The palm brought along boundless reincarnation power. This palm derived from Jian Wushuang, mimicking the terrifying palm that One-Star Man sealed in his head the other days. In terms of power, reincarnation palm was actually stronger than the other 2 moves of reincarnation sword principle. Back in Sea Continent, Jian Wushuang had killed Sir God Qixing with this palm. Jian Wushuang didn't go all out back then. He never once let his divine power explode entirely until then. His divine power of Sir God level had exploded, and he performed the palm with all his strength. The huge palm pressed down. Everywhere that it passed turned into ashes. The people who were watching the battle couldn't help but gulp. Even Emperor God Tian Shao was shocked at the sight. Break! Emperor God Tian Shao roared. Then, there were space cracks in the void under his feet, and they spread across like a spiderweb. The green hammer in his hand was covered in green lightning. The hammer was instantly magnified by a few folds and in the end swung out and attacked brutally. Dong! The low thud resounded across the vast universe and fell into a divine power storm. Suddenly, a figure plunged out from the divine power storm and stood in the void. Although Emperor God Tian Shao was still carrying murderous intention, his gaze grew extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang, I belittled you. I never thought that you would already have the requisite to fight with an Emperor God. The surrounding cultivators were shocked at the comment. Emperor God Tian Shao spoke himself. He said that Jian Wushuang had the power to fight with an Emperor God. A real God, could he really fight with an Emperor God? He, Emperor God Tian Shao, an Emperor God expert, your power shouldn't be just this level, right? Jian Wushuang smiled. He had once fought with Emperor God Shuaigu and Emperor God Shuaigu was extremely powerful. Even if he fought with Emperor God Shuaigu again, he would feel pressured. Although Emperor God Tian Shao couldn't compare to Emperor God Shuaigu, their powers would be extremely close. Hence, his power definitely wouldn't just be at that level. Humph, you're smart. I shall show you what an Emperor God is today. Emperor God Tian Shao's voice shook the earth. Just as he spoke, rumble. Heaven and earth shook as boundless thunderous power swept out and formed an ocean of lightning. In the ocean of lightning, large amount of green sacred lightning crackled and filled a range of 10,000 miles. Everyone at the scene could feel the power that could destroy the universe from the ocean of lightning. The strength of the power could make any Sir God feel hopeless. Fighting power of an Emperor God was on full display then. Now, this is interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled as he beamed with excitement. Secret skill of De Lei Yuan, eternal ocean of lightning. There was green lighting that burst out of Emperor God Tian Shao's eye too. Suddenly, the terrifying ocean of lightning that covered an expanse of 10,000 miles covered Jian Wushuang. Even if over 10 Sir Gods teamed up in the ocean of lightning, they would instantly melt into nothingness as well. Sacred lightning secret skill, I happen to know of them too. I wonder whose is stronger. Jian Wushuang smiled and instigated with his right hand. Come on, lightning. Hong! In the sky above, there was suddenly a huge crack. The huge crack parted the universe into two. From the crack, Walala! A terrifying life-destroying sacred thunder suddenly descended. Every single strike of life-destroying sacred thunder was as thick as the mountain. Every single strike contained terrifying power that struck fear into a Sir God. At that moment there were about 100 strikes of life-destroying sacred thunder that descend simultaneously. After about 100 strikes of life-destroying sacred thunder descended, it immediately merged together at terrifying speed and became a huge life-destroying sacred dragon that stretched over 10,000 miles. The life-destroying sacred dragon bellowed. Suddenly, the green ocean of lightning flooded in. One of the three ancient gods' secret skills, thunder attracting skill. To fight sacred lightning with sacred lightning. Both collided. Chapter 1769 Scheme. Boom! The universe shook and the life-destroying thunder dragon which stretched across a distance of tens of thousands of miles charged into the sea of thunder, and moved around violently, causing the sea of thunder to be in disarray. However, after a short amount of time, the infinite amount of green sacred thunder and the sea of thunder tore apart the life-destroying thunder dragon. Eh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Although the thunder-attracting skill was one of the three secret skills of the ancient god clan and its power would be out of the ordinary if it were unleashed with Jian Wushuang's current divine power, in the end, this secret skill would only be more powerful if it were unleashed with ancient god power. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had not fully mastered this secret skill yet. Hence, it was normal for him to not be able to match the sea of thunder which Emperor God Tian Shao had unleashed. When the thunder dragon was destroyed, the sea of thunder continued to head toward Jian Wushuang. At the same time, Emperor God Tian Shao himself was heading over. Break! Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword left its scabbard. The sword light was sharp and it was swung out while imbued with reincarnation power. The Sea of Thunder, which was already in disarray after the attack of the life-destroying Thunder Dragon, was split open by force, and it started to spread in all directions immediately. However, Emperor God Tian Shao's body came out of the crack of the Sea of Thunder fiercely. Along the way, 3 boundless thunder lights emerged and they formed 3 figures beside him. The 3 figures were exactly the same as Emperor God Tian Shao. All of them were holding a big hammer each, and they had a huge amount of aura, forming 3 clones at the same time. Moreover, their abilities are all so strong? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The secret skill that Emperor God Tian Shao had just unleashed was indeed exceptional. The 3 Thunderbolt clones that he had created should have 50% of his real Botus fighting capabilities. If they were to team up, they would certainly pose a threat. Jian Wushuang, die! Emperor God Tian God was filled with an immeasurable amount of murderous intent. Ha! Who is afraid of whom? Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. When Emperor God Tian Shao and his 3 Thunderbolt clones attacked, Jian Wushuang's body shook violently. After that, heads and arms started to appear from his stalwart ancient god body. In an instant, Jian Wushuang changed into a state where he had 5 heads and 10 arms. His 10 arms were each holding a sword. After that, he attacked right away and clashed with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on. Shocking booming sounds could be heard repeatedly, and the sounds were extremely loud. Jian Wushuang's swift and huge sword light, as well as Emperor God Tian Shao's fierce big hammer, which contained an infinite amount of thunderbolt, clashed in the void head-on. Every time they clashed, the power generated from the clash would shake the universe, and this caused many of the cultivators present to shiver with fear. In the surrounding void, countless cultivators' throats felt restless, and they were observing the shocking battle between the 2 experts in front of them with their eyes opened wide. The battle had caused the place to plunge into chaos, and caused it to be filled with darkness. The surrounding people had already been overwhelmed by it since a long time ago. It was unknown how much time had passed. Piss off! Jian Wushuang gave a furious roar, and his blood mountain sword expanded into a towering sword immediately. It was then swung fiercely. What a joke! Emperor God Tian Shao laughed coldly, and his big hammer was swung out mightily to intercept the towering sword. Boom! With a loud sound, the bodies of Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Tian Shao were both sent flying. After they regained their posture, Emperor God Tian Shao still had a huge amount of aura like before. As for the 3 Thunderbolt clones beside him, they were uninjured. As for Jian Wushuang, he originally had 5 heads and 10 arms. However, at that moment, 2 heads had already burst, and there were some marks of thunderbolts sweeping past his body. It was obvious that he looked a bit miserable. Emperor God Tian Shao was indeed an Emperor God-level super expert. By unleashing a secret skill to create 3 Thunderbolt clones to team up with him, even though Jian Wushuang possessed 5 heads and 10 arms and had combined that with his attack skills, he was still at a disadvantage. Jian Wushuang, I admit that your abilities are already enough for you to stand on equal footing with a normal Emperor God. However, you are still very far away from being able to compete with me, Emperor God Tian Shao said in an icy tone. Is that so? Jian Wushuang gave a weird laughter. Emperor God Tian Shao, as one of the founders of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, you must have collected information about me before taking action against me. Hence, you should know this. When I fought with an Almighty for the first time, which is when I fought with Sir God Qian Lan of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, what did I use to suppress him? Upon hearing that, Emperor God Tian Shao's expression changed abruptly. At the same time, he could hear 2 sounds of intense wind coming from behind him. The 2 sounds of wind were 2 brilliant rays of golden light, and they were dragging their long golden tails along with them. They then swept past the void and headed for his head with lightning speed. For the 2 Hongjun golden swords, Jian Wushuang had been hiding them intentionally. Ever since he had started to fight with Emperor God Tian Shao, he had not used them. Even when he was at a disadvantage in close-quarters combat, he still did not use them. It was not until then that the 2 Hongjun golden swords appeared behind Emperor God Tian Shao quietly. This was a killing move that Jian Wushuang had concealed and prepared carefully to the best of his abilities. 2 rays of golden light moved quickly and they contained an enormous amount of power. It was too fast and too sudden. When Emperor God Tian Shao realized it, there was no time for him to dodge or block it. However, at that critical moment, Emperor God Tian Shao gave a cold snort, and the golden robe that he wore changed into golden armor instantly. The golden armor started to spread quickly and it covered his whole body in a split second. Naturally, his head was covered. Clang! Clang! The 2 Hungjun golden swords struck Emperor God Tian Shao's head in succession. Moreover, they struck the same position. As there was a great amount of attack power, Emperor God Tian Shao's body was sent flying, and it was only after a long time that he regained his posture. After that, Emperor God Tian Shao turned his head and revealed a face that was slightly pale. At the same time, there was some blood at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with flames of fury. Jian Wushuang, from the very start, you have hidden these 2 golden swords intentionally. You are really scheming, and it is a great move. If not for me possessing defensive armor, I would have fallen to your scheme, Emperor God Tian Shao said furiously. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. Is that golden armor Emperor God Tian Shao's second Chaos Divine Treasure? Jian Wushuang murmured. There was nothing that he could do. Emperor God experts were extremely powerful, and it was not easy to kill them. Jian Wushuang had known that since a long time ago. Hence, he had hidden his Hongjun golden swords at the start. After that, he would have found the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack and attempt to deal a heavy blow to Emperor God Tian Shao. However, it was a pity that Emperor God Tian Shao possessed a Chaos Divine Treasure level defensive armor. With his armor bearing the impact of his Hongjun golden swords attack, he got off with light injuries. As expected of one of the founders of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. With that defensive armor, even if top Emperor gods were to attack you personally, they would probably be unable to kill you as well. Jian Wushuang laughed. Humph, while you are unable to kill me, I am able to kill you. Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes turned ice cold. The moment his words left his mouth, he flipped his palm abruptly and a pitch-black, long arrow appeared on his hand. The surface of the pitch-black, long arrow was covered with a layer of dim light, and the dim light looked unusually strange. The moment Emperor God Tian Shao took out the long arrow, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank fiercely. Chapter 1770. Shake his sleeves and leave. That arrow. Jian Wushuang stared at the black arrow in Emperor God Tian Shao's hand. He could feel a strong sense of crisis from the black arrow. It was obvious that the arrow wasn't ordinary. Soaring Heaven King Palace has been an overlord in eternal chaotic world for so long, and they have a solid foundation. Not only do they have many experts, they also have many trump cards. This arrow must be one of Soaring Heaven King Palace's trump cards, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. In the entire Soaring Heaven King Palace, in terms of experts, there was only Emperor God Tianling who was constantly wandering in the second lair who he had scruples about. Besides the experts, Soaring Heaven King Palace had some trump cards that shouldn't be belittled. As such, Jian Wushuang didn't barge into Soaring Heaven King Palace's old lair directly but opted for Soaring Heaven Mansion instead. Jian Wushuang, the arrow is extraordinary. You have to deal with it carefully. King of Venomous Worm's voice suddenly rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. In the void before him, Emperor God Tian Shao flashed a malicious smile after he took out the arrow. Then, he flipped his wrist and a bow appeared in his hand. The bow had a threatening aura as well. However, it was far from a chaotic divine treasure. Then, Emperor God Tian Shao placed the arrow to the bow before countless experts. As he pulled the string and aimed the black arrow at Jian Wushuang, he could feel that he was completely locked onto by magical power. Regardless of where he ran to, the power would catch up with him and destroy him. Jian Wushuang, you should be proud to make me use a God Slayer arrow on you. Emperor God Tian Shao spoke coldly as he stretched the string on the bow. The magical power that was holding on to Jian Wushuang grew stronger. Die! With a deep bellow, the extremely tense bowstring was let loose. A black extermination light burst out, and the black arrow broke the moment it was shot. Although the arrow broke, the power that it displayed was extremely terrifying. A one-use disposable item? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. The arrow's power was overwhelming, and it broke when it was shot. All the power was concentrated in the arrow, and Emperor God Tian Shao intended to kill him with that arrow. Such terrifying power! The people who were watching in the surrounding could feel the power, and their faces changed. It was too powerful. The power that was displayed by Emperor God Tian Shao and Jian Wuxuang was much stronger. It was a killing arrow. Humph! Jian Wuxuang humphed coldly and his eyes shined. The divine power in his body continued to flow out madly. Ancient God unique skill, 8 divine mountains. Clang! 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 A total of 8 tall, golden, lofty divine mountains descended from nowhere. The 8 golden, lofty divine mountains appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang and formed 8 layers of defense. It was the strongest defense unique skill of ancient god tribe. Along with the improvement of Jian Wuxuang's power, the 8 golden lofty divine mountains' defense power grew tremendously strong as well. However, the 8 divine mountains might be able to block a full blow by an emperor god, but to block the god's slayer arrow that was shot to kill, they seemed to be slightly too weak. Bang! 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 The black arrow brought a long extermination aura as it pierced one golden divine mountain after another. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 zhang tall divine mountains were pierced. The black arrow continued to shoot at Jian Wuxuang. King of venomous worms! Jian Wuxuang roared. Let me take care of this. King of venomous worms' voice rang in Jian Wuxuang's head. The muscles on Jian Wuxuang's ancient god body wriggled vigorously and a huge monster suddenly appeared. Secret skill of Plenilin, 10,000 Sirai! Countless Sirai swept out and gathered together at a terrifying speed. It instantly formed a huge, towering hand. The huge hand extended slowly and greeted the god slayer arrow that was aiming at Jian Wuxuang. Both parties collided. Walala! The huge hand was breaking down quickly and the countless Sirai shattered at the power of the god slayer arrow. In the end, the god slayer arrow pierced the entire huge hand. However, due to the hindrance of the huge hand, the power of the god slayer arrow was diminished greatly. Bang! God's slayed arrow finally reached its goal and hit Jian Wuxuang. His divine body shook vigorously, and he fell back. It took a while before he stopped. In the void, Jian Wuxuang stood on his feet again. He touched his chest, and he saw that there was a clear white spot on his chest. It's such a terrifying killer move, Jian Wuxuang muttered. It pierced 8 divine mountains and the huge hand that king of venomous worms had performed via secret skill. Then, it finally hit him. In the end, his divine body was merely slightly impacted. The power of God's slayer arrow was comparable to a hit of a top emperor god. He didn't die? Emperor God Tian Shao was shocked. God's slayer arrow was one of Soaring Heaven King Palace's trump cards. Soaring Heaven King Palace only had 3 God's slayer arrows and they used one on Jian Wuxuang. The God's slayer arrow was shot out by him, an emperor god, personally. Theoretically, it should even be able to kill an emperor god, but Jian Wuxuang had survived and his aura was still as magnificent as before. It was obvious that his injury wasn't bad. Emperor God Tian Shao, was the arrow earlier your last trump card? Jian Wuxuang looked at Emperor God Tian Shao as he spoke coldly. The power of the arrow was not too shabby. But unfortunately it can't kill me. As you have defense armor at the level of chaotic divine treasure, I can't kill you either. However, if I want to kill the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, you can't stop me. Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes dilated in shock. That was what he was worried about the most. He had defense armor at the level of chaotic divine treasure. He wasn't afraid of Jian Wuxuang. However, the other people in Soaring Heaven King Palace didn't. If Jian Wuxuang intended to kill them, he couldn't stop him. Jian Wuxuang, what is it that you want exactly? Emperor Tian Shao roared. What I want? Jian Wushuang chuckled coldly. I said this before. I am here to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace. Only the blood of the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace can quell the anger in me. The battle was Soaring Heaven Mansion today. Although I killed 3 Sir Gods, many real gods and universe gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace, it's not enough, it's far from enough. There will be plenty of time. I will stay back and have a lot of fun with you. Ha! The hearty laughter reverberated in the universe and everyone revealed a horrified expression. After he laughed, Jian Wushuang turned around. He had obviously made up his mind to leave. Watching Jian Wushuang walk away, Emperor God Tian Shao's gaze was gloomy yet helpless. He knew clearly that he couldn't make Jian Wushuang stay with his power alone. Chapter 1771 Shocking the World. At that moment, in the sea continent, the Soaring Heaven Mansion, which once possessed a lot of power that could cause many powerhouses and sects to be extremely frightened, had been reduced to a piece of ruins. A great number of bodies and a great amount of blood could be seen everywhere. Emperor God Tian Shao and his group of people were standing at the void on top of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, they were deathly silent, and they did not say anything. As for the large number of surrounding cultivators who were observing the battle, their throats were restless and similarly, they did not dare to speak. At that moment, even more people were in shock. In the battle on that very day, Jian Wushuang's abilities had caused them to be completely stunned. By himself, he had destroyed the big protective formation of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, charged into the Soaring Heaven Mansion, killed 3 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace as well as many of the real gods and universe gods. In the end, he had fought with Emperor God Tian Shao who had hurried over and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Even though Emperor God Tian Shao had used his God Slayer arrow, Jian Wushuang still remained standing with pride and he swaggered off in the end. What kind of earth-shaking stunt was that? Palace Master! Sir God Qingfu came to the side of Emperor God Tian Shao and said with a trembling body. Are we just going to look on as Jian Wushuang leaves? What else can we do? I have already used the God Slayer arrow. However, I was able to neither kill nor injure him seriously. Even if the 3 of you and I were to team up, would we really be able to keep him here? Emperor God Tian Shao snorted coldly. Upon hearing that, Sir God Qingfu and the 2 top Sir Gods at the side could not help but become silent. That's right. If they did not want to look on as Jian Wushuang left, what else could they do? It should be known that Emperor God Tian Shao had already taken action personally. Moreover, he had used the God's Slayer arrow. However, he was still unable to kill Jian Wushuang. Although the Soaring Heaven King Palace's base had stronger trump cards, most of them could only be unleashed in the base and there were not many of them which could be brought out. Moreover, even if they were to use all the trump cards that they could bring out, would they really be able to kill Jian Wushuang for sure? In the battle today, the Soaring Heaven King Palace lost a great amount of abilities. Moreover, if I am not wrong, Jian Wushuang will continue to go on a rampage in the sea continent, and he might even continue his massacre into the Soaring Heaven land. By then, it will be even more troublesome. Emperor God Tian Shao clenched his fists tightly and his eyes shone with a shrill light. Let's go back first. The Soaring Heaven King Palace has to think of a surefire plan to kill him. Even if we are unable to kill him, we absolutely cannot allow him to go on a rampage wantonly in the territories of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In no time, Emperor God Tian Shao had brought the remaining experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace with him, and returned to their base in the Soaring Heaven land. As for the large number of cultivators who were fortunate enough to observe the battle in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they were in a huge uproar. All of them knew that after that battle, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was crippled. In the future, the Soaring Heaven King Palace might send experts over to take control. However, it would not be soon. At that moment, the most pressing matter for the Soaring Heaven King Palace was Jian Wushuang. The sea continent is about to change. When Jian Wushuang charged into the Soaring Heaven Mansion alone, all the powerhouses in the eternal chaotic world got the news right away. In no time, the news of the results of the battle had spread. 3 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were killed. When Jian Wuxuang fought with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on, he was not in a disadvantage at all, and in the end, he swaggered off. At once, the Sanctuary Alliance was in an uproar and everyone was shocked. Countless people felt that it was unbelievable. How is this possible? No matter what, Jian Wuxuang is still a real god. Although he is an inverse cultivator, he can't be this strong, right? A real god is actually able to fight a head-on battle with an emperor god and not be in a disadvantage. Ha! This Jian Wuxuang is too nature-defying. Even real god Wu Bei, who once achieved the top of a real god, barely possessed the fighting capabilities of a top Sir God when he was in his peak. Compared to Jian Wuxuang, he is extremely far away. In the whole eternal chaotic world, perhaps there is only one person who can be compared to him. Emperor Bai. Many experts had already stopped comparing Jian Wuxuang to real god Wu Bei. Instead, they compared him to Emperor Bai. After all, Emperor Bai was an inverse cultivator, and he had grown to become what he was from a real god. At that moment, the Sanctuary Alliance recognized him as the most powerful person. Perhaps only the fighting capabilities of Emperor Bai when he had been a real god might be stronger than that of Jian Wuxuang. At the same time that everyone was exclaiming in admiration with regards to the battle in the Soaring Heaven Mansion. In the Thunderbolt Island, in a courtyard at the highest peak of the Sanctuary Mountain where many top experts of the Sanctuary Alliance lived in. Atop a single plank bridge which stretched across a brook, there was an old man who wore simple gray clothes, and he was sitting down and holding a bamboo pole. As for his body, it was leaning against a wooden peg which was beside him. Although he looked like he was fishing, in actual fact, he had already closed his eyes and he was snoring softly at the same time. This gray-clothed old man had obviously fallen asleep. Moreover, he had remained in the same posture on the single-plank bridge for a total of 13,000 years. All of a sudden, a layer of ripples appeared on the seal beside the courtyard. Although the ripples dissipated quickly, the gray-clothed old man still noticed them. Even though his eyes remained closed, he could still raise his eyebrows. "East Royal, how come you're free to come here?" The gray-clothed old man's voice could be heard within the courtyard. A silver-haired, middle-aged man appeared on the single-plank bridge abruptly, and he sat down beside the gray-clothed old man right away. The middle-aged man's eyes were as vast as millions upon millions of constellations, and he said indifferently, "In the whole Sanctuary Alliance, the two of us are the only great emperors. Hence, isn't it normal for me to look for you?" "Humph, those old bastards are living such a comfortable life, and they have completely left the Sanctuary Alliance, which is in a mess, to the both of us." The gray-clothed old man curled his lips. "Stop complaining. Since both of us lost the bet back then, according to what we agreed upon, both of us have to oversee the Sanctuary Alliance for 5 million years. Now, not even half of that time has passed." The middle-aged man sneered. "It's all right now. Tell me your objective for coming." The gray-clothed old man's eyes were still closed. "This is a piece of news that I have just obtained. Take a look." The middle-aged man passed a token over. The gray-clothed old man took the token and skimmed through it. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes, which had been closed all the while, and a pair of dark gray eyes were revealed. Jian Wuxuang? As a real god, he killed 4 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace in succession. Moreover, when he fought with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The gray-clothed old man revealed a surprised expression. Even he was surprised by the piece of news. "I have already confirmed the authenticity of this piece of news. It is indeed true. Moreover, Emperor God Tian Shao has given his all, and he even used the God's Slayer arrow in the end. However, even with the God's Slayer arrow, Jian Wuxuang was still not injured in the slightest. Now, the Soaring Heaven King Palace is having a huge headache with regards to Jian Wuxuang." The middle-aged man laughed. "Humph, the Soaring Heaven King Palace's way of doing things have always been unreasonable, and they should pay for it. However, this little kid who is called Jian Wuxuang is really impressive. Even though he fought with Emperor God Tian Shao as a real god, he was still not defeated. If such abilities were compared to Emperor Bai back when he was still a real god, they should not be too different. The gray-clothed old man muttered. Chapter 1772 Heaven and Earth Supremes. Of course, the gray-robed elderly was just guessing. After all, no one knew how strong Emperor Bai was when he was at real god realm. He was too ancient. Since ancient times and the first era's passing, there has been hardly anyone like this impressive young man. If he were to continue to grow, it would be totally possible for him to become the second Emperor Bai. The gray-robed elderly muttered. Then, he turned to look at the middle-aged man. East Royal, did you come to see me because of this? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. According to the segregation of power, Jian Wushuang fits the criteria to be listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes. Heaven and Earth Supremes? The gray-robed elderly squinted his eyes and then nodded. If so, let's announce it to the public. The two super-expert of great emperor level made a decision and immediately spread the mysterious ranking list at a terrifyingly fast speed. The announcement of the ranking list did not stir any great commotion on Thunderbolt Island because most of the experts in Sanctuary Alliance weren't qualified to get in contact with the ranking list. However, the overlords at the peak of the Eternal Chaotic World and the Omnigthes were surprised when they received the ranking list. Heaven and Earth Supremes, Jian Wushuang is listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes. Heaven and Earth Supremes, any one of them is a super-existence that shakes the universe. Only the few top Sir Gods meet the criteria to be listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes. Jian Wushuang is just a real god and he has already reached such a level. I remember when I first heard Jian Wushuang's name, it was a few tens of thousands of years ago when real god Wu Bai's cave dwelling was opened. Jian Wushuang wiped out all geniuses in the realm of universe gods and got himself 2 white blaze fruit trees. He then gained fame. The second time I heard of him, he fought with Sir God Qianlan from Soaring Heaven King Palace in the 8th lair, and he injured Sir God Qianlan badly. This time, it is my 3rd time hearing his name, and he is already listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes. Too fast. This Jian Wushuang has improved too quickly. It is so unbelievable. If he continues to grow at the current speed, he might become the second Emperor Bai. Countless super-existences was shocked because of the ranking list. At the same time, there were many almighties that were roaring and bellowing in anger because of the ranking list. One should know that the ranking list was a far-fetched desire of many almighties. Many almighties and ancient existences couldn't be listed, but Jian Wushuang, a young man that had only cultivated for tens of thousands of years, had been listed on the list. Once listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes, one would be an authority in Eternal Chaotic World. Sea Continent, on a nameless mountain, Jian Wushuang was sitting alone. He was recovering his wounds and divine power. During the battle with Soaring Heaven Mansion, although he killed 3 Sir Gods, many real gods and universe gods from Soaring Heaven King Place, he was injured by the attack of God Slayer arrows shot by Emperor God Tian Shao. But such an injury could be recovered very soon with King of Venomous Worms. Phew! Jian Wushuang let out a murky breath and he slowly opened his eyes. At first, I thought as long as I didn't barge into Soaring Heaven King Palace's old lair in Soaring Heaven Land, I wouldn't be threatened and it would be easy to exterminate Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, I obviously belittled Soaring Heaven King Palace's power, Jian Wushuang muttered. Soaring Heaven Mansion was only Soaring Heaven King Palace's 2nd lair, and it was located on Sea Continent. One should know that the foundation of Soaring Heaven King Palace was in Soaring Heaven Land. Hence, their power in Soaring Heaven Land should be the strongest. Especially the old lair in Soaring Heaven Land was a danger spot that even top Emperor gods didn't dare to wallop. Jian Wushuang had never thought of barging into the old lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace as well. However, Jian Wushuang had never expected that even though he didn't barge into the old lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao alone could also injure him. The God Slayer arrow had formed a fair threat against him. Based on the foundation of Soaring Heaven King Palace, they might be able to play a scarier and more ferocious trump card than the God's Slayer arrow. Of course, even if that was true, Jian Wuxuang wasn't afraid. After all, he had never once given play to any of his trump cards. Star Destruction Skill, Mountain River Map, Secret Skill of Star Palace, these were all Jian Wuxuang's trump cards. A single move could destroy the universe. With these trump cards on hand, Jian Wuxuang had the capital to be fearless against soaring Heaven King Palace. Just then, Jian Wuxuang, well done! Hall Master Yuan sent him a message. You heard the news? Jian Wuxuang immediately replied. Of course. You made a scene in Sea Continent. The entire Sanctuary Alliance, the entire eternal chaotic world are in a tumultuous hubbub. How could I not know? Hall Master Yuan chuckled and he complimented. To be frank, I thought you could kill 1 or 2 Sir Gods in Soaring Heaven King Palace, and that would be impressive enough. I never expected you to barge into Soaring Heaven Mansion and killed 4 Sir God from Soaring Heaven King Palace at one goal, including Sir God Qi Xing. You and Emperor God Tian Shao were well matched too. Thanks, Hall Master Yuan, you didn't message me to tell me this, right? Jian Wuxuang laughed. Of course not. Hall Master Yuan became serious. Jian Wuxuang, I'm going to send you a ranking list. You should take a look carefully. Ranking list? What ranking list? Jian Wuxuang was confused. Heaven and Earth Supreme's ranking list. Hall Master Yuan didn't say much but sent a boundless ranking list over. Jian Wuxuang received them with care. After he received all, he read through the ranking list. Jian Wuxuang's eyes dilated in surprise. This is Almighty ranking list? Yes and no. Hall Master Yuan answered. Jian Wuxuang was shocked. Jian Wuxuang, you have yet to hear about Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, right? Hall Master Yuan asked. It is my first time hearing this. Jian Wuxuang nodded. That's right, Hall Master Yuan laughed as he explained. Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, you have to first understand the meaning of Heaven and Earth Supreme. Heaven and Earth Supreme is referring to super expert who can establish a great force and shake the entire eternal chaotic world. Such experts are normally Emperor Gods. Of course, eternal chaotic world is so huge. There's 10 sanctuaries, countless holy kingdoms, various territories, there are many almighties. There are some very amazing Sir Gods too. Even when they fight with Emperor Gods, they could be evenly matched or they could survive Emperor God's attack. Sir Gods like that are qualified to be Heaven and Earth Supremes as well. The Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list is announced by Sanctuary Alliance personally. They organized and made a list of Heaven and Earth Supremes that could frighten eternal chaotic world, then they ranked them according to their power. It then formed the ranking list of the highest level. To be listed on the ranking list means that the person has already reached the top of the pyramid in eternal chaotic world. Chapter 1773 Ranking. As Jian Wuxuang listened, he could not help but be visibly moved. The Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list represented the group of top existences in the eternal chaotic world. Among them, anyone could be an overlord of the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wuxuang, the battle between you and Emperor God Tian Shao has allowed you to get into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list as well. At the same time, ever since the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was released, you were also the first person who got into the ranking list as a real god. As for your ranking, you can take a good look at it yourself, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wuxuang browsed through the ranking in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list carefully at once. First in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Emperor Bai. With regards to the first ranking, Jian Wuxuang was not surprised at all. Emperor Bai was the strongest person in the Sanctuary Alliance, and he was recognized as the number 1 by the whole eternal chaotic world. He was an almighty level inverse cultivator, which was a super existence who could kill great emperors easily. Next, second, Red Dragon King third, Abysmal Saint Master fourth, Ancestor Tianqin fifth, Great Emperor Zi Su sixth, Colored Glaze Emperor 14th, Purple Moon Emperor 15th, Yen Zun from the 2nd to 15th place. All of them were great emperor-level super experts. It should be known that the Sanctuary Alliance only had a total of 13 great emperors. As for the 2 additional great emperors, they did not join the Sanctuary Alliance. After the 15 great emperors, there was a large number of emperor gods. The emperor god ranked 16th was called Underworld God. The Underworld God. Jian Wushuang also looked at the information regarding the Underworld God. The Underworld God had only become a peak expert 4 million years ago. To date, his training time amounted to less than 5 million years. 5 million years might seem very long to Jian Wushuang. However, to many of the Emperor God Almighties, 5 million years was considered too short. In the eternal chaotic world, most of the Almighties had lived for over 10 million years, while some of them had lived for tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. For example, about the oldest person, Emperor Bai, in the Sanctuary Alliance, it was said that he was a remnant of the First Era. Hence, he had definitely lived for an extremely long period of time already. As for the Underworld God, he was able to make it into the 16th position on the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list and become the number 1 among the Emperor Gods after training for less than 5 million years. With that, he was only inferior to the 15 great emperors, and one could imagine how powerful and talented he was. Moreover, previously, the Sanctuary Alliance had always thought that he was an expert who was the closest to, and also had the highest hopes of, becoming a new great emperor. As for his accomplishments, they were extremely brilliant as well. He had once competed against 4 top emperor gods by himself. In the end, he had killed 2 of them and seriously injured the remaining 2 people. 11 emperor gods had once teamed up to deploy a shocking killing formation to besiege him. In the end, he had torn the killing formation apart and killed all of them. It was also rumored that the Underworld God had fought with a great emperor before. Moreover, he had lasted for a very long period of time against the great emperor. With such brilliant accomplishments, even Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue in admiration when he saw it. The Underworld God could indeed be recognized as the number 1 among the emperor gods. Even with 4 top emperor gods teaming up, they were still defeated by him easily. If I were to come across him, I would probably have no way of resisting, Jian Wushuang gasped. However, it was fortunate that the Underworld God was someone from the Sanctuary Alliance, and he was not connected to the lineage of Star in any way. Hence, he would absolutely not make trouble for Jian Wushuang for no reason. After that, Jian Wushuang continued to look at the rankings. For the top emperor gods who were behind the Underworld God, all of them had shocking abilities. However, compared to the Underworld God, their accomplishments were obviously lacking. In no time, Jian Wushuang saw a name. 22nd in the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list, Emperor God Tianling. Damn it! The strongest person in the Soaring Heaven King Palace actually has such a high ranking in the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list? Jian Wushuang exclaimed with admiration. The Soaring Heaven King Palace had a total of 2 founders who were both emperor gods. Among their 2 emperor gods, Emperor God Tian Shao oversaw the Soaring Heaven land. As for Emperor God Tianling, he traveled in the 2nd layer throughout the year. Although the both of them had founded the Soaring Heaven King Palace together, in terms of abilities, Emperor God Tianling was a lot more powerful than Emperor God Tian Shao. 22nd in the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list. Putting the 15 great emperors aside, Emperor God Tianling could be said to be ranked 7th out of the large number of emperor gods in the eternal chaotic world. This was already an extremely high ranking. Not only did this mean that he stood at the very top of the emperor gods, this also meant that he could suppress any normal top emperor gods if he were to encounter them. For example, Emperor God Tianling could probably kill emperor gods who were of a similar level to Emperor God Shuaigu. If this Emperor God Tianling were to come out of the 2nd layer and hunt me down, he would definitely be a threat to me. However, I have many trump cards with me. If I were to really go all out, he might not be able to do anything against me, Jian Wushuang murmured. He was extremely confident in the great number of trump cards he possessed. Jian Wushuang continued to look at the rankings further back. When he reached the 31st position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, his eyes paused again. At the same time, he revealed a smile. The person in the 31st position was the most important person in the lineage of Star, the Star Palace Master. Although the Palace Master's abilities are unable to match the abilities of Emperor God Tianling, he is not too far away from him. Moreover, the Palace Master's trump card is even more powerful. Jian Wushuang laughed. The information on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list also mentioned about the Star Palace Master, strongest trump card, the secret skill of Star Palace. As soon as it was unleashed, he could kill many Emperor Gods. Even if it were the underworld god who was ranked first among the Emperor Gods, for a short amount of time, he could only take evasive measures. The Palace Master has also cultivated the second volume of the Secret Skill of 7-Star, Secret Skill of Star Palace. As soon as he unleashes it, his power will rise by 100 times. Within a breath's time, the fighting capabilities that he can unleash will indeed rival that of a normal great emperor, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang continued looking at the rankings. When he saw the 48th position, his expression changed abruptly. The person in the 48th position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was Emperor God Shuaigu. Emperor God Shuaigu is indeed very powerful, and he is already extremely close to the top of an Emperor God. Hence, it is normal for him to be ranked 48th. The thing is, he is already dead? Jian Wushuang had a puzzled expression. He knew that Emperor God Shuaigu had died in the Buddhist Demon Sea. However, only him as well as a few people in the lineage of Star knew about this. Moreover, the lineage of Star did not make this piece of news public. As such, the Sanctuary Alliance still had no idea that Emperor God Shuaigu had already died. Therefore, they still included his name on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Emperor God Shuaigu was ranked 48th. As for Emperor God Tian Shao, he was ranked 56th as his abilities were weaker than those of Emperor God Shuaigu. When I fought with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on, I was never at a disadvantage. As such, I was able to get onto the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Since Emperor God Tian Shao is ranked 56th, my ranking should be extremely close to his, Jian Wushuang muttered. As expected, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. He had already seen his own name. 61st in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Jian Wushuang, a real god and verse cultivator. Chapter 1774 Neverending Massacre. They even gave a clear indication of my realm and my identity as an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang smiled. As for his battle achievements, they didn't even bring up the incident where he had severely injured Sir God Qianlan in the 8th lair, only his battle achievement on Sea Continent. Had killed Sir God Qixing with one palm. Barged into Soaring Heaven Mansion alone. Broke the formation of everlasting green formed by 4 Sir Gods and killed 3 of them. At the end, he was well matched with Sir God Tian Shao. Such a battle achievement is more than enough to be listed on Heaven and Earth's Supreme ranking list. However, to be in the 61st place, I'm afraid it isn't convincing enough. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose. He had fought with Sir God Tian Shao. Although the fight was too close to call, it was because it was too close to call that it was hard to determine. After all, those who didn't watch the battle, how would they know if Sir God Tian Shao gave his all? And how would they know if Jian Wushuang was severely injured in the battle? In short, it was rather unconvincing to be in the 61st place with such a battle achievement. Who cares? If there was anyone who is unhappy with it, they'll fight with them until they are convinced. Jian Wushuang smiled. Those listed further down the list were ordinary Emperor Gods and some top Sir Gods who could be evenly matched with Emperor Gods. The list ended at the 132nd place. Among the 132 Heaven and Earth Supremes, there were 15 Great Emperor and 81 Emperor Gods, and the rest were top Sir Gods. It should be all the higher-ups in eternal chaotic world. Even if there were some hidden experts, there shouldn't be a lot of them. And of course, the experts under the command of a hidden dark force like Holocaust Sect and Akron Palace wouldn't be included in Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list. After Jian Wuxuang skimmed through the ranking list, he let out a heavy sigh. I never expected that there would be so many experts in Eternal Chaotic World. There were 15 great emperors and 81 emperor gods, Jian Wuxuang muttered. Although my fighting power enabled me to be listed on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list, I was merely in the 61st place. Although I am at the peak of the pyramid in Eternal Chaotic World, I am not the strongest. Only if I continuously break through and step foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation as soon as possible, then I can become an almighty. By then, I should be able to compare favorably with the great emperor. By then, I will have the capital to run wild in Eternal Chaotic World. As of now, I am far from that. Then, Jian Wuxuang stood up as he looked into the distance. At the end of his view, there was a huge mountain. The mountain had an Ariadiva crystal vein which was extremely rare. The crystal vein had been conquered by Soaring Heaven King Palace. They had more than 20 real gods, including 3 chaotic real gods who attended to garrison duty all year round. Swoosh! Jian Wuxuang plunged and he arrived in the void above the mountain after a short while. The moment he appeared, rumble. An enormous amount of divine might spread across like the anger of the universe. Divine might and divine power compensated one another. Jian Wuxuang's divine power was parallel to an emperor god's. Hence, the divine might was naturally at the emperor god level. As the terrifying divine might spread across the mountain, the cultivators in the mountain suddenly shivered in fear under the divine might. Within the range of my soul power, there are a total of 23 real gods. These real gods are all from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace have to die. Jian Wuxuang harbored intense murderous intention, and he immediately started a massacre. That day, Jian Wuxuang came to the mountain and killed the 23 real gods of Soaring Heaven King Palace who guard the mountain in less than 10 breaths' time. He killed all of them without leaving anyone alive. Half a month later, Jian Wuxiang appeared in a palace branch of Soaring Heaven King Palace on Sea Continent. Before countless cultivators' gazes, Jian Wuxuang broke the palace branch into pieces with one palm. At the same time, he crushed the palace branch into dust. There were many experts in the palace branch, including 10 real gods. All of them died. Only the disciples who were weaker escaped by luck. 3 months later, on a huge island that was sealed off from the outside world, Jian Wuxuang was in his crimson robe and he harbored boundless murderous intention. He took a stride forward and he wielded his sword. He cut the island into 2, then he swung his sword across. He killed all the real gods on the island. 6 months later, 3 real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace returned to Soaring Heaven Land from other places. Before they arrived in Soaring Heaven King Palace, they met a swordsman in a crimson robe. The swordsman in a crimson robe only asked if the 3 of them were from Soaring Heaven King Palace. The 3 of them answered yes, then the swordsman in crimson robe pointed and killed the 3 real gods instantly. 1 year later. Massacre. A never-ending bloodbath. Jian Wuxuang had turned into death himself. He first started in Sea Continent, then to Soaring Heaven Land that Soaring Heaven King Palace ruled over the years. He massacred the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace all over. Whenever Jian Wuxuang launched an attack, it would be experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace that were the level of real gods or higher. They stood almost no chance of escape. As for universe gods, those who were weak could escape, but those universe gods who were stronger would be killed by Jian Wuxuang mercilessly. Regardless of Sea Continent or Soaring Heaven Land, the territories that Soaring Heaven King Palace conquered were in a bloodbath carried out by Jian Wuxuang. According to incomplete statistics, in the 10 years, the number of real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace that were killed by Jian Wuxuang was more than several hundreds. Among there were over 30 eternal real gods and more than a dozen chaotic real gods. It had only been 10 years. The terrifying massacre shook the 2 pieces of land and shook the entire Sanctuary Alliance. It also shocked countless cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. Death! Demon! Madman! All the titles fell upon Jian Wushuang. At first, they were in awe of Jian Wushuang's power. But then, the experts were terrified by Jian Wushuang's brutality and massacre skills. Luckily, Jian Wushuang was only aiming at Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, not everyone was in danger. In the 10 years, Soaring Heaven King Palace wasn't only in defense. They tried many ways, and even Emperor God Tian Shao got involved personally. However, Jian Wushuang wasn't weaker than Emperor God Tian Shao. Jian Wushuang wanted to kill, and Emperor God Tian Shao couldn't do anything about it. He also intended to use his trump cards to kill Jian Wushuang. However, the trump cards that he could perform couldn't kill Jian Wushuang, and the stronger ones were required to be performed within the lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace. But Jian Wushuang wasn't stupid, and he wouldn't barge into the lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace hastily. This also led to Jian Wushuang's never-ending massacre. However, the higher-ups in Soaring Heaven King Palace could only watch. Such a massacre shocked everyone. Chapter 1775 Recall. This Jian Wushuang, not only is he extremely talented, he killed with great resolve, and he is no different from old bastards like us who have lived for many years. The path of the strong has always been full of ups and downs, and every one of them was born from endless massacres. Now, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has become Jian Wushuang's stepping stone. I reckon that Jian Wushuang wants to use the Soaring Heaven King Palace to warn everyone of the consequences of provoking him. This time around, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has provoked a malignant star, and it will be really miserable for them. Humph, the Soaring Heaven King Palace's way of doing things has always been unreasonable. If not for them having such great backgrounds, they would have been destroyed a long time ago. This time around, they have finally suffered losses from someone who they thought was weak. Jian Wushuang has already been massacring to his heart's content for 10 years. The Soaring Heaven King Palace's Emperor God Tian Shao has taken action many times. However, he was unable to do anything against him. If Jian Wushuang were to continue his massacre, no matter how many experts the Soaring Heaven King Palace had, the Soaring Heaven King Palace would run out of them eventually. I wonder what the Soaring Heaven King Palace will do next? Could it be that they would get Emperor God Tianling, who has always been traveling in the second lair, to return personally? Apart from that, there seems to be no other way. In the whole Sanctuary Alliance, countless experts were having a discussion enthusiastically. They were all discussing Jian Wushuang as well as the clash between Jian Wushuang and the Soaring Heaven King Palace. The past 10 years of massacre had allowed everyone to really know what kind of person Jian Wushuang was. As such, innumerable experts started to respect him. At the same time that they were shocked and exclaiming with admiration, all of them were guessing the next move of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In a lofty palace in the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao was sitting down on a throne which was 3 meters tall. Below him was a large number of high-level experts, which included the few Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Has the large number of real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace been recalled? Emperor God Tian God was looking down at one of the people below him. This person was Sir God Qing Fu. Palace Master, 99% of the Soaring Heaven King Palace's real gods who were in the Soaring Heaven Land and Sea Continent have already returned. Only a few real gods are still on their way back, Sir God Qing Fu said respectfully. However, he was still filled with dissatisfaction. Palace Master, do we really have to recall all the real gods back to our base just because of this Jian Wushuang? Humph. Even though things have already reached this stage, you are still underestimating him? Emperor God Tian Shao gave a cold snort. Don't forget. Jian Wushuang has now gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he is already one of the Heaven and Earth Supremes of the eternal chaotic world. Even if I were to take action, I would be unable to do anything against him. Currently, he has gone on a crazy killing spree in the Soaring Heaven Land and Sea Continent. If I were to not call back all those real gods, wouldn't that mean I am waiting for all of them to be killed by Jian Wushuang? As soon as Emperor God Tian Shao's words left his mouth, the whole hall went silent immediately. At the start, the Soaring Heaven King Palace did not care about Jian Wushuang at all, and they had thought that with their abilities, killing Jian Wushuang would be the same as stepping on an ant and killing it. As for Jian Wushuang provoking the Soaring Heaven King Palace, it was just the weak attacking the strong. However, no one had expected Jian Wushuang's abilities to rise to such an extent in such a short period of time. Even with Emperor God Tian Shao taking action personally, he was still unable to do anything against him. To date, Jian Wushuang had gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he was already standing at the very top of the pyramid in the eternal chaotic world. No one dared to disregard such an expert. Even though that's the case, we are merely tackling the problem on the surface by recalling all the real gods. After all, the large number of experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace cannot possibly hide in the base all the time and not go out, right? Sir God Qingfu said with a deep voice. We have to think of a way to kill Jian Wushuang. With this, we will be able to avoid any trouble in the future. Everyone around him nodded their heads in succession. However, they knew that it would not be easy to kill Jian Wushuang. Palace Master, why not get Lord Tianling to take action? Sir God Qingfu only managed to say a few words. Big Brother cannot take action temporarily. Emperor God Tian Shao waved his hands. Not long ago, Big Brother sent me a message and told me that he had found an opportunity in the second lair. This opportunity was exceptional, and if he were to be able to obtain it, his abilities would skyrocket. Although he would not be able to become a great emperor, he would be able to reach a level similar to that of the Underworld God. The Underworld God? The few Sir Gods below were all shocked. The Underworld God, the person recognized as the number one among the Emperor Gods by the eternal chaotic world. He was a super-existence who could kill top Emperor Gods easily. Moreover, his position among the Emperor Gods was just like the position of Emperor by among the great emperors. If Emperor God Tianling were to be able to reach a level similar to that of the Underworld God, it would be a very delightful thing to the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Big Brother has been thinking of ways to obtain that opportunity. Now, he is at the critical moment, so how can he be interrupted by Jian Wushuang like this? Emperor God Tian Shao said. Since Lord Tianling is unable to take action, what about the high-level experts in the Sanctuary Alliance? After all, our Soaring Heaven King Palace is a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. If we were to get them to come, Sir God Qingfu said. Forget about the Sanctuary Alliance. Emperor God Tianling shook his head again. This Jian Wushuang is different from the others. He is an inverse cultivator who is extremely talented with unlimited potential. If he were to continue growing, there is even the hope of him achieving a level similar to that of Emperor Bai in the future. At the least, he will become a new great emperor. An expert like him with such potential is valued highly by the Sanctuary Alliance. If there is no need to, the old bastards in the Sanctuary Alliance will definitely not take action against Jian Wushuang. For example, although he is currently massacring real gods wantonly, he himself is still a real god. A real god massacring real gods. Moreover, he is only massacring the real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Furthermore, the grudge acts as an appropriate reason for him to do so. As such, no matter how many real god he kills, the high-level experts in the Sanctuary Alliance will naturally not care about it. Moreover, there is another point. This Jian Wushuang has always been acting alone. From start to finish, the lineage of Star behind him has never shown themselves. Emperor God Tian Shao's expression turned gloomy. Jian Wushuang alone was already very difficult to deal with. According to logic, if there were the lineage of Star on top of that, there would be even more pressure on the Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, in actual fact, that was not the case. After all, the lineage of Star was a big powerhouse and there were many real God and universe God disciples under them. If the lineage of Star were to be involved, they could absolutely give them a taste of their own medicine. For example, if Emperor God Tian Shao were to charge into the Star Land and massacre the real gods of the lineage of Star wantonly, the lineage of Star might not be able to stop him. With that, there would be a balance, and the actions of both of them would be restricted. As such, Jian Wushuang would definitely not dare to continue his massacre. However, at that time, Jian Wushuang had always been acting alone and the lineage of Star had never shown themselves before. Hence, the clash this time around was Jian Wushuang's own personal matter, and it was unrelated to the lineage of Star. Under such circumstances, if the Soaring Heaven King Palace were to fight all the way to the lineage of Star, they would start a great battle right away. Moreover, for this great battle, the Soaring Heaven King Palace would be in the wrong and probably none of the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance would stand on their side. Chapter 1776 Appointment. If so, Soaring Heaven King Palace can't do anything about Jian Wushuang? Everyone in Soaring Heaven King Palace looked distressed. If we want to kill him, it is impossible as of now. But it isn't difficult if we only want Jian Wushuang to retreat. Emperor God Tian Shao squinted his eyes. Send down my command. For the rest of the time, we of Soaring Heaven King Palace shall stay put in the old lair. Without my permission, no one gets to leave. Yes. The underlings immediately took the order. In Soaring Heaven Land, Jian Wushuang's massacre continued. However, as Soaring Heaven King Palace summoned all their experts back, it was very difficult for Jian Wushuang to find a target. However, Soaring Heaven King Palace's action shook Sanctuary Alliance. Soaring Heaven King Palace summoned all their experts back to Soaring Heaven Land and Sea Continent. Does Soaring Heaven King Palace intend to ostrich and have all the experts under their command hide in their old lair? Impossible. Soaring Heaven King Palace has always been arrogant. Their foundation and power is extraordinary. With Jian Wushuang alone, it will be impossible for him to force Soaring Heaven King Palace into such a position. If I'm not mistaken, Soaring Heaven King Palace definitely has their way to deal with Jian Wushuang. We shall see. The experts from various forces watched quietly. The time flew past. 1 month, 2 months, half a year. Soaring Heaven King Palace was extremely peaceful and there were no experts above Rio God level who left the old lair. The experts from all forces in Sanctuary Alliance was confused. Soaring Heaven King Palace really can't do anything about Jian Wushuang, and they decided to be an ostrich? Just as most experts thought, Soaring Heaven King Palace finally made a move. Soaring Heaven King Palace spread news that Emperor God Tian Shao would throw a banquet in Clear Sky City on Soaring Heaven Land in 1 month's time to see Jian Wushuang personally. The moment the news spread, everyone was shocked. Some said that Soaring Heaven King Palace meant that they had already set up a trap to kill Jian Wushuang, and they were only waiting for his arrival. Some even said that Soaring Heaven King Palace couldn't do anything about Jian Wushuang. Hence, they had no choice but to talk to Jian Wushuang. In other words, Soaring Heaven King Palace yielded to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was the main character of the incident, naturally received the news at the first instant. To meet me? Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose and there was a malicious smile. Jian Wushuang, Soaring Heaven King Palace has always been barbaric. Ever since Emperor God Tianling and Emperor God Tian Shao established Soaring Heaven King Palace, they have only bowed to great emperors or experts like Underworld God. But now, although you have made Soaring Heaven King Palace suffered a great loss, the 2 greatest authorities, especially Emperor God Tianling, are still alive. They definitely won't yield to you so easily. Hence, this meetup might be a trap, Hall Master Yuan said. Trap? Jian Wushuang thought for a while and asked. Hall Master Yuan, is there any news about Emperor God Tianling's return? No. I have someone to guard at the second lair. I am sure that Emperor God Tianling is still in the second lair. Hall Master Yuan answered. How about the other experts on Heaven and Earth's Supreme Ranking list? Jian Wushuang asked. It's strange. The experts of Heaven and Earth's Supreme Ranking list, besides the Sir God who was further back on the list that has always stayed in Soaring Heaven Land, there aren't any other experts who have returned to Soaring Heaven Land, Hall Master Yuan said. When Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace had fought head-on, Hall Master Yuan utilized Lineage of Star and used the resources in Sanctuary Alliance to keep watch of experts who could threaten Jian Wushuang. However, he didn't receive any news about any experts who went to Soaring Heaven Land. Emperor God Tianling didn't return, nor did the experts on the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list come back. How can Soaring Heaven King Palace kill me? Could it be with other trump cards? Jian Wuxuang creased his eyebrows. No way. If Soaring Heaven King Palace could really play any trump cards that could threaten me, they would have played them long ago. They definitely wouldn't wait until now. What could it be? Even Jian Wuxuang had no idea what Soaring Heaven King Palace's intention was. Regardless of Soaring Heaven King Palace's intention, it's best that you don't go for the meetup, Hall Master Yuan advised. No, Soaring Heaven King Palace invited me sincerely, how can I not go? No matter what their plot is, even if there is a trap, I, Jian Wuxuang, will deal with it. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. One should know that, even when he was the target of a scheme by Acheron Palace back in Buddhist Demon Sea, he made a narrow escape and survived. His power increased tremendously too. If Acheron Palace was capable of that, Jian Wuxuang didn't think Soaring Heaven King Palace could be more clever than Acheron Palace. Plus, Jian Wuxuang was confident in his trump cards too. If you insist to go, go ahead. But just in case, I will report this to Palace Master and have Palace Master make a trip to Soaring Heaven Land. If there were to be any unexpected events, Soaring Heaven King Palace wouldn't dare to attack hastily if Palace Master were to be there. Hall Master Yuan said. Okay. Jian Wuxuang nodded and made a decision. 1 month later, it was clear and fresh. On Soaring Heaven Land, in Clear Sky City, countless cultivators were gathered. The cultivators were naturally there to watch Jian Wuxuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace's meetup. In the void above Clear Sky City, there was a pedestal floating in the air quietly. On the pedestal, there were 2 long, narrow tables. In front of one of the tables, a man in a golden robe sat with his eyes closed. The man in the golden robe was Emperor God Tian Shao's original body. The cultivators gathered in Clear Sky City saw Emperor God Tian Shao, and they looked at him in awe. Emperor God Tian Shao is one of the founders of Soaring Heaven King Palace. Such a legendary figure, I can finally see him with my own eyes. I can die with no regrets now. Although Emperor God Tian Shao was amazing, I admire Jian Wuxuang more. He is only in the realm of real God and he can shake Soaring Heaven King Palace. It is said that Emperor God Tian Shao could only be evenly matched with him. Countless cultivators were talking among themselves. Just then, Haha, Emperor God Tian Shao, I'm sorry to make you wait. There was a burst of hearty laughter that reverberated in the universe. Then, there was a figure in a crimson robe that appeared and walked over from the void far away. He was walking slowly, but every step he took brought about a mysterious, boundless divine might that was not second to Emperor God Tian Shao. It spread along his footsteps. Countless cultivators lifted their heads simultaneously. Looking at the incomer, their eyes were filled with admiration and passion. It took a while until the figure in crimson reached the pedestal and came before Emperor God Tian Shao. Emperor God Tian Shao, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. He looked at Jian Wuxuang solemnly, and waved his hand. Take a seat! Jian Wuxuang then sat down by the side of the empty long, narrow table in front of him. Chapter 1777. Unable to do anything as Jian Wuxuang took his seat, the huge Clear Sky City quieted down completely. Everyone had raised their heads and they were looking at the stage on top. Only 2 people remained in their lines of vision. These 2 people were naturally Jian Wuxuang and Emperor God Tian Shao. 2 super experts who were in the Heaven and Earth Supreme Ranking list, 2 super existences who could frighten the eternal chaotic world. Apart from the 2 of them, the small number of Sir Gods who had come with the Soaring Heaven King Palace did not have the right to stand on that stage. Atop the stage, Jian Wuxuang and Emperor God Tian Shao were 100 meters apart from each other. Their eyes looking at one another and glowing with a shrill light. The space had frozen completely a long time ago. After a long time, Emperor God Tian Shao was the first to speak. Jian Wuxuang, even I have no choice but to admire you. You actually dared to come for this appointment. Aren't you scared that I would set a trap here and besiege you? No matter what traps and trump cards your soaring heaven king palace has, go ahead and bring all of them out. No matter what they are, I, Jian Wushuang, will wipe them out by myself. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Is that so? Murderous intent shone in Emperor God Tian Shao. At that moment, he wanted to take action right away and combine his attacks with some of the techniques that he had prepared in their current location previously to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot. If I were to take action, there would only be a 30% chance of me getting my way. Emperor God Tian Shao was hesitating. However, his expression changed abruptly. The old monster of the Star Palace? Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes shrank violently. He had already noticed the Star Palace Master who was in the void nearby. However, the Star Palace Master did not show himself. Seems like you have made some preparations as well. Emperor God Tian Shao laughed coldly. He knew that since the Star Palace Master was nearby, it would be impossible for him to take action and kill Jian Wushuang straight away. Firstly, even if he were to go all out, he was only 30% sure that he could do it, and 30% was not high. Moreover, even if his luck were good and he was able to kill Jian Wushuang, at the critical moment, the Star Palace Master would probably not stand by and look on. However, as long as Jian Wushuang was not in a situation where he would die, the Star Palace Master would probably not take action at all. Emperor God Tian Shao, tell me bluntly. Why did you get me to come here personally? Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. It's simple. I want you to leave the soaring heaven land and the sea continent, Emperor God Tian Shao said. Haha, my massacre has only just begun and you want me to leave now. On what grounds? Jian Wushuang sneered. With regards to the soaring heaven king palace which had attempted to kill him many times, Jian Wushuang would absolutely not show them any mercy. At that moment, although he had killed quite a number of experts in the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and he had forced the experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace to hole up in their base, it was still not enough. It was far from enough. His flames of fury were not something that could completely subside by just killing a number of Sir Gods and some real gods. He wanted to fight the Soaring Heaven King Palace until they were struck with fear and fight them until they knelt down on the ground to beg for forgiveness. If he had the ability to do so, he even wanted to eliminate the Soaring Heaven King Palace completely. At that moment, Emperor God Tian Shao wanted to stop him with just his words alone. Would that be possible? Jian Wushuang, your techniques are indeed impressive. Even if the Soaring Heaven King Palace wanted to kill you, it would be absolutely difficult for us to do so. However, this does not mean that the Soaring Heaven King Palace will really be afraid of you. The background of the Soaring Heaven King Palace is not something that you can imagine. Emperor God Tian Shao's voice was ice cold. With a flip of his palm, he took out a token. Eh? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. Jian Wushuang, didn't you ask me on what grounds? Let me tell you that it's this token in my hand. Emperor God Tian Shao laughed coldly. After that, he exerted force in his palm and crushed the token right away. The moment the token was crushed, there was no frightening power that was expected to burst forth. It was obvious that the token did not contain any technique that could kill Jian Wushuang. However, after the token was destroyed, an aura spread slowly. The aura was completely different from that of a Sir God or an Emperor God. It was a supreme aura which could stand at the top of the eternal chaotic world. The aura only belonged to one kind of realm and it was called Great Emperor. The aura of a Great Emperor expert? Jian Wushuang's expression changed abruptly. Under his attention, a huge, cold, and arrogant figure took shape slowly. She was more than 5 meters tall and curvaceous. Moreover, she had a beautiful face and possessed indescribable elegance and nobility. As soon as she appeared in the void, her eyes, which could cause serious injuries to everything by looking down at them, swept over the area. Everyone, including the Star Palace Master as well as Emperor God Tian Shao, who her eyes swept past, could not help but lower their heads. Even if it were Jian Wushuang, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only lower his head at that moment. I am Tian Shao. Greetings to Colored Glaze Emperor. Emperor God Tian Shao was the first person to bow down and greet the elegant woman. Greetings to Colored Glaze Emperor. Similarly, many experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace greeted her respectfully. Jian Wushuang's expression was a bit ugly. However, he still bowed to her respectfully. There was no choice. The abilities of a great emperor-level supreme existence were right there. Not mentioning Jian Wushuang, even if the underworld god who was the number one among the emperor gods was present, he would need to greet her respectfully. You are Jian Wushuang? The colored glazed emperor's eyes was not filled with any feeling at all. She was looking down at Jian Wushuang as though she was looking down at an ant. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The Soaring Heaven King Palace once forced you into a hopeless situation. However, you have already killed 4 Sir Gods as well as many real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, the grudge is resolved. From today, unless the Soaring Heaven King Palace provokes you again, you shall not kill any experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace within the Colored Glaze Sanctuary. If you go against this, you'll die. An ice-cold voice reverberated across the universe. Every word contained an infinite amount of god power, and so much pressure was exerted on everyone that they were suffocating. After her words left her mouth, the colored glaze emperor's figure dissipated slowly and completely turned into nothingness in the end. It was not until the colored glaze emperor's shadow dissipated that the large number of cultivators present heaved a long sigh of relief. Jian Wushuang got up. As he looked in the direction that the colored glaze emperor had left in, his expression turned gloomy. Ha! Jian Wushuang, did you hear the colored glaze emperor's words clearly? Emperor God Tian Shao's laughter, filled with ridicule, could be heard. His eyes then looked at Jian Wushuang with disdain. I have said before that the background of the Soaring Heaven King Palace is not as simple as you think. The Soaring Heaven King Palace has been dominating the Colored Glaze Sanctuary for many years. Moreover, we have occupied 2 pieces of land. For us to be able to do this, how would we not be related to the Colored Glaze Emperor at all? Jian Wushuang had an ugly expression. He had not expected the Soaring Heaven King Palace to make such a move. Since a great emperor had come personally, even if it were him, he would be worried about it. Jian Wushuang. Emperor God Tian Shao's voice could be heard again. The Colored Glaze Emperor's orders are clear. If you dare to continue killing the experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace and the Colored Glaze Sanctuary, even without the Soaring Heaven King Palace taking action, the Colored Glaze Emperor will definitely take action personally to kill you. Jian Wushuang, although you are strong, won't it still be easy for a great emperor to kill you? Now, it's time for you to make a decision. Will you fight, or will you retreat? Chapter 1778 Decision. War or Retreat? Emperor God Tian Shao's voice reverberated in Clear Sky City and also in Jian Wushuang's heart. In Clear Sky City, countless cultivators fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang. Everyone was waiting for Jian Wushuang's decision. Before everyone's gaze, Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy. There was chilliness in his eyes as murderous intention soared from his body. Die! 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 Jian Wushuang was dying to continue the massacre. He wanted to strike terror into Soaring Heaven King Palace's heart, and kill until no one dared to leave the lair anymore. However, his rationality was telling him clearly that Great Emperor Colored Glaze would come forward personally, and he would definitely be set against Great Emperor Colored Glaze if he were to continue the massacre. With his power then, it was no doubt a hopeless battle if he were to fight with a great emperor. He didn't even have the space to struggle, nor could anyone save him. Even the Master of Star Palace might not stand a chance to stay alive in the hands of a great emperor, let alone Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, hold on! You must hold on! King of Venomous Worm's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang, don't act on impulse. The Master of Star Palace, who was hidden in the dark, sent him a message too. The dignity of a great emperor does not allow provocation. Great Emperor Colored Glaze came forward personally to give an order. If you were to go against her, Great Emperor Colored Glaze definitely wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold, but his tightly clenched hands slowly loosened before everyone's attention. The soaring murderous intention instantly dispersed into the air while his face grew calm as though nothing happened. The cultivators at the scene were impressed by the sight. Jian Wushuang has such a strong mental state. He was still raging with murderous intentions. He instantly reined them in and became calm. His emotional intelligence is almost perfect. Jian Wushuang doesn't seem to be carried away by resentment and rage. The cultivators were amazed. They could tell that Jian Wushuang had already reined in his murderous intention, and he naturally didn't intend to continue the massacre. In their viewpoint, it was the wisest choice. Emperor God Tian Shao's smile stiffened, and there was a glimpse of chilliness in his eyes. There was also a tinge of regret. At first, he had wanted to provoke Jian Wushuang so that Jian Wushuang would pound at him under anger. Then, the great Emperor Colored Glaze could kill him and remove the enemy of Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang obviously wasn't fooled by him. Humph, Jian Wushuang, I thought a top genius like you would never yield. But it seems like you are only SOSO. Emperor God Tian Shao sneered. Tian Shao, what's there to be happy about? Jian Wushuang spoke and his voice sounded cold. Huh! Emperor God Tian Shao looked at him. Soaring Heaven King Palace, the top force in eternal chaotic world, was cornered into such a position by me, a real god. I even killed 4 of your Sir Gods, many real gods and universe gods, but you didn't utter a word about it. In the end, you pleaded to Great Emperor Colored Glaze to come forward on your behalf. Even so, you are not embarrassed to be happy about this? Jian Wushuang smirked. If I were you, I would have found a hole to hide. I wouldn't dare to come out and make a fool out of myself. Be ****. Emperor God Tian Shao was angry. Why? Isn't it true? If you Soaring Heaven King Palace didn't plead for Great Emperor Colored Glaze to come forward, do you think you would have a chance to stand in front of me and speak to me? The experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace get to return alive. Jian Wushuang teased. Emperor God Tian Shao was raging with anger, but he suppressed his anger. He knew that Jian Wushuang was provoking him. If he were to take action against Jian Wushuang would instantly stand a chance to counterattack. Humph, I can't be bothered to talk to you. In short, if you kill anyone from Soaring Heaven King Palace again, just you wait and bear Great Emperor Colored Glaze's rage. Emperor God Tian Shao bellowed. Hee, Emperor God Tian Shao, I think you misunderstood Great Emperor Colored Glaze. She said that under the circumstance where Soaring Heaven King Palace doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, I can't kill the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace within Colored Glaze Sanctuary. In other words, out of Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Great Emperor Colored Glaze won't care who I want to kill, Jian Wushuang said coolly. Emperor God Tian Shao stunned. Yes, Great Emperor Colored Glaze did say so. Great Emperor Colored Glaze only restricted Jian Wushuang within Colored Glaze Sanctuary. She prohibited him to continue the massacre in her territory, but if he were to head to other places, Great Emperor Colored Glaze couldn't get involved. As long as Colored Glaze Sanctuary settles down, you can't tell who will be the one killing when you run into experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace wandering outside, Emperor God Tian Shao said. Emperor God Tian Shao was confident. His brother Emperor God Tianling was in a crucial period. As long as he gave Emperor God Tianling some time, he would be able to reach the level of Underworld God. By then, when Emperor God Tianling returned, wouldn't it be an easy task to kill Jian Wushuang? If so, I shall wait and see. Jian Wushuang glanced at Emperor God Tian Shao. Then, he turned and walked out of the city. The cultivators in Clear Sky City saw that Jian Wushuang was leaving, and they became quiet. They knew that Jian Wushuang had no alternative. They could accept the outcome. However, what they didn't know was that Jian Wushuang's face immediately turned gloomy the moment he turned around. Soaring Heaven King Palace and Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Jian Wushuang's eyes glistened. Power! It comes down to the fact that I'm not powerful enough. Experts of great emperor level came forward personally, and I couldn't go against her instruction but could only obey. If I were to become more powerful, it would be needless for me to become a great emperor, and I would only need to reach the level of underworld god, then I'd be able to fight against a great emperor. I could even survive in the fight with a great emperor. By then, I can be fearless before great emperor Colored Glaze. Even if she wanted to stop me, I can just ignore her. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands. He possessed the fighting power of a Sir God, and he was on the 61 place on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list. He was already on the peak of eternal chaotic world. However, Jian Wuxuang thought that he wasn't powerful enough. He still couldn't fight with a great emperor. When Great Emperor Colored Glaze gave an order, even though he harbored great resentment and felt aggrieved, he could only suppress it in his heart and leave. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I shall let you off the hook this time. However, it doesn't mean our resentment has ended. Just you wait. In no time, I will attack again. By then, I will flip Soaring Heaven King Palace upside down and kill all experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. And Great Emperor Colored Glaze, you are stronger than me today. I have no choice but to retreat when you asked me to, but it's only a matter of time. I will crush you, a great emperor, under my foot. This day definitely won't be too far away. Chapter 1779 Ancient Mystery Land. Under the attention of many people, Jian Wuxuang left the Colored Glaze Sanctuary. When the news spread to the Thunderbolt Island, experts from countless powerhouses were all extremely shocked. However, no one would look down on Jian Wuxuang due to his choice. Instead, all of them admired and commended him. Quite a number of people thought even more highly of Jian Wuxuang. After all, a great emperor had come personally. Who would dare to go against her? Jian Wuxuang was quite powerful, to the point that he had gotten onto the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, he was not a hothead who would act recklessly. It is only by bearing with it for a short period of time one will have the chance to get to that supreme level in the future. This was what Sir God Mad Dog, who was on good terms with Jian Wuxuang, said when he got the news. For this battle, be it talents, abilities or nature, Jian Wuxuang has no doubt shown us all of them. If he doesn't die along the way, he will definitely become a great emperor in the future. If he is able to obtain the training method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator, it will not be difficult for him to achieve the level of a great emperor. Moreover, there might even be hope for him to reach a level close to emperor by in the future. Jian Wuxuang is the #1 genius of the current era. Countless experts were gasping in admiration, and all of them had very high expectations of him. 10 days after Jian Wuxuang had left the Colored Glaze Sanctuary, the attention of the experts of all the powerhouses in the eternal chaotic world shifted from Jian Wuxuang to something else. An even bigger incident had occurred in the eternal chaotic world. The ancient mystery land is about to appear. This piece of news was like a storm which spread instantly. In the Purple Moon Sanctuary, there were tens of figures standing in the vast Milky Way of the Starland. These figures were all deacon elders of the Starland as well as some chaotic Rio gods. As for the 3 people in front, they were the 3 Hall Masters. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shuyun were all standing over there, and all their faces wore smiles. In no time, 2 shadows appeared on a void that was far away. They were Jian Wuxuang and the Star Palace Master. "Haha, let's welcome our hero back." Hall Master Yuan laughed heartily. As for the elder deacons behind, they revealed scorching hot eyes which were filled with admiration. They had long known the news of Jian Wuxuang massacring many experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace wantonly in the Soaring Heaven Land and Sea Continent. With regards to that, all the elder deacons were naturally inspired. It should be known that the Soaring Heaven King Palace had always been very unreasonable. Throughout the ages, they had always been the ones bullying others. Hence, when had they been bullied by others to the point that they had to use their trump card and that many of their experts were massacred? Thus, This had helped to vent the anger of the lineage of Star as well as many experts of the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance who had once suffered losses in the hands of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In particular, when they knew that Jian Wushuang had fought all the way to the Soaring Heaven Masnian alone and had killed 4 almighties of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, all of them had been extremely shocked. Every almighty was a super-existence. Even if it were a big powerhouse like the Soaring Heaven King Palace, they only had a total of 11 almighties and 4 of them had been killed by Jian Wushuang in such a short amount of time. Even though Jian Wushuang had no choice but to stop his massacre due to the Colored Glaze Emperor coming personally later on, he could already be considered brilliant with these accomplishments. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun, why are the 3 of you here? Jian Wushuang appeared in front of everyone. We have come here to welcome you and the Palace Master back. Hall Master Yuan laughed. Hall Master Wushuang alone has killed 4 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and his power can match the power of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hee, impressive! Hall Master Shi Yun gasped in admiration. Hall Master Wushuang, you are really admirable. Hall Master Gu Xian looked over. Please stop mocking me. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. All right, let's continue talking in the cave, the Star Palace Master who was by the side said. Hall Master Yuan and his group of people nodded their heads. After that, everyone headed inside the Milky Way. Within the extremely exquisite and spacious cave, the Star Palace was sitting at the highest point. As for the 4 Hall Masters, which included Jian Wushuang below, they were sitting around randomly. Jian Wushuang, this time around, you have killed 4 almighties of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and you can be said to have inflicted heavy losses on them. Although the Soaring Heaven King Palace is unable to do anything against you for now and they can only request the Colored Glaze Emperor to come personally to get you to stop, you cannot underestimate the Soaring Heaven King Palace just because of this. The Star Palace Master looked at Jian Wushuang. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said, Currently, Emperor God Tian Shao is the strongest person in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. This Emperor God Tian Shao is considered nothing. The real person that the Soaring Heaven King Palace relies on should be Emperor God Tian Ling. It's good that you know. The Star Palace Master nodded his head. Emperor God Tian Ling is ranked 22nd on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. I have fought with him before and his abilities are indeed considerably stronger than mine. Moreover, I have obtained information that this Emperor God Tian Ling seemed to have found some opportunities in the second layer over the past few years. Hence, his abilities might have risen. If he were to come out from the second layer in the future, there is a very high possibility of him coming to find you. As such, you had better take some precautions as well. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head again. He was not concerned about Emperor God Tian Shao. However, Emperor God Tian Ling indeed had the right to attract his attention. In addition, I have a matter that I need all of you to know. The Star Palace Master's expression turned grave abruptly. I have just gotten a piece of news from the Sanctuary Alliance. In 10 years, the Ancient Mystery Land will open. Ancient Mystery Land? Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Shi Yun were all shocked. Only Jian Wushuang did not understand why it was so shocking. He had never heard of the Ancient Mystery Land. However, since the word ancient was mentioned, it was definitely related to the ancient past. The ancient past is the most powerful and prosperous era of this universe. There were countless experts. During that era, even great emperors were considered nothing. However, for whatever reason, a great battle burst forth in the ancient past, and this caused the whole era to collapse completely. Moreover, even many territories of the ancient past were completely reduced to a battlefield. These ancient battlefields contain many secrets and opportunities of the ancient past. As such, to cultivators of the second era like us, they are extremely attractive. In the eternal chaotic world, there are quite a number of known ancient battlefields. The second layer to eighth layer are probably territories from the ancient past that have been destroyed. For example, the Buddhist demon sea in the sixth layer has been said to come about due to an ancient battlefield collapsing. The Star Palace Master's voice reverberated within the cave. Upon hearing the Buddhist demon see, Jian Wushuang could not help but recall the two shocking experts who were hidden in the deepest part of the Buddhist demon sea. To Jian Wushuang, those two experts were so powerful that it was earth-shaking. Even if there were a great emperor expert, he would be considered nothing in front of them. As for the one-star man who was one of the two experts, he had rescued him and given him an opportunity. At that time, from what the Star Palace Master had said, Jian Wushuang could confirm that the two experts, which was inclusive of the one-star man and the Buddhist demon sea, were experts from the ancient past. However, they had always been in a deep sleep. They were the same as Long Chi's master, the 7-star black sex super expert who had been in a deep sleep in the standalone space in the dark region of the 8th layer's core region. Chapter 1780 Great Opportunity. In the cave dwelling, the Master of Star Palace continued casually. Of course, no matter if it is Buddhist Demon Sea or other places, they are only miniature territories that broke from the true ancient battlefield, just like a drop of ocean water from a boundless ocean. In eternal chaotic world, there are two known boundless ancient battlefields that are more complete. First, there is the first layer. The first layer is an ancient battlefield that contains boundless opportunity. However, the first lair was conquered by the Star Demon tribe long ago, and it is the Star Demon tribe's old lair. Even a great emperor would have scruples and not rush in easily. Over the years, Sanctuary Alliance has only searched through a small part of the territory in the first lair. Besides the first lair, there's another ancient battlefield, which is the Ancient Mystery Land that will only open every 5 million years. Ancient Mystery Land is much bigger than the first lair, and the opportunities within are countless. Every time it opens, it will attract many experts to flood in. Same goes for this time. Then, the Master of Star Palace paused and overlooked. Then, among the 4 Hall Masters, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun revealed passionate expressions, especially Hall Master Nie Yun. His eyes were bloodshot. Ancient Battlefield had a great attraction for great emperors, let alone Hall Master Nie Yun. If the first lair wasn't conquered by star demons and was too dangerous, many Sir God would go into the first lair to try their luck without hesitation. Ancient Mystery Land didn't have any star demons, and it was much bigger than the first lair, and also had more opportunities. The 2 Sir Gods were, of course, crazy about it. However, in contrast to the 2 Hall Masters, Hall Master Yuan looked cold, and remained aloof about Ancient Mystery Land. He wasn't a Sir God, nor did he want to go to Ancient Mystery Land. As for Jian Wushuang, he looked equally unmoved. Ancient Mystery Land isn't as dangerous as the first lair. Hence, even Sir Gods can head in. You might get a lot of opportunities if you are lucky. So, of the 4 of you, would anyone like to head into Ancient Mystery Land? The Master of Star Palace asked. I. Hall Master Nie Yun stood up without hesitation. I'd like to go too, Hall Master Gu Xian said. As for Hall Master Yuan and Jian Wushuang, neither spoke. To Hall Master Yuan, the Master of Star Palace didn't ask much, but he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, among all mighties in lineage of Star, your power is second to mine. If you were to wander in Ancient Mystery Land, you would stand a higher possibility of getting an opportunity. Unless you are not interested in Ancient Mystery Land? I'm definitely interested, but not now. I have been fighting all this while and I am really tense. I want to relax, and it has been very long since I left my hometown. I plan to return to my hometown to take a look. As for Ancient Mystery Land, let's talk about it after I return from my hometown. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, You were first besieged by Soaring Heaven King Palace in the 8th lair, then Acheron Palace tried to assassinate you in Buddhist Demon Sea. Now you have been fighting with Soaring Heaven King Palace. You really should relax for a bit. The Master of Star Palace was understanding. Palace Master, you would go personally during this opening of Ancient Mystery Land, right? Hall Master Yuan suddenly said. The Master of Star Palace nodded. I will wander personally during the opening of Ancient Mystery Land, and I intend to explore the 7-star realm. Seven-Star Realm? Jian Wushuang was surprised. It's named after Seven-Star. Could it be related to Seven-Star Black Sect? Hall Master Nie Yun and Hall Master Gu Xian were confused too. Things have reached this stage, so I shall not keep it a secret to all of you. Many years ago I received secret skill of Seven-Star, secret skill of Star Palace, in Seven-Star Realm, and also a unique treasure. The Master of Star Palace smiled. Hall Master Nie Yun and Hall Master Gu Xian were surprised. Seven-Star Realm was left behind by an ancient force called Seven-Star Black Sect. The opportunities contained were far beyond secret skill of Seven-Star. It's a pity that Seven-Star Black Sect set up a lot of prohibitions in Seven-Star Realm, including many killing formations. I was already lucky enough to obtain secret skill of Seven-Star and the unique treasure. All these years, although Seven-Star Realm was open many times and I went in to explore as well, I didn't find much. Until 5 million years ago, which was the previous opening of the ancient mystery land, I finally found a new opportunity in Seven-Star Realm, and the opportunity was extraordinary. It's a pity that there's a prohibition outside the opportunity. Then I didn't prepare much, so I didn't get my hands onto the opportunity even until ancient mystery land closed. However, it's different this time. In the past 5 million years, I have been well prepared. If there's no accident, I should be able to resolve the prohibition and obtain the opportunity within. By then, my overall power will definitely increase tremendously, and I might even reach the level of Great Emperor. The Master of Star Palace beamed with joy. Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Nie Yun looked surprised when they heard him. An opportunity greater than the secret skill of Seven-Star? If the Master of Star Palace got his hands on it, he stood a chance to become a Great Emperor? Great Emperor was one of the strongest people in Eternal Chaotic World. If there were to be another Great Emperor in Lineage of Star, the overall power would definitely reach another brand new level. They might even overtake forces like Soaring Heaven King Palace. After all, although Soaring Heaven King Palace was strong, they were nothing in front of a Great Emperor. A Great Emperor could easily destroy the entire Soaring Heaven King Palace alone. Seven-Star Realm is unusual. Palace Master has to be extremely cautious in his actions. Hall Master Yuan said. Don't worry. I know. The Master of Star Palace smiled, and he was obviously confident in his trip. Gu Xian, Nie Yun and I will be heading to Ancient Mystery Land while Jian Wushuang will be returning to his hometown. You will have to take care of Lineage of Star alone for now. The Master of Star Palace said. Yes. Hall Master Yuan nodded. All right, we shall finish here. Gu Xian and Nie Yun, both of you get ready. 10 years later, head to Ancient Mystery Land with me. The Master of Star Palace exhorted. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun nodded simultaneously. Then, the 4 of them left. In the cave dwelling, there was only the Master of Star Palace left. The Master of Star Palace then fixed his gaze in the distance, and he pondered, in deep thought. Lineage of Star has too many enemies in Eternal Chaotic World, especially the possession of the secret skill of Star Palace. Countless experts and forces hankered for it. Even experts at the level of Great Emperor have thoughts about it. In addition to that, Jian Wushuang's sudden rise led to more people who have scruples about Lineage of Star. In such a situation, only if I become a Great Emperor could Lineage of Star be safe and sound. The opening of Ancient Mystery Land this time is a turning point. I definitely have to get the opportunity in Seven-Star Realm. Chapter 1781. Going back to take a look. In the Lineage of Star, someone sent a message to Jian Wushuang the moment he came out of the Star Palace Master's cave. The person who sent him a message was King Gu Tong. Jian Wushuang, I heard that you have already gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list of the human territories? Congratulations, King Gu Tong said. Human territories and the territories of special clans were completely separated. For example, the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list of the human territories only had human experts in it. As for the experts of the special clans, they were not in it. Of course, the most important thing was that there were very few interactions between human territories and the territories of special clans. King Gu Tong was a 7-star royal ancient god and was a person who was highly respected. Hence, he had some knowledge regarding the human territories. Naturally, he knew about the matter where Jian Wushuang had gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. King Gu Tong, what is the progress of the recovery of your abilities? Jian Wushuang replied with a laugh. Comparing abilities, his current abilities were stronger than those of King Gu Tong. Thus, he could naturally communicate with King Gu Tong on equal footing. I have more or less recovered. Moreover, after a short while, I will be going for 8-star ancient god, King Gu Tong said. Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. An 8-star ancient god was equivalent to the level of a human emperor god. Furthermore, King Gu Tong was a royal ancient god. As soon as he made a breakthrough, his abilities would be out of the ordinary. Congratulations, Jian Wushuang said. Let's not talk about that now. I have contacted you because of a certain matter. King Gu Tong's voice turned serious. Since you are already one of the top experts of the human territories, you should know about the news of the ancient mystery land appearing soon, right? Yes, I just got to know it. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The ancient mystery land has a huge implication. To special clans like us, it is extremely attractive. Hence, some of the experts of my ancient god clan, as well as a few other top special clans, will be going there to travel. Moreover, back then I told you that the space crack that leads to the battlefield that your hometown is at is in the ancient mystery land, King Gu Tong said. Jian Wushuang's eyes and expression turned grave immediately. When he had encountered King Gu Tong in the ancient god sanctuary in the past, he got to know that King Gu Tong had gone to the battlefield that his hometown was at via the space crack of a special mystery land. King Gu Tong has said before that the space crack is extremely well hidden. Back then, he found it by chance. Apart from him, no one else in the whole eternal chaotic world should know about the existence of that space crack. However, now that the ancient mystery land is about to open, there is no guarantee that the space crack will not be found by someone, Jian Wushuang murmured. The space crack was a huge hidden trouble. If someone were to find it and spread the news of it, a great number of experts would definitely rush to the battlefield that his hometown was at. By then, it would be extremely troublesome. Jian Wushuang, I am merely telling you this so that you can take some precautions. However, you need not worry. After so many years, the ancient mystery land has opened so many times. In the end, I am the only person who has gone to the mystery land where your hometown is before. Even if other people wanted to go, they might not be so lucky as to come across it by chance, King Gu Tong said. All right, thank you very much for telling me this. Jian Wushuang thanked him and cut the transmission. In the Milky Way, Jian Wushuang heaved a light sigh of relief. I hope no one discovers the existence of the space crack when the ancient mystery land opens this time around. If they were to really find it by accident, a great number of experts will descend upon the battlefield in my hometown. By then I would at most give away all the resources of the battlefield. It will be alright as long as I can keep the green fire world. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. He had made up his mind. After knowing that, Jian Wushuang did not delay any further, and he made preparations to return to his hometown right away. However, this time around, Jian Wushuang did not plan to return alone. In a star in the boundless Milky Way. The star was a huge, open space, and it was used especially for duels. At that moment, two figures were fighting one another in the open space. One of them was holding a giant axe with both his hands. Towering axe shadows were being unleashed in succession, and they were like tidewater which came forth in a steady flow. The towering axe shadows filled the universe and caused many disciples who were observing the battle by the side to exclaim in admiration. However, while facing the axe shadows which were heading toward him, the young man who held a sword in his hands unleashed many strokes one by one randomly. Although it looked simple and random, he managed to block all the axe shadows easily. Moreover, the sword essences had forced his opponent into an unusually miserable state. After just a short while, The disciple holding the giant axe was defeated. You have lost. Hishio's voice was cold, and he wore an indifferent smile. As for the disciple who he had defeated, he forced a smile. He had already given his all by unleashing all his tricks. However, he had still been defeated by Hishio easily. Too strong. Senior brother Hishio is really too strong. Among universe gods of the third heaven like us, senior brother Baihao is considered one of the top 3. Similarly, he has the right to get into the universe god ranking list. However, in senior brother Hishio's hands there is no room for him to struggle at all. When senior brother Hishio fought with him, he defeated him easily without even unleashing his unique skills and sword principles. These are the fighting capabilities of the top 10 on the universe god ranking list. No wonder countless hall masters valued him highly, and he was accepted as a registered disciple. Currently, no one among the disciples of the lineage of Star is more talented than senior brother Hishio. Registered disciple? Why have I heard that he is a lineal disciple? Many disciples in the Star were having a discussion. As for Hishio, he was not concerned with those comments, and he was about to leave. All of a sudden, a message was sent to him. Master is looking for me? Hishio's expression changed and he headed to the Sword Star without hesitation. In a vast hall in the Sword Star, Jian Wushuang was sitting on the throne which was at the highest point. Although he was not emitting any aura, the invisible pressure that he exerted was still enough to make chaotic real gods shiver with fear. In the big hall, Qiuyu, who had already become a real god and had gotten herself established among the void real gods, was standing quietly. In no time, a shadow rushed over. Greetings to Master. Hishio bowed respectfully. You may get up. Jian Wushuang waved his hands and Hishio got up right away. I heard that you got into the 9th position of the Universe God ranking list 300 years ago? Jian Wushuang was looking down at his disciple. That's right, Hishio answered. However, that was 300 years ago. For the past 300 years, with the aid of the real God Hall, my abilities have risen considerably. Hence, I am confident that I can get into the top 5 of the Universe God ranking list now. Oh, not bad. Jian Wushuang praised him and nodded his head. With regards to his disciple Hishio, who he had accepted in the holy kingdom of Real Wushu, Jian Wushuang was quite satisfied. In particular, for the past 7,000 years, ever since he had come to the lineage of Star, he had improved greatly. He was already the number 1 among the disciples of the lineage of Star. Moreover, he was ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list, and he had a great reputation in the eternal chaotic world. Chapter 1782 Descend, Snow Kingdom. Hearing Jian Wushuang's compliment, Hishio clenched his hand but didn't get carried away. He knew his master's capability. In terms of the improvement that he had made over the years, he was naturally much better than an ordinary genius. However, if he were to compare himself with his master, he was far behind. They were not at the same level at all. Hishio had always treated his master as his goal. In the hall, Jian Wushuang looked down at Hishio and Qiuyu. Today, I called the two of you over to inform you that I will make a trip back to my hometown for a while. As for how long, I have no idea. So I am giving you two a choice. If you are willing, you may head back with me, Jian Wushuang said. I am your maidservant. Wherever Mr. goes, I will naturally follow, Qiuyu replied without hesitation. As for Hishio, he kept quiet for a while, then he nodded heavily. I am willing to follow Master anywhere. Then, Jian Wushuang smiled. Actually, he could have returned to his hometown alone, but it was inevitable that he would run into some trouble along the way. Because of his identity, he naturally couldn't just take action hastily. Hence, it'd be best if 1 or 2 persons of the highest position followed him. Qiuyu was his maidservant, and Hishio was his disciple. They could be said to be the 2 closest people to him. Jian Wushuang, of course, chose to bring the 2 of them. If so, let's depart now. On that day itself, Jian Wushuang left Starland. He took his ancient spaceship and traveled to the direction of his hometown, Green Fire World. Back when Jian Wuxuang had come to the 10 sanctuaries from Green Fire World, he had spent a total of a few thousand years there. Along the way, he had come across countless hardships, and he nearly died a few times. Then, the threats and dangerous places along the way were almost non-existent before an expert with fighting power of an emperor god. The spaceship that Jian Wuxuang was on constantly traveled at a terrifying speed. In less than 100 years' time, he arrived at Snow Kingdom. Snow Kingdom was the first holy kingdom that Jian Wuxuang had stepped foot on after arriving in Eternal Chaotic World. The Holy Kingdom was much further from the 10 sanctuaries in the core of Eternal Chaotic World. It was located in a remote area. Hence, the experts weren't as many as in the Holy Kingdoms closer to the sanctuaries. The Holy Kingdoms closer to the 10 sanctuaries, such as Holy Kingdom of Rio Wushu and Jiugong Holy Kingdom, had dozens or even hundreds of real gods. However, there were only over 10 real gods in Holy Kingdom. As for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, he was only an ordinary chaotic real god. There were 2 places in Snow Kingdom where they nurtured geniuses. One was Universe God Palace, and the other was Snow Dojo. At first, the 2 genius campsites in Snow Kingdom were evenly matched. However, there had been some changes in recent years. In a lofty palace in Snow Dojo, over 10 golden deacons of Snow Dojo gathered there, and they were standing in groups of 2 to 3 as they chattered. It could be seen that the faces of the golden deacons weren't great. Lost. Snow Dojo lost the ranking battle again. Like the previous term, all 3 ranking battles were won by Universe God Palace. Sigh. We were defeated so badly. I reckon the outside world sees Snow Dojo as a laughingstock now. No choice. We have lost 4 terms continuously, and we lost all 3 battles for 4 terms. It is a crushing defeat. We are both genius campsites of Snow Kingdom, but Universe God Palace suppressed us Snow Dojo so badly. All these years, the geniuses and experts that Snow Dojo raised were far behind Universe God Palace. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom is already unhappy with us. For the 10 ranking battle that took place in the past 100,000 years, Snow Dojo only won once, and it was won with the assistance of a genius that we invited at the last moment. The genius wasn't brought up by Snow Dojo. With such achievements, how do we face the monarch of the Snow Kingdom? The ranking battle between Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace only happened every once in 10,000 years. In the ranking battles for the past few years, Snow Dojo had suffered crushing defeat. Then, there was suddenly a figure that substantiated at the uppermost throne in the hall. The moment the person appeared, his real god aura spread across. Everyone in the hall immediately stood in humble reverence. Looking at the cold-looking man who was raging in anger, everyone kept quiet. Rubbish, a bunch of rubbish. Master of Silence Gloriette cursed angrily. For 4 terms of ranking battle continuously, every term has 3 battles. There are a total of 12 battles and you lost all 12. You could have just won 1. With such battle achievement, how will we of Snow Dojo be worthy of all the resources provided by the monarch? Master of Silence Gloriette reprimanded, and the golden deacons below lowered their heads in embarrassment. Looking at how the golden deacons behaved, the Master of Silence Gloriette got even more furious. Listen up, the monarch already said that he would give us another chance. If Snow Dojo were to lose the next ranking battle again, it wouldn't be necessary for us to exist. The moment he said that, the golden deacons were shocked. Not necessary for us to exist? Does it mean that they are going to close down Snow Dojo? In the future, Snow Kingdom will only have Universe God Palace? How can it be? There's someone who exclaimed. Why? Now you're panicking? What did you do then? Master of Silence Gloriette glared at the golden deacons under him. Then he sighed. Forget it. The genius disciples in Snow Dojo are failing, and that has to do with me too. It's hard for me to absolve myself from the blame. Now I won't force you, but let me clarify this. If you want Snow Dojo to continue to exist, please give your all for the next 10,000 years. Regardless of the method, you must nurture disciples who are more outstanding than Universe God Palace. Yes. The golden deacons nodded heavily. Very soon, everyone was dismissed. There was only Master of Silence Gloriette left on the throne alone, and he sighed. Then, in Snow Kingdom, outside Snow's sacred world, there was an ancient spaceship that was moving over slowly. There were 3 figures in the spaceship cabin. Mr., according to star map that I have, in front should be where Snow Kingdom is located. Is Mr.'s hometown here? Chiou asked. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. My hometown is in a small eternal world, but not this holy kingdom. The reason why I came here was to see some old friends. Jian Wushuang had stayed in Snow's sacred land for a while. He had even joined Snow Dojo, and he still carried the identity of a disciple of Snow Dojo. Chapter 1783 Little Kid? After just a short while, an ancient spaceship descended in the Snow's sacred land. After descending, Jian Wushuang's frightening soul power spread through the area right away, and almost the whole Snow's sacred land was covered by it. At the same time, many higher-ups of the Snow's sacred land became alarmed straight away. A great number of figures then flew over from all directions and came to the edge of the Snow's sacred land. Among the people who had come, there were many experts from the Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace, where many geniuses were gathered. Moreover, there were some experts from the top clans in the Snow's sacred land. In addition, quite a number of the Snow Kingdom's imperial family had come. At that moment, the large number of cultivators raised their heads, and they were looking at the ancient silver spaceship in front of them with a great amount of shock. Too frightening. This spaceship is really too frightening. What a frightening aura. I feel that if this spaceship were to collide with something, many seals of the Snow's sacred land would probably be useless. Whose spaceship is this? Many cultivators present were gasping in admiration. They had gotten information that a strong spaceship had descended. Hence, they hurried over right away. Master, your abilities are powerful. Have you seen such a frightening spaceship before? Among the crowd of people, a golden deacon from the Snow Dojo questioned the Master of Silence Gloriette. I have never seen this before. The Master of Silence Gloriette shook his head, and he was extremely terrified. In actual fact, this silver spaceship had been obtained by Jian Wushuang from the Qian Kun Ring of the Soaring Heaven King Palace's Sir God Qi Xing after killing him. To date, this was the best spaceship that Jian Wushuang had come into contact with, and it was worth no less than 10,000 doctrine gems. Not only was the spaceship's speed of traveling in the dark void shocking, it had powerful attack moves. Even if it were a simple collision, a chaotic real god would not be able to bear the impact. Hence, this spaceship could turn a mere Snow's sacred land into pieces by crashing into it. At that moment, a big group of people was rushing over from afar, and the person in front was a golden-robed man who was 2 meters tall. It's the monarch! Even the monarch is alarmed. Many cultivators present revealed a respectful expression. When the monarch of the Snow Kingdom came to the crowd, he saw the ancient silver spaceship which was floating in front right away. This spaceship. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom revealed a fearful expression. After that, he cupped one of his hands in the other before his chest, and his loud voice resounded across the universe. I am the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. I am not sure which friend of mine has come, but I request to have an audience with you. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom got off his high horse. After his words spread, 3 shadows floated down from the ancient spaceship. Among the 3 of them, the person standing to the left was a cold youth who was carrying a sharp sword on his back. The eyes of the cold youth were penetrating. Although the aura that he emitted was extremely rare among the universe gods of the third heaven, no one in the Snow's sacred land was too concerned about it. As for the person standing on the right, she was a woman with a beautiful, bewitching face. This woman had a humble expression, and she was standing to the side respectfully. As such, she should have just been a maid. However, this maid was a genuine real god. As for the person in the middle surrounded by these 2 people with one on the left and the other on the right, he was a crimson-robed man. Similarly, the crimson-robed youth was carrying a sword on his back. He had a gentle expression and he wore an indifferent smile. He was different from the two people beside him, and he was not emitting any aura at all. There was no aura at all, and he was just like a normal person. However, if everyone were to close their eyes, they would absolutely not discover the existence of this crimson-robed man. Instead, they could only feel a vast constellation. It was as if he possessed everything in the universe. Everyone's eyes could not help but be fixed onto the crimson-robed man in the middle. It was the same for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. Since the monarch of the Snow Kingdom was able to become the monarch of a holy kingdom, his abilities should have achieved the level of a chaotic real god. However, the instant he saw the crimson-robed man, he seemed to have seen an illusion. It was as if with a thought, the other party could kill him countless times. Such a feeling had only been felt by the monarch of the Snow Kingdom from one person before. Greetings to Lord. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom greeted respectfully right away. Greetings to Lord. Many cultivators from the Snow's sacred land greeted the person who had come. Upon seeing everyone in front of him, Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. However, all of a sudden, when he swept his eyes past everyone, he saw a person in the crowd. "Oh, Master of Silence Gloriette? Long time no see." Jian Wushuang laughed. You are." The Master of Silence Gloriette opened his eyes widely and stared at Jian Wushuang unrelentingly. A figure then appeared in his mind at once. It was a little kid from 40,000 years ago. That little kid had looked for him for the map to go to the 10 sanctuaries. In no time, the two figures were superimposed onto one another. "You are that little kid from back then?" The Master of Silence Gloriette cried out in alarm. "Little kid?" Jian Wushuang stroked his nose and he had a puzzled expression. "How impudent!" The monarch of the Snow Kingdom berated immediately. The Master of Silence Gloriette noticed that he had made an indiscreet remark and he asked for forgiveness at once. "It's all right." Jian Wushuang waved his hands and he was not concerned at all. At that moment, a figure floated over. "She has come?" Jian Wushuang placed both his hands behind him and looked over. The person who had come was a Taoist-robed married woman. As she walked over, every step contained special magic power. The moment she appeared at the void, many cultivators in that piece of universe became completely stunned, as if they had become idiots. After a long time, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom was the first person to react, and he shouted with respect right away. "Lord Tian Yuan! Lord Tian Yuan!" Everyone in the area was dumbfounded. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom was the master of a holy kingdom. In just a short amount of time, he had actually shouted, "Lord," twice in succession? Jian Wushuang should be a super expert from outside the Snow Kingdom. Hence, it was very normal for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom to address him as Lord. What about Lord Tian Yuan? Didn't she come from inside the Snow's sacred land? Tian Yuan? Tian Yuan Mystery Land? The Master of Silence Gloriette's eyes shrank abruptly. "It is rumored that the cave of a lord is in the Tuan Yuan Mystery Land, and even the monarch needed to treat her with respect. Could she be this person in front?" Without caring about the reactions of anyone in the area, after the Taoist-robed married woman appeared, she looked at Jian Wushuang immediately. "You should be the little friend Jian Wushuang who has gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, right?" The Taoist-robed married woman laughed gently and modestly. "I am Jian Wushuang. Greetings to Sir God Tian Yuan." Jian Wushuang greeted. "Little friend, you are being too modest," the Taoist-robed married woman said right away. "Little friend has gotten into the 61st position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. With such abilities, even if there were 3 of me, we would still be defeated with a flip of your palm, so how could I accept a greeting from you?" Chapter 1784 Favor. The ordinary cultivators in Snow's scared world had heard what the Taoist-robed woman said and they didn't find it strange, but the monarch of the Snow Kingdom's heart skipped a beat. He knew the Taoist-robed woman's capability. but she had said that 3 of herself combined wouldn't be the crimson-robed man's match. Just how strong was the crimson-robed man? Almighty. He must be an almighty, and he must be a super-expert among almighties. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom's facial expression changed. Little friend, let's find a place and continue to chat, the Taoist-robed woman said. Sure. Jian Wuxuang nodded. Snow, lead the way. The Taoist-robed woman glanced at the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom immediately led the way in front but didn't bother with his identity. As the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, just as Jian Wuxuang and the others left, it immediately stirred a hubbub among the crowd. All the cultivators were discussing Jian Wuxuang and the Taoist-robed woman's identities. In a lofty hall, Jian Wuxuang sat side by side with the Taoist-robed woman. As for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, He Xiu and Qiuyu sat below. Wuxuang, the last time I saw you, you were in my Tianyuan mystery land. You were only a universe god then. In the blink of an eye, you already became the top existence in eternal chaotic world, and you are even listed in heaven and earth's supreme ranking list. I am really impressed. The Taoist-robed woman, Sir God Tianyuan, said. I am just lucky. Jian Wuxuang smiled humbly. He roughly knew the Taoist-robed woman. Sir God Tianyuan was a Sir God expert that was good at soul attacks. She wasn't famous in eternal chaotic world, but her soul attack was unusually fierce. It was said that she could even pose as a threat to the top Sir Gods. For instance, although Jian Wuxuang's fighting power was strong, his soul strength wasn't strong. If Sir God Tianyuan were to launch a full soul attack, it could put him into a threatened position too. Speaking of Tianyuan Mystery Land, Sir God Tianyuan never revealed yourself and you didn't even know me, but you gave me an opportunity. This favor, I remember it by heart. If you need anything in the future, if it's within my capability, I'll never refuse to help, Jian Wuxuang said. Jian Wuxuang was very grateful for what Sir God Tianyuan had done. Back in Snow's sacred world, Jian Wuxuang had joined the ranking battle as a disciple from Snow Doho, and had won himself a chance to enter Tianyuan Mystery Land for cultivation for 10 years. In the 10 years, not only did Jian Wuxuang's soul power increase tremendously, most importantly, he had received an opportunity from Sir God Tianyuan. Secret skill of Tianyuan. Even though the secret skill of soul attack was nothing much to Jian Wuxuang, he could even get any other stronger secret skill of soul attack easily. However, back when Jian Wuxuang was still weak, the secret skill helped him a lot. There were even many times when Jian Wuxuang had run into danger. He had resolved it through secret skill of Tianyuan. The secret skill was extremely helpful when he had still been a universe god. Although Jian Wuxuang didn't know who had provided him the secret skill in Tianyuan Mystery Land, he remembered the favor in his heart. He was a person who attached importance to friendship and emotions. He was also a person who made a clear distinction between kindnesses and wrongs. He would definitely take revenge if there was resentment, and repay if there was a favor. Sir God Tianyuan had done him a favor. Hence, when he passed by Snow's sacred land, he wanted to express his gratitude to Sir God Tianyuan personally. Haha, back then I noticed that you were an inverse cultivator and carried the bloodline of an ancient god. I happen to be friends with a 7-star ancient god. So, I gave the secret skill of Tianyuan to you to befriend you. I never thought you could reach such a level today. Sir God Tianyuan smiled. A favor to an expert on heaven and earth's supreme ranking list. I made a great investment. Without the opportunity that Sir God Tianyuan provided me, I might not be able to achieve what I have today. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The secret skill of Tianyuan that Sir God Tianyuan gave him helped him to head off disasters many times. Jian Wuxuang repaid the favor, as was only right and proper. Oh yeah, little friend, you came to Snow's sacred land today just for me? Sir God Tianyuan asked. There are 2 purposes of my visit to Snow's sacred land. Mainly to express my gratitude to Sir God Tianyuan. Secondly, to meet an old friend. Jian Wuxuang said. You have a friend in Snow's sacred land? I wonder who it is. Sir God Tianyuan asked. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom immediately looked. After he had found out about Jian Wushuang's power, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom had been thinking of ways to curry favor with him. However, with Jian Wushuang's identity, no matter how much effort he put into it, he couldn't be in contact with him. But if it was Jian Wushuang's friend, it would be different. No matter who your friend is, Snow Kingdom will try our best to be on friendly terms with him. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom said, I only have one friend in Snow's sacred land. His name is Wu Tsang. 40,000 years ago, he was a golden deacon in Snow Dojo. I wonder how he has been. Jian Wushuang said. Wu Tsang. He had brought Jian Wushuang to Snow's sacred land and joined Snow Dojo back then. On the way there, Wu Tsang had taken care of him, and he shared a good relationship with Jian Wushuang. Hold on. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom immediately sent a message to the information department of Snow Kingdom. Very soon, there was a reply. Mr. Wu Tsang doesn't hold a position in Snow Dojo anymore, and he left Snow's sacred land. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. Oh? Jian Wushuang looked at the monarch of the Snow Kingdom and realized that he didn't look too good. Humph! There was a cold humph and a divine might spread from Jian Wushuang's body and pressed onto the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom felt as though the sky was falling and his internal organs were going to break apart. At the same time, he felt his body unable to endure it, and he knelt down. Snow, what's going on? Sir God Tianyuan looked at him. To Jian Wushuang and Sir God Tianyuan, who was high above the masses, a monarch of a holy kingdom was a non-entity. If they wanted to, they could have killed the monarch of the Snow Kingdom easily and appointed another person to be the monarch. Something happened. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom said anxiously, 30,000 years ago, Wu Tsang had a fight with a lineal disciple of mine. Then, Wu Tsang was forced to leave by the lineal disciple and he was told to never enter Snow's sacred land ever again. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Humph! Sir God Tianyuan looked at Snow coldly. Snow, your lineal disciples made an impressive show of power, huh? They relied on your might as a monarch and cornered Jian Wushuang's friend? Chapter 1785 The Snow Dojo's Disciple. I have already sent an order down to get people to capture that lineal son of mine and he is all yours to handle, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. Jian Wushuang tapped the chair that he was sitting on with his hands. After remaining for some time, he said, Currently, where is Wu Tsang? I have gotten news that he is currently in the Daiyu world. It is said that one of his good friends has gotten into some trouble over there, and he went over to help him, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. The Daiyu world? Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. His hometown, the Green Fire world, was in the Daiyu world. Hence, he had stayed there for quite a period of time as well. As for Wu Tsang's good friend, Jian Wushuang knew that it was the Daiyu Palace Master. The Daiyu Palace Master is the overlord of the Daiyu world. Since he has come across some trouble, does that mean that some unforeseen events have occurred in the Daiyu world? Jian Wushuang murmured and he spoke after that. I will go to the Daiyu world right away. As for the lineage son under you, I will let Wu Tsang handle him after he comes back. Understood. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom nodded his head immediately. All right. I saw the Master of Silence Gloriette of the Snow Dojo just now. Back then, when I set off from the Snow Kingdom to the 10 sanctuaries, he was the one who gave me the map. During that time, I was indeed a little kid to him. Hence, he did not offend me just now when we were outside. As such, you must not make trouble for him. As for the Snow Dojo, I was once a disciple of the Snow Dojo. Thus, you should also treat its disciples well, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom nodded his head again. After having a simple chat, Jian Wushuang did not continue and he left at once. Lord, please have a safe trip. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom led many cultivators of the Snow's sacred land to send Jian Wushuang off to his spaceship. After Jian Wushuang left, Snow, you have heard little friend Jian Wushuang's instructions. Therefore, you should think over how you are going to do things. If you really have no idea, you should step down from your position of monarch. After Sir God Tianyuan spoke, she returned to the Tianyuan Mystery Land immediately. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom had broken out in a cold sweat while standing in his position. After Sir God Tianxian had left as well, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he turned his head and looked at the large number of cultivators. In the end, his attention was focused on one person. Master of Silence Gloriette, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. Monarch, the Master of Silence Gloriette said right away. Quite a number of the surrounding people looked at the Master of Silence Gloriette with sympathy and ridicule. They had seen with their own eyes that the Master of Silence Gloriette had offended the Lord moments ago. What was the position of that Lord? Even the monarch of the Snow Kingdom trembled with fear when he saw him, and the Master of Silence Gloriette had actually called him little kid in front of so many people. Wasn't he courting death? Although it was unintentional, there was no guarantee that the other party would not be concerned. Let's look. Let's look at how the monarch will punish him. After all, the Master of Silence Gloriette has a high position. Hence, the monarch will probably not kill him. However, there will definitely be a punishment. Quite a number of people were thinking about that. The Master of Silence Gloriette was also extremely fearful. However, all of a sudden, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, who had been staring at him, revealed a smile. Master of Silence Gloriette, your Snow Dojo has indeed not disappointed me. Great going! What? The Master of Silence Gloriette was stunned. The surrounding people also looked at the monarch of the Snow Kingdom with surprise. Shouldn't the monarch of the Snow Kingdom be enraged and punish the Master of Silence Gloriette straight away? Why did he commend the Snow Dojo instead? Why? Don't you understand yet? The monarch of the Snow Kingdom laughed. You know that lord from just now, right? Of course I do. The Master of Silence Gloriette nodded his head. It was more than 40,000 years ago. To date, it should have been 50,000 years already. Back then, he was only a universe god, and he had once represented the Snow Dojo to take part in that ranking competition. Due to his participation, the Snow Dojo was victorious in the ranking competition. You're wrong about that. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom laughed heartily. That lord is a super existence who is exceptionally talented, and his power has completely exceeded your expectations. Moreover, such a super expert was actually once a disciple of your Snow Dojo. Just now, he also told me personally to treat the Snow Dojo well. This means that his impression of the Snow Dojo is not too bad. How honored do you think you are? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The lord from before actually came from the Snow Dojo. Such an earth-shaking super expert had actually been born from the Snow Dojo. I have already made up my mind. From today now, I will give the Snow Dojo twice the amount of resources. As for the upcoming ranking competition, you just need to do your best. The end result is not important. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. What? Everyone was shocked again. Especially the people from the Universe God Palace. They had finally suppressed the Snow Dojo to the point that even the monarch of the Snow Kingdom wanted to close down the Snow Dojo. However, at that point, just because of the arrival of an expert who was slightly related to the Snow Dojo, not only did the monarch of the Snow Kingdom stop thinking about getting rid of the Snow Dojo, he had also decided to give them twice the amount of resources. This was twice the amount of resources. Even when their Universe God Palace had won the ranking competition in succession for the past few years, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom had never been so generous. My Snow Dojo is about to change for the better. The Master of Silence Gloriette was extremely delighted. It was the same for the Golden Deacons of the Snow Dojo who were at the back. They had originally thought that it was the end of the line for the dojo. However, in the end, due to the arrival of Jian Wushuang, the Snow Dojo had achieved its peak instantly. Moreover, its position in the mind of the monarch of the Snow Kingdom had risen higher than never before. It was all because of Jian Wushuang. In the dark void, the silver spaceship that Jian Wushuang and the two other people were riding was moving at a shocking speed continuously. As it was only from the snow-sacred land to the Daiyu world, the distance was not too far. With the spaceship's speed, they reached the Daiyu world in just a few months' time. This time around, Jian Wushuang did not attract so much attention by riding the spaceship into the Daiyu world. Instead, he stopped the spaceship outside the Daiyu world. "Both of you shall wait for me here. I will be going in to greet some of my old friends," Jian Wushuang said. "Understood." He Xiao and Xiao Yu nodded their heads with respect. After that, Jian Wushuang's body turned vague and he disappeared from the spaceship. The Daiyu world was a normal region under the Snow Kingdom. As a normal region, their experts were normally universe gods of the third heaven. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had been traveling in the Daiyu world, everything in the Daiyu world had been controlled by the Daiyu Palace Master, a universe god of the third heaven. Moreover, he was the only universe god of the third heaven in the whole region. Hence, he was the most powerful person. Back then, to Jian Wushuang, the Daiyu Palace Master had been considered a super-existence which was impossible to surpass. However, at that time, forget about a mere universe god of the third heaven, even if it were real gods, Jian Wushuang had already killed an innumerous number of them. After entering the Daiyu world, Jian Wushuang knew that some unforeseen events had indeed occurred in the Daiyu world. Chapter 1786, Tianzhu City and Daiyu Palace in Daiyu World. Jian Wushuang stopped in the void above a lofty hall in Daiyu Palace. In the void, Jian Wushuang could clearly feel the auras in the hall below, and there were quite a number of them that he was familiar with. "There are quite a lot of old friends here." Jian Wushuang smiled and he flew towards the hall. In the hall, many universe gods had gathered. Among the universe gods, the master of Daiyu Palace and Wu Tsang were leaders. Then, they were followed by experts from Scarlet Island, Golden Sun Sect and Holy Prefecture. In Daiyu World, one monarch and 3 overlords, the representatives of 4 major forces were gathered. "Palace Master, there are news saying Tianzhu City's troops already departed. They will arrive in 6 hours' time at most," a white-dressed universe god reported politely. 6 hours? The master of Daiyu Palace grew distressed. The universe gods at the scene didn't look good either. "I never expected Tianzhu City to grow so fast," the master of Scarlet Island said. "*MN Tianzhu City, they didn't even give us a chance," the master of Golden Sun Sect said. "Tianzhu City has just risen and they wanted to punish one as an example to others. Daiyu World seemed to be the one," one of the masters from Holy Prefecture said. "Humph, Tianzhu City wants the forces in Daiyu World to yield to them. It won't be that easy." A universe god in the second heaven from Daiyu Palace humphed. The universe gods higher-ups in Daiyu World united as one against the same enemy. Just then, what made everyone so furious? A calm voice spread and a crimson-robed figure substantiated in the middle of the hall. The universe gods were stunned when they saw the crimson-robed figure. They were having a discussion and they had set up prohibition surrounding the hall, but this person had barged in quietly. "You are..." The master of Scarlet Island was the first who stood up and looked at the incomer. "Jian Wushuang, it's you." "Jian Wushuang?" The master of Daiyu Palace and Wu Tsang looked at him too. "Haha, master of Scarlet Island, master of Daiyu Palace, brother Wu Tsang. Long time no see. How have you been?" Jian Wushuang let out a hearty laugh. "It's really you." The master of Daiyu Palace and Wu Tsang walked down. "Jian Wushuang, long time no see." The master of Scarlet Island was the most surprised one. After all, Jian Wushuang was from Scarlet Island and he carried the secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom. He belonged to lineage of Scarlet. As for the master of Golden Sun Sect and the few masters of Holy Prefectures, they didn't look quite good. Jian Wushuang shared resentment with Golden Sun Sect and Holy Prefecture. Especially Golden Sun Sect, as Jian Wushuang killed the master of Golden Sun Sect's brother. Back then, the master of Golden Sun's sect had wanted to kill Jian Wuxiang. But in the end, they had had no choice but to get the master of Daiyu Palace involved and settled the resentment between them. As they met again, his emotions were naturally complicated. After a brief exchange of conventional greetings, Jian Wuxiang found a seat and sat down casually. Listening to your conversation earlier, Daiyu World seems to be in trouble? Jian Wuxiang asked casually. Yeah, we ran into some trouble. The master of Daiyu Palace nodded faintly and looked at Jian Wuxiang. Jian Wuxiang, your aura is distinguished. I can't see through it at all. I believe you must have improved tremendously, right? I did. Jian Wuxiang nodded. To what level exactly? Have you passed your third inverse cultivation test? The master of Daiyu Palace asked closely. Yes, I have already passed it. Jian Wuxiang answered. That's great. The master of Daiyu Palace was thrilled and the universe gods in the hall beamed with joy. Even the master of Golden Sun sect and the few masters of Holy Prefecture who harbored grudges against Jian Wuxiang looked happy too. Jian Wuxiang, as you are a cultivator of Daiyu World as well, I will be frank with you. About 1,000 years ago, there was a force that rose abruptly near Daiyu World. The force called themselves Tianju City. The master of Daiyu Palace told him the ins and outs of the story. Then, Jian Wuxiang understood. The danger that Daiyu World was facing derived from Tianju City. Not long ago, Tianju City had spread news to all forces and sects in Daiyu World and over 10 surrounding worlds to yield to them. All worlds naturally wouldn't agree. Hence, Tianju City wanted to take action, and the first was against Daiyu World. Then, the city was under siege. 6 hours later, the troops from Tianju City would arrive. Hence, the master of Daiyu Palace had gathered the 3 overlords in Daiyu World to unite to fight against Tianju City. Tianju City is extremely powerful. It is said that they have more than 10 universe gods in the third heaven, and they have more than 1,000 universe gods. Against a powerful force like them, with our strength in Daiyu World alone, we wouldn't be evenly matched. But now that Jian Wuxiang has returned, it is a different story. The master of Daiyu Palace beamed with joy. Jian Wuxiang, you are an inverse cultivator. You should be extremely strong compared to those of the same level. As you have passed your third inverse cultivation test, there shouldn't be any universe gods who are your match. If you were to partake in the battle, we Daiyu World might be able to win the battle against Tianju City. Yes. Wu Tsung, master of Scarlet Island, and the others nodded simultaneously. Then, Jian Wuxiang smiled. I was from Daiyu World. As Daiyu World is in trouble, I naturally couldn't just stand and watch. Everyone heard that Jian Wuxiang had agreed to help, and they instantly saw a sliver of hope. 6 hours later, the army from Tianju City really came. In the void outside Daiyu Palace, Tianju City's army gathered. There were at least 4,000 people. Among the 4,000 people, the weakest aura was Universe God in the first heaven. A total of 4,000 Universe Gods. There were over 200 Universe Gods in the second heaven and over 30 Universe Gods in the third heaven. Looking at the sight, the Universe Gods in Daiyu World who saw a string of hope earlier, their faces instantly grew pale. As pale as a sheet, with no color in their cheeks. How is it possible? How could it be? The master of Daiyu Palace muttered. According to the information, it isn't as such? The others were dumbfounded too. The information that they had obtained about Tianju City previously had said that they had over 1,000 universe gods, and there had less than 10 universe gods in the third heaven. But in the end, Tianju City's power was a few times greater than what they knew. A few times. If their fighting power was as the information they obtained had said, they might have stood a chance because of Jian Wuxiang's return. But then, no hope at all. Although Jian Wuxiang has returned, no matter how strong he is, he could at most fight with 10 universe gods in the third heaven alone. The rest of Tianju City's power could still easily massacre all the experts in Daiyu World. Chapter 1787 Master, Mr. We're finished, we're really finished. Many universe gods in the Dayu world howled in grief. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air before the great army of the Tianju city. It was a black-armored middle-aged man who looked a bit arrogant. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with coldness. After he looked at the universe gods of the Dayu world, he wore a smile that was filled with ridicule. Upon seeing the arrogant middle-aged man, the universe gods of the Dayu world gave up all their hope completely. A real god. They actually had a real god. The Dayu Palace Master gave a bitter smile. Palace Master, shall we surrender? A master from the Holy Prefecture could not help but say. Surrender? Upon hearing that, the expressions of the universe gods present changed. With such a great difference in abilities, they would definitely die if they were to continue going against them. Hence, surrendering was indeed a good idea. It's useless. The Dayu Palace Master forced a smile and shook his head. If the Dayu world had surrendered right away at the start, the Tianju city might still accept us. However, now, the full force of the Tianju city is here and even a real god expert has shown himself. As such, what they want now is no longer the Dayu world surrendering. Instead, they want to destroy the Dayu world completely and frighten the other regions. Hence, even if we were to surrender now, they would definitely not accept it. Then what can we do? The universe gods in the Dayu world started to feel anxious. What else can we do? The Dayu Palace Master said with grief. All of you, as soon as the Tianju city makes a move later on, please escape straight away. I hope that as many of you as possible can escape. We shall not resist them fearlessly as it would be useless. Everyone became silent. Brother Wu Tsang, for you to come this time around, I am extremely grateful to you. If we really fight later on, please leave quickly as well, the Dayu Palace Master said. Dayu, Wu Tsang sighed lightly. I'm sorry that I'm unable to help you in this battle. The Dayu Palace Master waved his hands and did not have any intention of blaming Wu Tsang. After that, he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you should not have returned during this period of time, Dayu Palace Master. The great battle has yet to begin. Thus, you should not be so pessimistic. What if there are some other unforeseen events? Jian Wushuang laughed. I really admire you for still being able to joke around at this period of time. The Dayu Palace Master was in sorrow. However, at that moment, Palace Master, look! An alarmed cry could be heard abruptly. The Dayu Palace Master, Wu Tsang, and the large number of universe gods present looked over immediately. With that, all their eyes shrank fiercely. From the void far away, two figures were speeding over. Although they had not reached them yet, their two frightening auras had already spread across the area. Among the two auras, one was that of a universe god of the third heaven while the other was that of a real god expert. This is? The Dayu Palace Master was puzzled. No one else understood either. However, the two figures had already appeared in front of the great army of the Tianju city. The eyes of the cold youth who was carrying a sword in his hand and emitting the aura of a universe god of the third heaven were ice cold. As he passed by the great army of the Tianju city, his ice-cold voice resounded across the universe. Tianju city, leave immediately. If not, die! The voice was like the fury of a thunderbolt, and it did not dissipate even after a long time. Upon hearing the voice, the large number of universe gods of the Dayu world became extremely dumbfounded. Who are they? The Dayu Palace Master opened his eyes wide. From the looks of it, the other party obviously wanted to force the Tianju city to retreat. However, he had never seen those two people before. Hence, it was impossible for him to have friendly relations with them. Why would they help him for no reason? As for the large number of universe gods in the Tianju city, all of them were enraged. The leader of the Tianju city, the black-armored middle-aged man, became furious right away. Where did this reckless idiot who dared to be impudent in front of my Tianju city's great army come from? Men, kill him! Tens of universe gods of the third heaven of the Tianju city attacked with lightning speed at once. Since you are unwilling to retreat, you shall die! A voice that was filled with shocking murderous intent could be heard from the cold youth. At the next moment, his sword came out of its scabbard and he attacked with his sword immediately. As for the beautiful woman beside him who had already reached the level of a real god, she did not move. A great battle burst forth instantly. Swish! A crimson sword shadow which was filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent, and looked as if it came from the abysmal hell attacked. The sword light flew wantonly, and swept past the bodies of 6 universe gods of the third heavens instantly. With that, 6 bodies fell at the same time. After that, the cold youth unleashed another stroke. With the same stroke, a few icy cold bodies fell again. With one face off, the tens of universe gods of the third heaven which had headed for the cold youth were killed. How is this possible? He is so powerful! Such a scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The leader of the Tianju city flew into a rage at once. Die! Boom! The aura of a real god was unleashed. The leader of the Tianju city took action personally and he headed for the cold youth. With a real god coming personally, everyone in the Dayu world thought that the cold youth would retreat and the beautiful woman behind him, who was also a real god, would fight. However, in actual fact, the cold youth did not even retreat by a half a step. He still held his sword and continued to fight with the leader of the Tianju city alone. The end results were, everyone present became silent. The whole universe became deathly silent. It was extremely silent. Dead? A real god was actually killed by a universe god on the spot? How is this possible? If not for them seeing it with their own eyes, almost no one present would think that it was true. After killing the leader of the Tianju city, the cold youth spoke again. Scram! Although it was just one word, it contained an enormous amount of prestige. The large number of universe gods from the Tianju city had already been shocked to the point that they had lost their courage. As such, they escaped in all directions at once. In just an instant, the great army of the Tianju city, which was originally vast and mighty, escaped and not even a single one of them was left. The Dayu world's danger this time around was taken care of easily, just like that. What exactly is going on? The large number of universe gods of the Dayu world had not even reacted yet. No idea! The Dayu Palace Master also nodded his head repeatedly. To date, he still did not know who those 2 experts were, and why they helped his Dayu world. He only knew that among the 2 experts, only one of them was sent out. Moreover, it was a universe god. However, even with that, he threw the great army of the Tianju city which had caused all the powerhouses in the Dayu world to give up all hope into chaos. Killing a real god with the power of a universe god, this is a real super expert. In the whole Snow Kingdom, no, in the whole eternal chaotic world, he is definitely a top genius. Such a super expert has actually come to our Dayu world? The Dayu Palace Master murmured. At the next moment, he reacted. Brother Wu Tsung, Jian Wushuang and everyone present, quick, follow me to greet those 2 people together. The Dayu Palace Master said immediately. Everyone present had planned to go and greet them. Only Jian Wushuang laughed instead. No need. They will come here themselves. As expected, the 2 experts who had defeated the great army of the Tianju city were already flying toward them, and in an instant, they appeared in front of them. Greetings to 2 lords from Dayu as well as the large number of universe gods of the Dayu world. Thank you so much for helping my Dayu world to resolve our danger this time around. My Dayu world is extremely grateful to the 2 of you, the Dayu Palace Master said. At the same time, he, as well as everyone else beside him, bowed to the people who had come with respect. Everyone bowed to greet them. Only Jian Wushuang remained standing indifferently. Both his hands were also behind his back and he had no intention of greeting them. Jian Wushuang, please greet them quickly. The Dayu Palace Master lowered his voice and shouted. Jian Wushuang. Wu Tsung and the Scarlet Island Master urged as well. Greet them? Jian Wushuang stroked his own nose and he had a puzzled expression. At that moment, the 2 experts who had defeated the great army of the Tianju city and caused the Dayu Palace Master, Wu Tsang and the rest of the people to revere them lowered their heads at the same time. Greetings to Master from your disciple! Greetings to Mister from your maid! They did not conceal their voices at all, and their voices resounded across the quiet void. The Dayu Palace Master, Wu Tsang, and the rest of the people who were originally urging Jian Wushuang to greet them immediately were all dumbfounded. Chapter 1788 Disciple, Maidservant. Master? Mister? The universe gods and Dayu world were confused. They wondered who were they greeting. Just as they looked in the direction they bowed at, they saw Jian Wushuang, who stood there proudly. They were astonished by the sight. The two of them were bowing at Jian Wushuang? It's impossible! Everyone found it unbelievable. Until Jian Wushuang waved. Get up! The two of them immediately got up and stood behind Jian Wushuang politely. Looking at the sight, no matter how stupid a person was, they should be able to tell that the person that the two of them bowed to humbly was Jian Wushuang. Wushuang, my friend, what's going on? The master of Dayu Palace asked with his eyes wide. He even changed the way he called Jian Wushuang immediately. He had called Jian Wushuang by his name earlier, and he had talked to Jian Wushuang on equal terms. However, in his voice then, there was reverence and respect. Everyone else looked at Jian Wushuang simultaneously. They were all confused and hoped that Jian Wushuang would clarify. Let me introduce to you. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He first pointed at the cold-looking young man carrying a sword. It was the cold-looking young man who had killed many universe gods in the third heaven from Tianzhu City alone. He also killed the leader of Tianzhu City, a real god expert. He is Hishio, he's my disciple, Jian Wushuang said casually. Hishio smiled and nodded at everyone in respect. He could tell that his master was friends with the surrounding people. His master, who was a superb existence, who spoke modestly when he talked to the universe gods. He naturally didn't dare to act haughtily. He's your disciple? The master of Dayu Palace gulped. Wushuang, my friend, you are so lucky. You found such a monstrous lineal disciple. Wu Tsang complimented with envy. Hishio immediately corrected when he heard that. You misunderstood. I am only Master's registered disciple. As for lineal disciple, I'm afraid I do not qualify with my current ability. The universe gods from Dayu world gawked at his correction. Such an unbelievable genius, even in the core of the 10 sanctuaries in eternal chaotic world, they reckoned he would be a super genius as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But he was only Jian Wushuang's registered disciple? He didn't even qualify to be his lineal disciple? Is this a joke? Wushuang, my friend, this is. The master of Dayu Palace looked at Chiou by the side. She is Chiou, she's my maidservant, Jian Wushuang said. Maidservant? The universe gods felt their throats grow dry. Hishio, a universe god who had killed a real god and was definitely a super genius in their eyes, was only Jian Wushuang's registered disciple. The real god expert who looked slightly stronger than the master of Tianzhu City was only Jian Wushuang's maidservant? Then, Jian Wushuang, who was Hishio's master and Chiou's mister, just how strong was he? Everyone couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. Their gazes were different from before. Just then, swoosh! 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 There were suddenly 5 figures that sped over from afar. Among the 5 figures, there were 4 universe gods in the third heaven, and the one leading was a woman in red, a real god. The 5 figures stopped in the void in front of Jian Wushuang, and they bowed simultaneously. I am Fenyu under the monarch of Snow Kingdom, greetings. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang glanced at the woman in red. He could get down from his high horse before the master of Dayu Palace, Wu Tsang, the master of Scarlet Kingdom, because of their relationship before. However, to Fenyu, who he didn't share any relationship with, he behaved differently. The woman in red, Fenyu, took a deep breath and replied politely. Mister, we came under the order of the monarch. We rushed over from the nearby territory at our fastest speed possible. The monarch knows that Daiyu world shared a close relationship with you, and he heard of the Tianju city's plan to come to attack. He was worried that you couldn't make it in time to Daiyu world, so he sent us to dismiss Tianju city. But he never expected Mr. to arrive before us. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. He could tell that the monarch of Snow Kingdom cared about his matter a lot. Mr., although Tianju city's troop has retreated, they offended you and they shall not be forgiven. The monarch has already sent 3 real gods with the 10th and 11th troops to destroy Tianju city entirely within 10 days. They will exterminate all higher-ups. Fin Yu reported. You can take care of that. Jian Wushuang waved. Yes. Fin Yu nodded politely. The universe gods in Daiyu world saw the sight and they were dumbfounded. Real god Fin Yu? The second military commander of Snow Kingdom? Wu Tsung looked at Fin Yu and he looked surprised. Snow Kingdom was a huge holy kingdom and they ruled countless worlds. The monarch of Snow Kingdom mainly controlled over the holy kingdom, and he naturally required a huge troop. It was said that Snow Kingdom had 20 military troops in total and every troop had 10,000 soldiers. All the soldiers were made of universe gods. The 20 military troops were under the command of 4 commanders. In terms of position, even Master of Silence Gloriette from Snow Dojo was slightly below them. Real God Fin Yu was one of the 4 commanders. She was truly a big figure, and such a big figure was behaving so politely before Jian Wushuang. Then, Real God Fin Yu looked at Wu Tsang and she flashed a gentle smile. You must be Mr. Wu Tsang, right? Wu Tsang, mister? Wu Tsang was shocked. He was only a universe god in the 3rd heaven. Even when he was a golden deacon in Snow Dojo, he definitely wasn't in the eyes of Real God Fin Yu. But then, not only had Real God Fin Yu called him by his name, she had referred him as Mr. Mr.? It was an extremely respectful title. Normally, they would only refer to someone stronger than themselves as Mr., or at least someone who was on equal level. But then, I am. Wu Tsang nodded. According to the monarch's order, from today on, Mr. Wu Tsang will be Snow Kingdom's guest. Your position is equal to Master of Silence Gloriette from Snow Dojo. Not only ago, there was a lineal disciple of his who offended Mr. Wu Tsang. The lineal disciple was captured and imprisoned in the prison of Snow's sacred land. As for his punishment, whether to keep him alive or dead will be decided by Mr. Wu Tsang. Fin Yu said with a smile. Wu Tsang was dumbfounded by her comment. He had been kicked out from Snow's sacred land because he had offended the lineal disciple, and he was told to not step foot there anymore. But then, the change was too drastic. Of course, he knew clearly that, with him alone, or even 10 of him combined, he wouldn't have such power. There was only one person possibly with such power at the scene. Wu Tsang couldn't help but look at the person. This person was, of course, Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1789 The Frightening Spacetime Storm. Lord, the monarch wanted me to give you this token. Fin Yu handed a token to Jian Wushuang with respect. This is the token to control the 10th Legion. After the 10th Legion has completely destroyed the Tianju city, they will be stationed near the Daiyu world throughout the year. Hence, by using this token, Lord can mobilize the 10th Legion to do anything. Of course, Lord's abilities are monstrous. In Lord's hands, the 10th Legion will probably be destroyed with a flip of a palm. However, it is impossible for Lord to do everything himself. With the 10th Legion showing up on your behalf in the Snow Kingdom, there will be less trouble for you. In addition, you can also give this token to your loved ones or friends. Similarly, they can mobilize the 10th Legion as well. Even if you were to leave, with the 10th Legion at hand, no one would dare to disrespect your loved ones and friends. For example, it would be impossible for today's matter, where the great army of the Tianju city fought all their way here, to happen again. Understood. Help me to thank the monarch of the Snow Kingdom for his good intentions by saying that I will accept this token. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said. Seeing that Jian Wushuang had accepted the token, Fin Yu became delighted at once. As for Jian Wushuang, he turned his head to look at a person beside him. Scarlet Island Master. Lo, Lord, the Scarlet Island Master said with respect immediately. Jian Wushuang forced a smile. I was born in the Scarlet Island, and I am also someone from the bloodline of Scarlet. Hence, you do not need to be so respectful to me. Understood. The Scarlet Island Master nodded his head. However, his expression was still respectful like before. With regards to that, Jian Wushuang stopped forcing him. I am thankful to the Scarlet Island for protecting me back then when I came out from my hometown and was traveling in the Daiyu world. Therefore, I shall give you this token now. Jian Wushuang tossed the token to the Scarlet Island Master. Such a scene caused the eyes of quite a number of the surrounding universe gods to turn red. It should be known that the token was the token to control the 10th Legion. With the token on hand, one would be able to mobilize the whole 10th Legion. That was 10,000 universe gods. Moreover, they were elites. In addition, they were proficient in group attacks and their formations as well as fighting capabilities were extremely powerful. For example, the 10th Legion could destroy a powerhouse like the Tianzhu city easily. By being able to control such a powerful force, the power that the Scarlet Island Master possessed surpassed that of the Tianzhu city when it was at its peak instantly. In the future, even if it were the Daiyu Palace Master who was the most powerful person in the Daiyu world, he would also need to lower his head when facing the Scarlet Island. Oh right. During this period of time, did Big Brother Fiery King return to the Scarlet Island at all? Jian Wushuang asked. He had returned before. However, that was 20,000 years ago. Moreover, he only stayed for a short period of time. After leaving some resources for the Scarlet Island, he left and continued to travel. The Scarlet Island Master said at once. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the surrounding people right away. Everyone, I am in a rush to return to my hometown to take a look. Hence, I cannot accompany all of you any longer. Lord, please have a safe trip. Fin Yu saluted immediately and sent him off. The Daiyu Palace Master, Wu Tsang, the Scarlet Island Master, and the rest of the people looked on with respect as Jian Wushuang and his people left. After Jian Wushuang and his people were far away, the large number of universe gods present heaved a sigh of relief. Those universe gods were looking at each other, and they only felt that they were still in their dreams. Lord Fin Yu. Wu Tsang spoke with respect carefully. Mr. Wu Tsang, you do not need to be so modest. You can just call me by my name. Otherwise, you can also call me Military Commander. Fin Yu laughed gently. He knew that Wu Tsang, as well as quite a number of people present, were on good terms with the Lord from before. Although they were not really very close to one another where they were sworn friends, as long as they were on good terms, they were worthy of being treated earnestly by the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, let alone him. Military Commander. Wu Tsang took a deep breath and asked, what exactly is Jian Wushuang's current identity? Why are you so respectful of him? Moreover, from the looks of it, even the monarch is paying a lot of attention to him. Paying attention to him? Fin Yu laughed. Mr. Wu Tsang, you're wrong. The monarch is not paying attention to Lord Jian Wushuang. Instead, he is respecting him. Respecting him? Wu Tsang was stunned. The Daiyu Palace Master and his group of people around the area looked over with astonishment. What kind of existence was the monarch of the Snow Kingdom? Even with that, he still revered Jian Wushuang? Let me tell all of you the truth. The Lord just now has already achieved the level of an almighty, Fin Yu said earnestly. Almighty? Everyone was puzzled. However, Wu Tsang and the Daiyu Palace Master were dumbfounded. The two of them had a lot of experience, and they knew what an almighty meant. It was a supreme existence of the eternal chaotic world. For such a super-existence, a real god would normally kneel down if he were to see them. Even if it were a chaotic real god like the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, he was merely an ant to an almighty. No wonder. No wonder even the monarch of the Snow Kingdom would be so fearful and respectful of him. So Jian Wushuang has already become an almighty? In just tens of thousands of years, the little kid from back then has actually grown to such a level? Wu Tsung and the Dayu Palace master were filled with disbelief. After leaving the Dayu Palace, Jian Wushuang rode the spaceship to his hometown, the Green Fire World, immediately. In the void, which was in complete darkness, an ancient spaceship was moving hastily. Inside the spaceship's cabin. "I'm almost there. I'm almost home." Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists, and his expression was obviously filled with excitement. This caused Hishio and Chiuyu, who were at the side, to be extremely surprised. It was their first time seeing Jian Wushuang so excited. On normal days, Jian Wushuang had never been so excited before, even when he had made a huge breakthrough or achieved some kind of opportunity. They were totally unable to understand Jian Wushuang's current feelings. The Green Fire World was his hometown. It was his roots. That place was the very center of his life. No matter how high his abilities rose to or what place he would go to in the future, all of them would always be incomparable to the Green Fire World. Moreover, he had left his own hometown for far too long. It was reckoned to be more than 50,000 years. After so many years, Jian Wushuang also had no idea how his hometown was doing. He had no idea how his parents, his brothers, his loved ones and good friends were doing. "Just a while more and I will be able to return to see all of you," Jian Wushuang murmured as he recalled the memories in his head. In no time, Jian Wushuang came before the vast space-time storm which his hometown, the Green Fire World, was at. In the space-time, which was already distorted completely, there was a frightening storm rolling about madly. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had come out of the Green Fire World, he had been shocked when he saw the space-time storm, as he absolutely could not see its edge at all. However, at that time, "I am actually unable to see the edge already? It's too big. This space-time storm is too big. How much distance has it covered? Moreover, how strong is the power it contains?" Jian Wushuang was filled with shock and his heart twitched continuously. At that moment, he was a top existence in the eternal chaotic world and his name was on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, when he saw the space-time storm, he still could not help but have jitters. Chapter 1790 Home. Even Jian Wushuang was astonished, let alone Hishio and Chiuyu. "Master, what are we doing here in front of the space-time storm?" Hishio couldn't help but ask. "My hometown is in the space-time storm," Jian Wushuang said. "What?" Hishio and Chiuyu were shocked. In such a terrifying space-time storm, would there be a world where human resided in? How was it possible? "Disciple Chiuyu," Jian Wushuang looked at them. "Follow me in later. But after you enter, no matter what you see, do not reveal it to anyone in the future. Otherwise, even though the two of you are close to me, I will definitely kill you. I will obey Master's order." Hishio and Chiuyu nodded heavily. Both of them worshipped and were in awe of Jian Wushuang. Plus, Jian Wushuang had given them a new lease on life. They definitely wouldn't go against Jian Wushuang's order. "Come on, let's head in." Jian Wushuang immediately drove the ancient spaceship towards the space-time storm. The space-time storm was terrifying, but the spaceship was equally barbaric. It hit a hole in the space-time storm forcefully, and the spaceship was immersed into the space-time storm. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang spread his soul power and felt the power of the surrounding space-time storm. The power is so scary. Luckily, the space-time storm formed a balance long ago. Otherwise, if it were to explode, it could even turn Snow Kingdom into ashes in a split second. Even I do not stand a chance to survive the space-time storm, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, due to the existence of the space-time storm, his hometown was never exposed. On the battlefield where his hometown was located, there shouldn't be a second person who knew besides King Gu Tong. The ancient spaceship continued to plunge to the other side of the space-time storm. Just as the spaceship drove past the entire space-time storm, a huge formation appeared before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw the formation and he revealed a wide smile. The formation was created by his master Xian Yi. Then, the cultivators in Green Fire Palace and him set it up. When the formation was first set up, Jian Wushuang could tell the formation was unusual. Then, when he saw it again, he was even more astonished. The formation was far more sturdy than his had imagined. Plus, the formation had blended into the space-time storm completely and driven the entire space-time storm. Unless one possessed the power to move the space-time storm, no one could move the formation, not even Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang was one of the people who had set up the formation, and he was from Green Fire World. Naturally, the formation wouldn't hinder him. Jian Wushuang waved and a bolt of divine power appeared in the huge formation in front of him. The formation suddenly shook and there was a space tunnel that appeared. Through the space tunnel, Jian Wushuang drove the spaceship and entered the huge battlefield where his hometown was located. Even after he entered, Palace Master Yun in Green Fire World, who had been using the formation to keep watch of experts who entered from outside world, didn't notice at all. That day, Jian Wushuang, who had left Green Fire World for more than 50,000 years, returned. It was still the same boundless battlefield. When the spaceship appeared on the battlefield, Jian Wushuang immediately put the spaceship into Qian Kun Ring and he stepped foot into the void. Jian Wushuang towered in the void as he looked at the surroundings. The familiar battlefield and the familiar aura made Jian Wushuang take a deep breath. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked surprised. That's not right. The soul aura on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He could feel the abundant spiritual energy of the battlefield. The intensity of spiritual energy was stronger by 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold compared to when he had left back then. So intense. Even Dayu World and Snow Kingdom didn't have such intense spiritual energy as the battlefield did. He was guessing that only spiritual energy in the 10 sanctuaries would be that intense. How could it be? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. The intensity of spiritual energy represented the worth of a cultivation realm. To cultivate at a place with intense spiritual energy, the effect was naturally better than at other places. Like 10 cultivation sanctuaries in Eternal Chaotic World, the reason why people yearned to visit it was not only because it was highly concentrated with experts but because the spiritual energy was the most intense in the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Hence, its name of cultivation sanctuaries. But then, on the battlefield where Green Fire World was, the intensity of spiritual energy could barely be compared to favorably with the 10 sanctuaries. The battlefield should be from ancient times and it is extraordinary. In the tens of thousands of years when I left Green Fire World, the battlefield and Green Fire World definitely went through some incident. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. Disciple Qiu Yu, let's go. Jian Wushuang beckoned. He Xiao and Qiu Yu could feel the spiritual energy that the battlefield contained as well and they were amazed but they didn't ask any questions. They heard Jian Wushuang and they followed Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang knew which part of the battlefield he had landed on, and he knew where Green Fire Palace was. He didn't delay any further but walked to Green Fire Palace. Soon, he arrived at Green Fire Palace, in front of the huge war fortress. The huge war fortress was covered in layers of formation. The formations carried power to a certain extent. It was at least a few times stronger than the formation that Jian Wushuang had set up before he left. Any layer of the formations could hinder an ordinary universe god. When Green Fire Palace had had a war with Jin Kingdom 50,000 years ago, Green Fire Palace had had such a huge formation, there had been no need for them to pay such a great price to defeat Jin Kingdom. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and overlooked the war fortress. He swept out his soul power and covered the entire war fortress. Although the war fortress could hinder ordinary universe gods, it was merely nominal to Jian Wushuang. His soul power could see through the internals of the war fortress clearly. The auras were in the war fortress. Jian Wushuang saw a few auras that he was familiar with, and he was thrilled. However, the few auras were much stronger than before. Haha, it seems that in the tens of thousands of years when I was away, Green Fire Palace has been through drastic changes. The overall power has increased tremendously. Jian Wushuang felt the auras below and revealed a smile. Chapter 1791 Your son has returned. In the past, the strongest people in the Green Fire Palace were the Universe Masters. Moreover, there were so little Universe Masters that it was pathetic. Before Jian Wuxuang had risen to prominence, the Green Fire Palace had only had 5 Universe Masters. As for Heaven Masters, there were only about 200 of them. Such fighting capabilities were so weak that it was depressing. Due to that, they were forced by the Jin Kingdom to be unable to compete against the Jin Kingdom even after paying huge prices in the final great battle. If not for Jian Wuxuang making a breakthrough at the critical moment in the end and killing the monarch of the Jin Kingdom who was at the level of a universe god of the first heaven, the Green Fire Palace would have been destroyed a long time ago. Moreover, the Green Fire world would definitely not exist either. However, on that very day after tens of thousands of years, the Green Fire Palace was a lot more powerful than before. At that moment, among the large number of cultivators who were gathered in the war fortress below, there was actually a total of 18 universe gods of the first heaven. As for universe masters, they were everywhere. If not for him knowing that the big formation that Xianyi had deployed was still present, and that no one from the outside was able to come in, Jian Wuxuang would really suspect that the current Green Fire world was occupied by the powerhouses which came from the eternal chaotic world. Both of you, wait for me here. After giving out his instructions, Jian Wuxuang floated toward the Green Fire Palace below. In an open space in the Green Fire Palace, a fatty who wore a luxurious, loose and long robe was lying down and drinking wine. Beside him stood a bald-headed old man. Boring. The days are getting more and more boring. The fatty was drinking wine, and he felt extremely gloomy. I have told you before that this world is too small and you should travel in a universe that is more vast. With that, it will be more interesting. However, you refuse to listen. As of now, it will not be so easy to leave even if you want to, the bald-headed old man said. How would I know that things would become like this? The fatty curled his lips. If I had known that this would be the case, I would have gone along with Old 3 to travel outside 50,000 years ago. Stop complaining. It's useless even if you complain, the bald-headed old man said furiously. Ah, the fatty sighed and his eyes filled with recollection. Speaking of Old 3, I wonder how he is doing outside. And now I wonder what level he has achieved. Humph, stop thinking about that brother of yours. The universe of the outside world is filled with danger. When he left, he barely possessed the fighting capabilities of a universe god. In the outside world, there are countless people who can kill him. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, who knows if he is still alive? What an inauspicious remark. Old 3 is so impressive, he must still be alive. Moreover, he will definitely return in the future. The fatty had absolute confidence in Old 3. Just then, Boss Wang Yuan, a voice could be heard abruptly. Who called me? The fatty was stunned. This voice is so familiar. It's Old 3's voice. The fatty stood up abruptly. In front of him, a figure came into view slowly. It had a familiar face and aura. It was the Old 3 who the fatty had mentioned. Old 3, it's really you! Wang Yuan revealed a delighted expression at once. At the same time, he pinched his own face as he wanted to find out whether he was dreaming. Haha, I'm not dreaming. It's real. Great. Wang Yuan laughed loudly and his huge body ran toward Jian Wuxuang immediately. Without hesitation, he hugged Jian Wuxuang. Boss Wang Yuan, even after not seeing you for so many years, you are still the same as before and you are still so smooth and round as well. Jian Wuxuang teased and he had an extremely good mood. Boss Wang Yuan, he was his genuine good brother who had gone through thick and thin with him. Old 3, let's find a place and have a good drink. Wang Yuan took Jian Wuxuang and headed to the imperial palaces which was far away. No problem, let's get the rest of the people as well. Jian Wuxuang laughed. As the bald-headed old man who was by the side looked on as Wang Yuan and Jian Wuxuang left, he became dumbfounded. This Jian Wuxuang has actually returned for real? Moreover, his aura. The bald-headed old man squinted his eyes slightly. The bald-headed old man was a weapons spirit of the Loyalty Palace, and he had always followed Wang Yuan. As for the Loyalty Palace, it was born from the ancient battlefield nearby. Hence, the bald-headed old man was extremely knowledgeable. He could tell that Jian Wuxuang's current aura was many times more powerful than it had been before. In no time, the news of Jian Wuxuang's return spread with shocking speed. In a split second, the whole Green Fire Palace and the whole Green Fire world were in an uproar. Jian Wuxuang had become a legend in the Green Fire world a long time ago. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, this legend was still imprinted in the minds of many people, especially those experts who had gone through the decisive battle with the Jin Kingdom. That great battle had depended on Jian Wuxuang's power alone to save all of them from a desperate crisis. In a vast courtyard, a large number of people had gathered. Most of them were the experts who had gone through that battle. Quite a number of them had interacted with Jian Wuxuang before, and at that moment, they were chatting with Jian Wuxuang joyfully and harmoniously. "Old 3!" An extremely emotional voice could be heard. After hearing the voice, Jian Wuxuang looked over. When he saw the extremely beautiful black-robed young lady, he revealed an elated smile. "Haha, old 4!" The two of them hugged each other right away. To Jian Wuxuang, Su Rou was like his biological sister. In no time, Shui Lingtian brought a woman over. Shui Lingtian was Jian Wuxuang's brother, and he was also Xian Yi's lineal disciple. He also had an extremely good relationship with Jian Wuxuang. Upon seeing his own senior, Jian Wuxuang was also extremely delighted. As for that woman, she cried tears of joy the moment she saw Jian Wuxuang. At the same time, she knelt down. "Greetings to Master from your disciple, Lin Lan. Master, you have finally returned. Little girl, please get up." Jian Wuxuang laughed and waved his hands. In his life, he had only accepted 2 people as his disciple. In particular, Lin Lan was the first disciple he accepted. She was also someone who Jian Wuxuang owed greatly. Because he, a master, had almost never guided Lin Lan before. He only gave her some resources so that she would grow by herself. It should be known that for He Xiao, his registered disciple, he would give him some advice occasionally back when they were in the lineage of Star. However, Lin Lan did not disappoint Jian Wuxuang as well. In terms of realm, she had become a universe master. Although that naturally meant nothing in the eternal chaotic world, it was already very shocking in the Green Fire world. Jian Wuxuang was chatting with his senior and disciple. At the same time, he was asking them something about the ancient sect. With the disappearance of Master Xian Yi and him leaving the Green Fire world, the ancient sect had always been under Shui Lingxian's control and everything was all right. Just then, all of a sudden, a man and woman appeared in the courtyard. As the two of them appeared, the voice of Jian Wuxuang, who was chatting with Shui Lingtian, disappeared. He then stood up and he looked at the two of them with mixed feelings. Similarly, the man and the woman were looking closely at Jian Wuxuang. "Father, mother! Your son has returned!" Chapter 1792 Shocking Change. The courtyard was in total silence. Before everyone's gazes, a man and woman walked forward slowly. Jian Nantian with silvery white hair gave out a unique aura. He extended his hand to pat Jian Wuxuang's shoulder. "It's great to have you back." Jian Nantian smiled. Looking at his smile, Jian Wuxuang felt his body and mind relax. Then, Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming sat in front of Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang was surprised as he noticed his father's aura. The aura was the strongest out of everyone at the scene. "Universe God in the second heaven?" Jian Wuxuang was astonished. Forget about the fact that there were many universe gods in the first heaven. His father had become a universe god in the second heaven? "Father, everyone, what happened? How can all of your powers increase so tremendously? The spiritual energy in this battlefield, how did it become this intense?" Jian Wuxuang asked. Listening to Jian Wuxuang's questions, everyone exchanged a look and Wang Yuan laughed. Old 3, we must give credit to your master for the battlefield's transformation. My master? Jian Wushuang was stunned and he instantly responded. Could it be the formation that my master created? Yes, that formation. Wang Yuan smiled. 50,000 years ago, your mysterious master disappeared, but he passed you a formation. Then you and Palace Master Yun from Green Fire World, and also the higher-ups, set up the formation. Then, the formation became the biggest defense for Green Fire World. Without Green Fire Palace's permission, no one could barge into the battlefield. Seems like the invasion of Jin Kingdom definitely won't happen again. However, the power of the formation doesn't just stop there. After the formation was set up, which was after you left, the battlefield, including the spiritual energy in Green Fire World, slowly became more intense under the influence of the formation. In the beginning, the spiritual energy didn't increase much, but as time went by, the spiritual energy grew more and more intense. Now, the spiritual energy in the battlefield has increased by 1,000-fold compared to before. As for Green Fire World, the battlefield gave birth to Green Fire World and the transformation was even greater. You don't know. The spiritual energy in Green Fire World is 3 times more intense than the battlefield. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He could feel that the intensity of spiritual energy in the battlefield could be compared favorably with the 10 sanctuaries. But Green Fire World was 3 times stronger than the battlefield? How intense would it be? The cultivation environment in Green Fire World already overtook the 10 sanctuaries? Jian Wushuang muttered in disbelief. Besides, although the spiritual energy is much stronger than before, the battlefield, including Green Fire World, is in constant change. The intensity of the spiritual energy is constantly rising. Such intense spiritual energy naturally raises the probability of experts. Hence, in the 50,000 years that you were away, there was a big bunch of experts that flourished in Green Fire World. 50,000 years ago, Doctrine Masters were already considered as the top experts in Green Fire World. However, in Green Fire World now, there are Doctrine Masters all over. It was nothing. Even Heaven Master is not considered as a top expert in Green Fire World. Those who were qualified to stand at the peak would be Universe Master and Universe Gods. Now Green Fire World has more than 30 Universe Gods. However, they are mostly Universe Gods in the first heaven. Only your father alone is extremely talented and stepped into Universe God in the second heaven, Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang was amazed. The cultivation environment determined the standard and quality of expert from a place. Then, the cultivation environment in Green Fire World was much stronger by a few hundred, even a few thousand times. Naturally, the experts born were many more. Plus, there were many cultivators in Green Fire World, but they didn't have anyone to guide them? Previously, the strongest in Green Fire World was only a Universe Master. As for anything above Universe Master, no one knew how to cultivate or improve. They had merely depended on themselves to explore and comprehend. At most, they could receive some pointers from the surrounding ancient battlefields, but the pointers weren't complete. Under such circumstances, Green Fire World could reach such a level in 50,000 years. If they were to receive complete guidance from Universe Gods, real gods, or even Almighties, and they continued to propagate in the next 10,000 or 100,000 years, just how great would it be? Jian Wushuang was already amazed by the thought itself. Jian Wushuang, your hometown might stand a chance to become a new sanctuary, or even higher. King of Venomous Worms' solemn voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang took another deep breath and calmed himself down from the surprise. Oh yeah, it has been so long. I didn't know you happened to visit too. Where's old two? Also, Tang Emperor and Uncle Xiao? Why aren't they here? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. However, the moment he brought up about old two, Wan Yuan and Su Rao's faces stiffened. The surrounding people's faces changed. Why? Wan Yuan, Su Rao and the other people at the scene naturally couldn't hide from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. What happened? Old 3. Wan Yuan paused and then clenched his teeth as he said. Old 2, he died. What? Jian Wushuang's face changed. Not just old two, but also Emperor Tang and Emperor Shao. Both of them died too, Wang Yuan continued. Jian Wushuang couldn't hold back anymore when he heard that. Died? Old two, Emperor Tang and Uncle Shao died? How is it possible? Jian Wushuang's eyes were bloodshot. His roar reverberated in the courtyard and he looked almost mad. He couldn't be blamed. The three people that had died were too important to him. Old two, Yang Zixuan, was his brother. The same had happened to Wang Yuan and Su Rou. They were sworn brothers and sisters. They had been through life and death situations and shared an intimate relationship. Uncle Shao, also Emperor Shao. When he was weak, Emperor Shao had treated him with kindness. Besides, he had another identity. He was also Ling Rushuang's father, his father-in-law. As for Emperor Tang, he was the founder of Tang of the East. He was also one of the most ancient experts in Green Fire World. Back then, Jian Wushuang had yet to rise up and there had only been 5 Universe Masters who were in commanding positions. Among the 5 of Universe Masters there were 4 who had died. Only Emperor Tang was alive. He was the only survivor. Then, even the last ancient existence had died too? Who was it? Who killed them? Furious, Jian Wushuang was filled with rage. Jian Wushuang was raging with anger. Chapter 1793 13 Devil Bloods. Before Jian Wushuang left, the Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao and Yang Zixuan were already at a level higher than that of a Dao Master. They had a long lifespan and they would definitely not die a normal death in just tens of thousands of years. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility. They were killed by someone else. Who was it? Jian Wushuang looked at Wang Yuan with his eyes filled with hatred to the point that they were about to crack. Wang Yuan's expression had a ghastly pale expression and he only spoke after a long time. The people who killed second brother, Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Shao, were the 13 Devil Bloods. The 13 Devil Bloods? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. When he was still in the Green Fire World back then, he had never heard of the 13 Devil Bloods. Old 3, please calm down. I will fill you in slowly, Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang suppressed his fury and murderous intent forcefully to calm himself down so that he could listen to Wang Yuan. I have just told you. After you left, the Green Fire World underwent a great change where an unending stream of experts were born. Second brother is extremely talented and he is only inferior to you among the 4 of us. As for Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Shao, they were the earliest batch of experts, and their abilities rose the most. Moreover, as the Green Fire World had just experienced a great battle with the Jin Kingdom, many experts were extremely united. Hence, at the start, everything was going in the right direction. However, thousands of years ago, the Green Fire World underwent a great change and the 13 Devil Bloods appeared. There is a total of 13 people in the 13 Devil Bloods and they did not have any reputation in the past. After they appeared, they fought all the way into Tang of the East. Tang of the East had long been the Green Fire World's first country, and its abilities were extremely powerful. Moreover, with the second brother, the Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao and other similar experts keeping watch, Tang of the East was rightfully impregnable. However, in the end, Tang of the East was massacred by the 13 Devil Bloods easily. In the end, Elder Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao and second brother were killed by the 13 Devil Bloods. At the same time, the whole Tang of the East was completely occupied by the 13 Devil Bloods. The movements of the 13 Devil Bloods were too fast. They were so fast that even the Green Fire Palace was unable to react. After that, the 13 Devil Bloods created a devil church and looked for believers wantonly. With that, their abilities got stronger day by day. Could it be that the Green Fire Palace allowed the Devil Church to continue getting stronger? Jian Wushuang asked with a low voice. Of course not. Before Tang of the East underwent the great change, the Green Fire Palace stepped in. However, it was useless as the 13 devil bloods were too strong, Wang Yuan said bitterly. Many people beside him also could not help but lower their heads. Too strong? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. They are really too strong. Among the 13 devil bloods, none of them are someone who the Green Fire Palace can compete with. For example, currently, the strongest person in the Green Fire Palace is your father, Palace Master Jian Nantian. However, even if it were him, he would be completely helpless when he comes across the 13 devil bloods, Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang could not help but look at his own father. Jian Nantian was a proud person and he considered himself the best in the world. However, as he listened to Wang Yuan, he nodded his head. It was obvious that he acknowledged that fact. Before the gap in terms of abilities, even if the Green Fire Palace wanted to take revenge for second brother, Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Shao, what can we do? Wang Yuan sighed lightly. Abilities, right? Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I will avenge second brother, Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Shao. Boss Wang Yuan, where is the base of the Devil Church? Jian Wushuang had already stood up. Old 3, don't be reckless. Wang Yuan stopped Jian Wushuang right away. Shuang. Jian Nantian also frowned. It's useless. The 13 devil bloods are really too powerful. According to Dan Xin's predictions, the 13 devil bloods have already achieved the level of a real god. Moreover, they are not normal real gods. Even when placed in the vast eternal chaotic world, any one of them would be considered a first-class expert, let alone the 13 devil bloods teaming up. Wang Yuan sighed lightly. Old 3, I know that you are filled with sorrow and that you wish to avenge second brother, and the rest of them. All of us wish to do so as well. However, no matter how much we want to avenge them, we cannot send ourselves to our deaths. Send ourselves to our deaths? They are merely trash, what right do they have to kill me? Jian Wushuang laughed disdainfully. Old 3, they are real gods, Wang Yuan said in an imperative tone. Everyone by the side also looked at Jian Wushuang. They had gotten some information from the ancient battlefield nearby and they knew that the pure Sun Realm, which was also the real God Realm, was after the Universe God Realm. With regards to real gods, they also had some knowledge about them. Real gods were super experts. For example, for a universe god of the second heaven like Jian Nantian, the weakest real god could kill hundreds upon hundreds of him with a flip of his palm. In the current Green Fire world, real gods were invincible. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang laughed although he was extremely furious. Ha! Real gods, bullshit! Forget about real gods. Even if an almighty at the level of a Sir God or Emperor God were to kill my brothers, I would want him dead as well. Jian Wushuang's words caused everyone present to be shocked. From Jian Wushuang's words, they could also tell that Jian Wushuang seemed to not spare a glance for real gods. Old 3, you are able to kill real gods? Wang Yuan opened his eyes wide and asked. Jian Nantian, Su Rou and the rest of the people also looked at Jian Wushuang in succession. Humph, real gods. In the years that I have traveled in the eternal chaotic world, I have already killed so many real gods that I have lost count of them. Even almighties, who are above real gods, I have also killed more than 5 of them. For these 13 devil bloods or whatever they are called, even if they were top chaotic real gods, it would be easy for me to kill them, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Upon hearing that, everyone was first stunned. After that, they were over the moon. Wang Yuan cried tears of joy. That's great. That's great, Old 3. We must avenge them. You must really avenge second brother. Old 3, Old 2 cannot die for nothing. Su Rou also said earnestly. Kill all of them. Destroy the 13 devil bloods. The 13 devil bloods had done all kinds of evil. For many years, the whole Green Fire Palace has been crushed under their feet, and we only dared to be furious, but not say anything. If not for us controlling the great space-time formation nearby which caused the 13 devil bloods to be worried, they would have gone on a killing spree and killed all of us a long time ago. And now, kill! 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 They have to die. Everyone in the area unleashed shocking murderous intents in succession. In the green fire world, countless cultivators hated the 13 devil bloods to the bone. However, they suffered from a lack of abilities. However, at that time, Jian Wushuang, the savior who had turned things around with his power alone at the critical moment back then in the great battle with the Jin Kingdom, had returned. This had allowed them to see hope. Just then, Jian Nanshan's expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang looked at Jian Nantian. The people from the Devil Church have come to our doorstep, Jian Nantian said. Oh? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold at once. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.